And welcome, everybody. I've waited 2 long years to say this, but National Quidditch is being played in the United States again. MLQ Championship 2021 is upon us. I'm excited to be here. I know Reed's excited to be here as well. Reed, you traveled across a good part of the country to be here. Talk about your excitement a bit.
I mean, you already mentioned it. Quidditch is back. I got to cast one of the first tournaments after, we got back. Super hyped there. We're coming off like literally the most exciting regular season in MLQ history. Not a single team went undefeated. Not a single team went winless. Like it is so exciting getting to a point of such parity that we finally get to like sort it all out here today.
Yeah, and parity truly does abound, and it's going to play out in this play-in bracket. The way the bracket works this year, 6 teams directly advanced to the quarterfinals, which will be played this evening starting at 3:30. But the remaining teams are trying to fight for those last 2 spots in the quarterfinals. From all of the divisions, we're going to see some great interdivision play, starting off with this game between League City and Cleveland. Obviously, these teams coming in with highs and lows on their season. Cleveland coming off that huge win against Minneapolis, the division championships in their last series. League City, of course, qualifying as well. What do you think it's going to take for Cleveland to kind of spring the upset here?
Honestly, it's going to come down to the beater play. Cleveland, although they are without head coach Ben Strauss, one of the best beaters in the nation right now, they've got a lot of talent and a lot of people that are going to be stepping into his shoes and playing a similar role there. If they can maintain control of the Bludgers for the majority of the game, they can stop this League City fast break pressure and create some sort of snitch on pitch advantages with that bludger control. That's what I'm looking for Cleveland.
Yeah, and for me, I think if League City is going to, put on the performance we're kind of expecting, get into a matchup with Washington, that's going to be very hype for the winner of this game in a little bit. It's going to be because this team really clearly knows their identity. We spoke to head coach Dylan Freeman, and he identified the ways they shifted as a team. As you mentioned, kind of that more fast break style. They're all always kind of a bruising team. And they really recognize the personnel they gained, getting Colin Friday and getting Cody Marshall in, even though Cody's not going to be available this weekend. And they've, on top of that, the snitch on pitch play, ignoring snitches, just outplaying teams strategically.
Right.
So I think this team's in a really good spot, and I think we're about to get started. So we're just going to have Nick throw it over to the field. Nick Jablonski, our incredible producer, who we're very lucky to have here on Pitch One all weekend. I'm going to throw it to Reed for the call.
All right. And we've got brooms up right away. Colin Friday, I don't think I could probably count on one hand how many brooms up Colin Friday has lost in his career. One of the fastest players to ever play this sport. And so it's no surprise there, but we get a really quick turnover in this ball security, this possessional security that League City may lack in due to that fast-paced, breakneck speed of their gameplay. I mean, that's kind of the give and take.
Yeah. And Cleveland, though, they're going to get an early call here, I assume, for a swat. I was going to say, it does come with bludger control, and that's what they want to be working with all weekend if they can.
Yeah. Play lingered a little too long. The advantage call you see being made with the hands of the referee there. Sam Rapnicki, rather than getting into the center of the field, keeping that on the perimeter, and that's enough to stop the play. So,
blue card number 19, illegal swat, 1 minute.
Yep, so that is going to be an illegal swat on
Sean Townsend.
Yep. So now Cleveland has the quaffle. They have 2 bludgers, and they have the power play advantage.
Yep, and Gabe Boris with the ball. He's going to be driving. He's got the shot that's going to be right before the bludger hits. That's a good goal.
Yeah, literally everything that Cleveland could want. And now we're going to see how they kind of choose to play with bludger control. They kind of talked about potentially being pretty conservative with it, trying to hold on to it because they know the opportunities it allows them in the quaffle game. Austin Howe and Aaron Oler are their starting beaters.
Yep, and the quaffle, you're going to see League City try to keep this ball on the perimeter and drive into the field, draw that pressure, and look at that score. Great passing, immediate release on the front side here. I mean, League City doing you said it already, they're focusing on that passing offense, and we're kind of getting it right now, 1-1.
Yeah, Hayden Boyes puts that one away. And, yeah, I think Cleveland wasn't quite ready to play defense there because they won all the bludger exchanges. They had bludger control. They just needed a quaffle player to step up. They didn't quite get it on that possession. I tell you who will step up in a defensive set. It's Rapnicki, who just subbed into the game for Cleveland.
Exactly. Rapnicki, I mean, Ben Strauss was talking about it. He brings so much physicality and pressure. We're going to see him drive here on the right hoop. That's already been scored on once. We get a second one there. Easy score for Cleveland.
Yeah, he left Hayden Boyes in the dust up top. And, it's not easy to get past a point defender in a 2-arm tackling meta, and he made it look very easy there.
And that's what he's on the team for, essentially. He can create that drive. If Cleveland has the bludger control, they can create those no bludger situations. They're going to be driving on teams. In League City, we already mentioned a physical team in their own right, but I mean, Sam's going to bring the heat, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
So we got Colin Friday at the top of the key. The bludger's going to lose the ball. That's a shot. No good. Just over the hoop. That it's still recovered. They still have an opportunity to drive, a dish, score right on the left side.
I'm going to be honest with you here, Reed. I think the winner of this game is going to be the first team that comes out and makes a hit. You know, this early in the morning, it seems like everyone's a little gun shy on their tackles. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, if my experience, once I took that first hit or once I gave the first hit, that's whenever I felt comfortable in the game, and we're going to see them settle in for sure. Gabe Boris is going to be driving. He's going to dish it backwards to Sam Rapnicki. The shot's going to miss, though, just below. Going to recover his own shot. The beat. Oh, my gosh. Sam passing it across the middle of the field to Gabe Boris. Not a good decision if you don't know where the beaters are, but the fast break's going through. Sean Townsend with the shot.
And League City just ran on 2 bludgers there. And, you know, with how much trouble teams have had in scoring against set offenses, I don't hate the idea. But specifically so far now where both teams have been able to score in the half court, I'm a little less excited by it. A big play there, though, on the defensive side by Kevin Raber to come up with that beat for the turnover. Yeah,
and pardon me, that was Hayden Boyes on the shot. In League City mentioned that playing with the beaters was going to be a focus. Maybe a little bit of a mishap there, getting a little bit excited. Settling into this game is still, occurring. So, a couple mishaps here and there. That's to be expected. Sam Rapnicki, though, he's going through the middle. Another shot on the right goal.
Yeah, Rapnicki is so much of this team's offense on the season, and he's not slowing down here by any means.
Yeah, speaking of slowing down, there's no way you're going to slow down Colin Friday. And he just catches Cleveland sleeping on the backside.
Yeah. Just back and forth play right now. We got an early 30-30 tie.
A much different pace of play than we're probably going to see later on into the weekend. These teams, a lot of the focus for MLQ and what I've seen is a slower, more methodical pace of play. These teams look to catch you off guard.
Yeah, for sure. John Gaffigan now has the ball with Rapnicki out of the game. Gaffigan, a long-time player and probably going to be their number 1 scoring option here.
Big pass. Oh, is that in? No good. They call it no good. Blocked. Colin Friday on the block. He's going to be looking to fast break. The bludger's on the ground. At least once. He doesn't know where Colin Friday is. He finally catches him now. Resetting to the middle of the field. Oh, risky, though. Possible drive, Sean Townsend. Now we're settling down. Long pass. Doesn't get intercepted by Gaffigan. Sean Townsend's got an opening, but 2 bludgers. They're looking to get their beaters back into the play, get the bludger control. If you get the score, great, but honestly, that control is going to keep Cleveland out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, 2-2 zone here for Cleveland. We'll see how League City looks to attack it.
A good trade. Driving on 1 bludger still. Oh, good spin, and that's a shot and score. Hayden Boyes with another goal on the game.
Yeah, that was really nicely done, drawing that initial contact, finding the pass, and just sitting there on the edge of the hoops ready to attack.
Yeah, Baltimore with a great trade is going to be able to create at least somewhat of an opening and give League City just that small window. The passing, and we're seeing it. League City, they said, if we're doing things right, it's going to be a quick 1-2 pass, and we're going to get a good score off of that. And that's what we're looking at here.
Nice
tackle up on point. We're going to see a little more driving. Oh, but the tackle's actually going to keep him away from the bludger. Ball's still in play, and now they're going to get beat out. League City's got the ball, looking to transition. But once again, driving on 1 bludger right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're happy to take that. And at least, give it a good look, get into the zone, and see what's going on.
Exactly. Oh, missed the beat, though. It still recovers. Doing just fine, slowing it down, getting into the back of the hoops. And that's going to be an easy block, but he's got no way to get back in. Oh, with a transition. He's got an opening. Oh, the block. Great block there by Melinda Stout.
Yeah. First thing you teach someone against his zone, you don't shoot into his zone. And that was a very, very easy block for Stout.
Yeah, for sure. But that's kind of the look that Cleveland's trying to give. It's a bit different. They've got a few different defensive sets, just depending on the personnel that they're up against.
Yeah, and bludger control's been queen lately from League City.
Yeah. And in the fact that Cleveland was able to get those early goals makes this a little bit better. Good reversing of the field. That's another shot. Gaffigan with a great mid-range shot. just a little push pass.
Yeah, John Gaffigan has never found an open hoop that he didn't want to launch one through.
That's so true. That is so true. Bludger control, though, still with League City. They love that freedom. Ooh, the pass. That's beat before pass, so even if the ball goes through there, not a good goal. Now we're transitioning. Cleveland trying to get League City on the back foot. Gaffigan's got the ball. Kevin Raber's pressuring. He's going to get one out. And now they're going to have to try to press break, and it's not going to work. Yeah, League City just smothering them at the top of the key. No bludgers. Looking for the fast break.
Shots over the hoop.
Oh, no, good.
Yeah, you know, Dylan Freeman called Kevin Raber the Energizer Bunny from hell, and he single-handedly caused that turnover, which is not an easy thing for a beater to do with all the passing options around, just by beating out every single player on Cleveland. Unfortunately, his team couldn't convert on the fast break.
And that could be just Cleveland's inexperience against that kind of press. I think the northern beaters tend to value that bludger control a little more than breaking that press. And so Cleveland getting, some of their earlier experiences against a press-heavy team. But they've got possession again, no harm, no foul. Just looking to attack with the beaters at the same time. Does get a catch, though. Aaron Oler. Great play. Good pass. Great cut. Another shot and score. Look at that beautiful passing.
Yeah, that's exactly about that new look Cleveland we were talking about. I mean, that was an incisive cut he put on a plate for Bunning, who scored.
Yeah, just a gorgeous cut. And obviously the pass right where it needed to be, but, I mean, that is just perfect. And, I mean, we're going to get a pickpocket there as well. On offense, on defense, Alex is just all over the place right now.
Yeah, and additionally, Aaron Oler has been a spark plug in his first shift right at the beginning of the game, and now coming back into the game, he's made a big difference in the beating game for Cleveland.
Oh, Caster Curse, though, just missed the beat on that side.
But it was a no-harm beat.
Yeah,
right?
true.
They hadn't even crossed half, so they're going to have plenty of space, I think, to keep things under control.
Yeah. Matt Dwyer able to just back up. With the beater pressure, you can step backwards. The head ref, Canto, will encourage play to continue forward, but once pressured, you can step back. Chris Dorsey with the quaffle. He's going to be driving on the right side against the bludger. Looks for the pass and doesn't get it. That ball's going to go out of bounds and go to Cleveland.
Yeah, it's Lisa Reisenauer.
Yep.
A little late getting her hands up there.
I mean, with a 4-foot pass that high, I mean, it's hard to react in time.
Yeah, I think really the difference in this game, why Cleveland's hanging around, is that when it comes to the inch-perfect pass, Cleveland's had it time and again, and League City just feels a little bit off in their passing game.
Yeah, and it's first game of the day. You're gonna feel a little rusty. You're gonna need to settle in. We do create a little bit of space. Kevin Raber's gonna miss the beat. Look at the pass and score! My goodness, Melinda Stout, the defense to block the shot just a couple possessions ago. The offense to catch and score. I mean, any slower on that release, and that's a block goal.
Yeah, and that's Nathan Severance, the third-line keeper here for Cleveland, continuing to make a difference with these inch-perfect passes that are just pulling apart this League City defense. And League City said they might give a number of different defensive looks throughout the weekend. It's going to be interesting to see if they continue to change it up here.
I mean, this is the best Cleveland we've seen all year, and they already took a game off of the North champions. And quick drive and score. I of course I'm going to praise them and immediately regret it. With a score for League City.
Yeah, the one thing we still haven't seen from them is a big hit. It's just that League City got a little bit more passive, was looking for a few more passes and shots. Seems like every time League City actually attacks the zone, good things tend to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just the bludger control we were talking about. Perry Walton, by the way, on the drive and score. Oh, he's going to get beat. Just a little uncomfortable, Nathan Severance with the quaffle. We're going to get the fast break from Chris Dorsey, but he's going to get picked up.
Yeah, Rabnicki just strips him there.
Perry Walton going to get a favorable call here, possibly.
Yeah, and this is big. Cleveland has kind of gotten through their depth. They still have a lead at this point. Now they're getting some of their first-line talent on the field.
Number 10, trip. 1 minute.
And the call is a tripping call on Melinda Stout, number 10.
Yeah,
little power play advantage for League City here.
Yeah, and Quidditch, taking advantage of these opportunities is so important. And Walton, again, just
scoring from his knees. pulls the spin move, maybe forced because of the contact, and then from the ground able to get the shot off on what isn't too small of a hoop. I mean, that's a tough angle.
Yeah, for sure. No, we've got an exciting matchup here. I mean, we've always said that early mornings tend to breed upsets, but Cleveland is not playing like a team who's springing an upset. They're just playing very clean Quidditch right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the best we've seen them all year. The last few weeks of practice have obviously paid off a lot. Their focus of being a good passing team, making the right cuts. I mean, you're getting it right here, and I think Cleveland's surprising a lot of people right now. Good beat. Oh, but the quaffle's going to get turned over. Possibly a call. Yeah.
I think an AR called him beat when he was going for the block.
Yep, just a quaffle turnover, no card. Contact's not going to stop. Pass is going to be made. Perry Walton with the shot and the score. Real decisive.
Yeah, and Hayden Boyes again going right at the defender, and Cleveland just hasn't had a physicality answer for kind of the athleticism and speed that League City has when they're really attacking.
Yeah, and it doesn't bode well for Snitch on pitch where that starts to really take hold.
For sure. Yeah, Cleveland's going to have to hope for kind of a quick catch to, be able to settle back into playing this more half-court style game.
Yep, and bludger control's where that all starts. You can break tackles, but you can't drive through beats. So if Cleveland can get control before Snitch on pitch, that's how they solidify this win condition. Nathan Severance looking for the drive, using his beater as a kind of an escort here. Sam Rapnicki at the top of the key. The bludger goes off of a defender, and the ricochet's not going to go through. I don't know who that went out on. We're possibly going to get a call here. Yeah, they're going to stop to confer, make sure that they get the right call. Makes sense.
So if a ball goes off of a player out of bounds, it's always going to be going to the other team, with the exception of if a keeper in their own keeper zone deflects a shot and it goes out of bounds, then the keeper actually keeps control of it. But I think this one, it looks like it's going over to Cleveland.
Yes, and that makes sense. It appeared that the wing chaser on the right side was the blocker on the play.
Can't be beat while he's out of bounds, but is going to need to find a good reset opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's far enough. And they don't even have to use their reset, which we actually haven't seen too much of.
No, just because of how effectively League City is pressured when they do press.
Yeah, absolutely. But bludger control now for Cleveland. Down 10. Drive opportunity. Sam Ratnicki is going to find a score. I had no idea where the window was. It couldn't have been more than 2 feet.
Yeah, great ball control there. Fully wrapped to be able to get both hands on the quaffle, set himself into a shot.
Yeah, such an underrated aspect. The two-arm tackling, everybody thinks, okay, people are going down a lot more. But honestly, I just see more arms pinned to the body, and that makes it impossible to pass and shoot.
Wow, and right there, Jack Melnick just came out and took that ball off Perry Walton. It looked like he didn't catch the pass cleanly, and Melnick just closed the space and took it right away.
I mean, Ben talked about Melnick being this kind of spark plug for the team, bringing a lot of energy into the game, and that's a perfect contribution there. Just actual epitome of Sam Melnick. But Sam Ratnicki bringing up the quaffle now, working the right side maybe this time.
Yeah, and we've got an 8-8 game here. Just a high-scoring affair and a very close one.
7-7. Quaffle turnover there. Sam Ratnicki going to be beat on the play, so. Oh, Cleveland's ball. Excuse me. Gabe Boris with the quaffle. Everybody back and tagged in. So offense resumes as normal. Kyle Dawson kind of escorting here and shoring up the right side with Claire Shuey, the beater partner. A shot? Is that good? It is. My God. I mean, we've seen the drives out of Sam Rapnicki. We've seen the shots at this point. I mean, if you want to talk about a repertoire, we're watching it. That is so clean.
Yeah, that's going to force a timeout out of League City, as they need to figure out what to do defensively here to slow down Rapnicki, who is just going off in this game so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how things come down the stretch here. We've got a strong Snitch coming out on the pitch, Justin Barnard. We know that League City is not scared to just pack it in the Snitch game and go for it all in the Quaffle game, and we've seen how physical they've been and how fast they've been. We know that they can pull out an advantage in that way. So do they go that route and risk the catch? Cleveland hasn't been the most effective team when it comes to catching snitches this season, so it's definitely something worth considering. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the conversation here, along with kind of deciding what defenses they're going to be looking at.
And to be fair, the North Division, I would say if you had to point out the strongest aspect of that region, it's probably their snitch play. You've got Luke Zach for Minneapolis, who was leading the league for a majority of the season. Detroit, who's pulling over half of their snitches despite a lower than 500 record. I mean, you're competing against a pretty tough region in that area. So losing out on the snitch game for Cleveland might not be equivalent to some of the other places that the rest of the teams play.
Yeah, it's totally fair. Score is 80-70 right now.
Yep.
Cleveland still with a lead late into this one.
And crucially, bludger control for Cleveland. If they can keep this going into snitch on pitch, that could be just enough. Because you're going to stop this fast break a lot more effectively, depending on the strategy. We've seen League City break out a few different, decision trees on the way there.
For sure.
Drive. Shot, no good. That rip of the arm of at the last second is going to keep that ball high. Good block again. Great defensive possession for Cleveland. You really want to win those out. Lose bludger control, but score stays off the board. That's ultimately the goal.
Yeah, if they can get another point on the board here, then they're really putting themselves in a more comfortable position going into this snitch on pitch situation.
I don't know if I've ever felt comfortable outside of a 60-plus point lead.
That's
honestly,
fair.
These teams are just stacked top to bottom. Every one of the rosters here, and any inch that you give a team will be taken a mile. So these leads feel so small in comparison.
Yeah, so Cleveland attempts another one of those long passes,
Yeah.
shots. It's a little bit hard to tell which, but the downside of those kind of plays is that you're really not giving your beaters a chance to attack a turtled bludger, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and League City's not going to be able to run on no bludgers.
Yep, and we've got it right here. You've got the drive, Sean Townsend on the right side. Looking to block the bludger, gets a pass off, maybe beating it. It's a pass again, back to Sean Townsend, right on the middle of the hoops. Cleveland just falling asleep at the middle of the field there.
Yeah, and Jimmy Evans started that behind the hoops. She started the game at beaters, now playing beater and chaser. Gets it over to Haley Dupree, who's been a revelation for this team all season, and then the nice finishing pass.
And in League City with these lineups, I mean, it feels like they never really lose that offensive firepower.
Yep.
No matter who's on the field, they're a threat to score. And you're seeing a much more even spread there. Oh, yeah.
I'm glad to see Aaron Oler back in the game here for Cleveland. I think he's been their biggest spark plug in the beater game, and maybe he can get bludger control here. Though right now it's going to be a turnover.
Nicky just holding onto the ball a little too long. Aaron Oler's just trying to get back down the field. Colin Friday, you're not going to chase him down. Running past everybody. It's going to be the easiest score of the game so far.
Yeah, John Gaffigan might have dad speed, but that is not the same as Colin Friday's speed.
That is true. We are looking at a call.
If the goal is good, I believe we are all knotted up now. Sorry, no, it's a 10-point lead for
8-9.
League City if it's good.
And we've got just over 2 minutes left in pre-snitch gameplay.
So we've got you here all day with action on pitch.
22, illegal kick on purple. Goal is good, though.
Okay, illegal, kick on 22.
Yeah, it's Jennifer Connard. Yes,
Yep.
It's a beater game foul. Luckily, they won't serve any time, but obviously that means bludger control is not going the way of Cleveland here.
Yeah.
And now they need to be a little more careful. We were talking about them maybe able to open up a lead, and suddenly League City, with this bludger control, able to run down a couple opportunities.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes left in that regulation play, Cleveland, I mean, you really are just focusing on getting that bludger control. You're down 10 currently. I shouldn't have even called the score. We're back even. Melinda Staup, who else? We're on the receiving end of a great pass. Honestly, this Cleveland team, I've only seen one truly errant pass. It's been very clean.
Yeah, Melinda Staup, originally from that Indianapolis intensity program, was trained so well there on how to be a threat around the hoops, and she's showing it here over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. And Colin Friday with an immediate answer.
Yeah. I think Colin Friday is very excited to get to the 20-minute mark and start running around this pitch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's already doing it.
Yeah.
The only question I've got, he's had a pretty long shift here. Come time, and they will get a 1-minute break to preface, but come Snitch on pitch time, it might be a shift change that gets him in maybe 23, 24 minutes instead.
Yeah, no, for sure. It really depends how you use your stoppages.
Yeah.
Obviously, League City doesn't have a timeout to use, though they do have the 20-minute timeout.
Exactly. Pass across the middle. Just looking for a shot opportunity. It's just low. You talked about Gaffigan ready to rip it at any moment. Another example there, but this one doesn't go through.
Yeah, that's about a 9-yard shot. That's a little lengthy.
Yeah, not automatic by any stretch of the imagination, and it was actually a little bit covered as well. You don't want to call it desperation because, I mean, they're very well within the game. Just possible that not as comfortable against the 2 bludger set.
Yeah, and, you start to avoid contact a little bit more as you tire out a bit more.
Yeah. And this could be the last possession. Colin Friday on the left side. Pressure by the beater. Kevin Raber gets a good beat. Swats his own bludger back to his teammate. Carlos Alarba. And this is where League City is trying to be as methodical as possible. Make sure you get at least a shot opportunity. Colin Friday's got it. Ripped. It is good. It looks like it bounced off the middle of the hoop, and that's in. Andrew Canto calling it good. It looks like they're going to confer, but, I mean, if you want to talk about fast on the field, he's also probably got the scariest release I've ever seen. It really is a fastball every time, whether it's 2 yards out or 20.
And that is those are textbook zone breaker concepts there, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing from a team who's going to need to play a lot of quid this weekend, probably against a lot of zones.
Yeah, and that's going to bring the score. League City up 20. At this point, the Snitch is worth 35. Cleveland is not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, but set score of 170 to get.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's talk about it. Like, what are you seeing out here?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like Cleveland kind of threw its best punch for that first 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And now League City has kind of settled itself down, figured out what's working against them, is attacking their defenses in the right ways now, doing a better job on the defensive side themselves as well. Though I think they have been rewarded by a couple missed opportunities from Cleveland, or a couple errant shots, as it were.
Yeah.
But yeah, now, like we said, it's going to come all down to how they choose to play the Snitch game. Is neither team going to focus Snitch? Are both teams going to focus Snitch? Is just League City going to switch it up? League City definitely has a bit more freedom because they are not the team who's looking to catch. They're not the team who needs the catch to come back a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. And if you're Cleveland, like getting the Snitch off the field as fast as possible, that's truly the goal. Because that'll get the game back to that half-pitch offense style that Cleveland did honestly really well in outside of the last maybe 2 minutes of the game. But if they can get a quick catch, obviously that's going to give them a big surge in the points, but it's also going to free up their beaters to play more of that defensive style. But, I mean, just talking about some of the big players there, I mean, Hayden Boyes for League City has been extremely impressive. Head coach Dylan Freeman talking about one of the better stories of the team being that this Sam Houston core of League City, they've got one of the longest commutes to practice of any team. And it is just a carpool twice a week, 2 hours one way between this whole squad. And it really has brought that core together. They've got a lot of synergy on the field. And historically, Hayden Boyes touted as one of the worst DJs on the team.
Yeah. And, yeah, I'm very excited. We're most likely, not to play Nostradamus, but we're most likely about to see a lot of League City on these pitches in the early parts of this day. I'm so excited to see how they come out because this is a team that seems to know itself. And as we get further and further in this tournament, we're going to talk about a lot of teams who maybe don't and how that's kind of had a negative effect on their season. This League City team knows who they are.
Yep.
They know all of their personnel. They know how to use it. All of their personnel. One thing, I mean, how many times do we hear Dylan Freeman say, well, this person didn't necessarily really want to do this thing, but they knew they needed to for the team, so that's the position they played, or that's the thing they did in practice. And how big of a difference that's made when it allows you to do things like have Jimmy Evans just running back and forth between chaser and beater all game long.
Yeah, and that's crucial. I mean, you put the team first, and that's how you're going to find success. I mentioned that the New Orleans team that didn't make it out of the South has had their best roster ever, and without some of that selfless play from League City, they might not be here today.
So the early indications are, I think, Cleveland playing the Seeker game and League City not, which is not particularly surprising. It's what we've seen a lot from League City. They do have Sean Townsend in, though, so they are at least looking for a grab, and they're going to get an opportunity here.
Yeah, and the press is going to work. You've got Hayden Boyes now driving. He's going to get tackled. A great wrap up there, and he's going to get pinned to the ground. That Quaffle's going to stay there until beaters come back into play. Actually, no, I lied. He gets up. Okay, they likely called dismount or turnover.
Yep. Peter Brechting finally dropping the hammer for Cleveland. We haven't seen that physicality all game. Excited to see it here. And there is a rule now in MLQ, though I don't think it was triggered there, that in a pileup there is 10 seconds before the ball goes to the defending keeper.
Yep. And Brechting now with that Quaffle. The best tackle we've seen all game, for sure. And it came at a crucial time. That momentum that kind of gets slowed down at that timeout. Oh, scary pass across the middle of the field. And they might pay for it. Gaffigan not able to get to the Quaffle, but the Bludgers are there? No. Beat before the release.
Yeah, and
he's going to be able to drive. Yep. Color Friday. Oh, good stop step and score out of his shoes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice that Cleveland's able to make that decisive type play there, but the problem is that you can only do so much about beaters, and the League City press has been just absolutely suffocating for Cleveland every time it's had an opportunity. And now with Cleveland continuing to play the Seeker game, it's just getting more and more problematic. Now only 5 more goals needed for League City to win this one.
Yeah, Sean Townsend getting beat, seeking for League City. Cleveland with the ball, but they're just looking to create openings for the Seeker. And, I mean, look at this. We're getting a lot of energy here.
Yeah, this is a great effort here from Jack Melnick. He has shot behind Barnard a couple times, but to no avail so far.
Yep, and Matthew Dwyer on the drive. Tries to get the pass over. Gaffigan's going to get beat before he gets a release.
Kevin Raber's always there, though. Unfortunately, Jimmy Evans lost track of the pitch and has stepped out of bounds.
Yeah. A bit difficult. Some of the lines are a bit tougher to see, but
it's a multi-sport line field is the problem, and we've all played on them. It always gets confusing.
Yeah, for sure. No reset used yet, and then obviously Castor cursed immediately.
Melnick almost gets a grab there. I think he couldn't quite hang on, but getting closer and closer to that sock. So the longer Cleveland can maintain these possessions, the better chance they're going to have of making something happen.
Exactly. In League City, I mean, holding off on this press. You've got Kevin Raber with the bludger, but against 2 there, against 1 on the right side, it's not an easy in.
Yeah, just Barnard's doing a favor now. He has Jack Melnick in a straight-on wrestling pin.
No good. Melinda Staub just over her head. Another errant pass, but one of the few.
Yeah, Sean Townsend, who could go and make a play at Barnard, who's on the ground, is just like, I'm just going to let my Quaffle players work. He's literally just hanging out near the Seekers.
Yep. Carlos is going to get the beat to maintain possession for League City. Sean Townsend's going to have about 5 to 6 seconds on Snitch uninterrupted.
Yeah, and Cleveland has to think about changing its tactics here because they're down 5, and they might just need to risk it as well and start playing the Quaffle game.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to make that shift unless you get a catch real quick, and Melnick almost gets it.
Close.
I mean, his energy is always going to be high, but that close already. I mean, the Snitch you could see a little bit tired now. Getting physical for sure.
Yeah, I love the energy out of Melnick. Like you said, it's something that the coach is talking about coming into the tournament, showing up in a big way.
And once you get that close, I mean, you know it's coming. And we get a fresh Seeker coming in. The Snitch may be a little bit tired after what has been a nonstop assault from both of these players. I mean, now is whenever those catches tend to come through.
I think it's a little generous to say that Sean Townsend has been giving nonstop effort.
Right. That's true. Gabe Boris now seeking for Cleveland. Oh, I called it. Oh, yeah, you know exactly. That's whenever the catches come through.
And we've got ourselves a ball game here. If this is good, which it is, 13-11 game to 180. Cleveland is very much back in this one.
Sorry, 180?
180, yep.
Okay, thanks. Yep. Oh, thank you, yeah. My apologies on the initial call.
We're first game of the day. We are pretty far from the scorers table today. We're going to work on those communications throughout the. But we apologize. We also have a down scoreboard, which is not helping matters.
True.
So we will try our best to keep it accurate for you in the booth. Of course, we're very appreciative of everything that Nick Jablonski's doing.
Yeah, as of now, we have Cleveland back in that half court. Carlos not able to get the catch. Kevin Rayburn now pressuring without another beater partner.
Yeah, but this is very smart from Dwyer. He's taking all of his space to give himself as much time as Rayburn's trying to control the press, though they lost bludger control.
The pass behind, Melissa Stout not able to keep control. I mean, those long passes to a player who's closer to the beater than you are, not advised.
Yeah, she had to get that one down cleanly for them to have any chance of maintaining the possession. Once it was bobbled, it was a pretty free beat out of, I believe that was Koyo Salarba.
Yep, absolutely. So bludger control now for Cleveland, pardon me. And we're back in that snitchless gameplay, which is what Cleveland needs, in my opinion. But League City now with an opportunity. They've got a drive threat. Oh, the beat is going to come through. The pass, that's way too late,
Yeah.
Going to be a turnover of the Quaffle.
Yep, simple enough. And Cleveland's settling down here, and they are very
Fast
much
break
in this
opportunity.
game. Yeah.
No bludgers on the defensive end.
Yeah, we'll see what Raber's long form arm looks like, because he's going to have to whale this one about 50 yards down the pitch.
Yeah. And
take a good crow hop, Kevin.
Ralph Mandujano on the receiving end.
Oh, he almost got the beat off.
Yeah.
That would have been crazy.
I mean, we see it once every season, honestly.
So Gaffigan end-to-end there.
Crucial goal. You've got the momentum now for Cleveland, and this game is tight.
Yeah, this is a fight. This is 6 more goals needed for Cleveland, 5 more goals needed for League City. We are basically on even pegging. This is why I love the MLQ end game. It gives us so many opportunities like this for a game really coming down to the wire.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, if we could get a first game golden goal situation, I mean, I can't ask for anything more. Ralph bringing up the pressure, looking to get bludger control.
Ralph a convert to beater this season for the Legends.
And playing if you asked me, I would have had no clue.
Yeah.
Just so much poise and so quick. The decision making is so immediate that you expect it out of like a 4-year veteran, honestly. But League City just being patient. Every possession matters. We got Steven Vigil with the ball.
Yeah, the clock isn't a factor anymore, so there's no reason to ever rush a possession.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the beat's going to come through, just kind of falling asleep there. But that's fine. Perry Walton with the shot, no good, down and to the left. But the Quaffle stays for League City. Bludger's going to miss. Matt Dwyer on the defense. He's not going to be able to get there in time. Perry Walton with the second opportunity, the shot, the score.
Yeah, this is just so under control from League City in these half-court sets. And it's been a lot of the work of Jimmy Evans behind the hoops to just kind of almost run the offense from back there and find the 1-2 passes that are getting them these goals.
Honestly, every possession of the ball that was clean on the backside for League City has resulted in a goal.
Yep.
If they continue to work that backside, they're going to take this game.
So 4 more goals now needed for League City, 6 for Cleveland, but it remains a close one. Cleveland now kind of going to what they trust the most. We see Gaffigan in the game. We see Sam Rabnicki in the game. You know, we were talking to Coach Ben Strauss, and he said the two of them hadn't even had a chance to practice together until a few weeks ago, so they only played on separate lines. Now they've gotten some reps together. Now they're coming in the game together.
And it's no shock to me that this has been the best offense Cleveland has shown. Oh, the block! That could be goaltending, though.
Yeah.
That's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, I love the effort. The recognition there from Haley Dupree, who was covering someone and made a last-second turn to try to deflect.
Right.
But like you said, if you're a chaser, can't be on the backside of the hoop making that block.
I mean, just reflexes in general. You're not going to, pull back from that block opportunity. And, worst case, you get the, obstruction of vision. Maybe the call doesn't come through. You just make the play no matter what.
And otherwise, it's going through the hoops and
exactly.
It's goal anyway. Yeah. There's not a foul attached to it. You don't have to serve a card.
Right. It's a pass interference on a touchdown pass. You might as well.
Yeah. So Cleveland's now going to use their timeout. New rule in MLQ in the 2021 season where you can actually use your timeout even in the snitch on pitch period as long as you're just extending a stoppage. So refs had to call a stoppage to discuss that goaltending, which they did award to the ref. And now it will be a timeout as these teams try to discuss how they're going to come down the stretch here.
I mean, it is everything I could have wanted in a first game matchup.
This has been the season in a nutshell, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you mentioned the parity. I mean, we've got two teams. Cleveland historically finding it. I mean, its most success it's ever had in a season, and League City I mean, they've been to the semifinals before at MLQ Championships. Yeah. And for this to be a tight game, it's going to do wonders for a Cleveland program that is on the rise. They're such a young team with so much new talent coming in that, I mean, come next season and the season after, they're just getting better and better and better.
Yeah, this is a Cleveland team that its number one job on this season and this weekend is to make these players want to come back, right? Because they have so much potential.
Yeah.
You got to go out and call their first series of the season against the Intensity. The Intensity absolutely ran them off the pitch. This was a young team who wasn't ready to play together yet. The amount they have changed in the past 6 weeks to what they are on this pitch right now is absolutely incredible.
Unrecognizable, I would say. And they're doing it without arguably one of their best players and one of the best players in the North, Ben Strauss. Yep. The shot's going to come through. It's a good goal. They call no beat. Amazing goal there from Colin Friday.
Yeah, the danger of calling a timeout when League City is holding a ball is League City is going to sit there in their timeout and say, hey, we can run, right? We love running.
Yeah, are we going right or left? Exactly. And, I mean, they've only got 3 more goals to get.
Yeah.
And for a League City team, that could be 30 seconds, honestly. So Cleveland just trying to slow down the pace, make sure that the possessions are clean. They need bludger control back to get back into this game. Sam Rapnicki with the ball. He's going to be able to drive on no bludgers, but you have to create the opportunity. Melinda, no good. Good wrap up there. Throwing it into the defense, not giving her a very clean opportunity to get a shot off.
Yeah, we talked about League City being a team of adjustments. I think Perry Walton is now shading one to stop side a little more.
Yeah, definitely. Colin Friday on the drive. Good wrap up there. Sam Rapnicki going to keep him on the ground. They might be called, though. Yeah. Cullen losing the ball in the middle of the field.
Yeah, so Rapnicki's headed to the box. But, again, I mean, this is the point in the game where you're going to be selling out to stop goals.
Absolutely.
44, purple, from behind, 1 minute.
Yep. Contact from behind. But, I mean, you mentioned it. Just like the goaltending call, if he's going to score, you need to just make any effort possible. Yeah, the card's going to come through, but outside of a double yellow at that point, you know, where the infraction, you know, has a lot more of a consequence, you know, you make the play whenever you can.
Yeah. And as everything gets sorted out, we're here in Howard County, Maryland, in the Troy Park complex. This field, can we talk about this field? We are like on a hillside. It is beautiful.
Yeah, just gorgeous. You know, the shot's not going to go through. The block, no good. Yeah, it is good. It is good. Excuse me.
Yeah, I thought either maybe a beat or a block would come in there, but somehow he found a way to get that one off.
Yeah, Hayden Boyes with what it almost was a sky hook of a shot upwards into the hoop, and that's going to, I mean, that's enough. 2 more goals for League City. Yeah, this complex. I mean, you've got obviously, you know, Maryland, gorgeous scenery in general, but yeah, on a hill, just like elevated to you know, the importance of the event, I assume, of course. But yeah, and you couldn't ask for honestly better weather. Melinda Staub's going to keep control. Oh, tries to get it back to Matt Dwyer and isn't going to be able to do that. Colin Friday on the fast break. He's just going to beat everybody. There's no way you're going to stop somebody like that.
Yeah, I think he gained about 7 yards on the last defender just in the course of making that 30-yard sprint.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always talk about nobody ever truly hits top speed on a pitch, and there is always going to be exceptions. Colin Friday is the human exception, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He just does things that, you know, shouldn't really be possible on the pitch, and most of that is just all of that speed.
Yes, so, yeah, it's pretty dire for Cleveland at this point, right? I think League City is going to close this one out, but Cleveland still has another game to play, 100%. They go to the loser's bracket, and I'm going to be excited to see what they can do down here, but here League City is looking to win.
Yeah, we got Haley Dupree on the drive. She's got the pass, and the score! Yeah, we get a game winner! Haley Dupree on the pass. I think
that is Lisa Rice.
Okay, I didn't want to assume.
It is, it is.
Yep. A beautiful pass and score. I mean, League City so excited. You saw the sideline go nuts, not just for the win, but that connection. The passing team that they're trying to become, the like overall success of every single player being a scoring threat, that was a perfect culmination of that.
Yeah, they were talking about how much effort Lisa's been putting in practice.
Yeah.
She's a little bit down the depth chart for this team, but Haley Dupree is not, and she continues to show up. And what a way to draw the contact there at the end and finish with that pass. It's a really nice win for League City. I think we're going to take a break here.
Yeah.
We're going to get back for some post-game analysis, I believe. We are excited for you guys to be following us all weekend long. We'll be here on Pitch One, on all of our social media. We will be right back. Thanks for watching.
Yep. Let's go, dude. That was sick.
Legends, fresh off the first win of the day. Colin, you guys got off to a bit of a slow start. What were you trying to do to adjust as you went through that game?
So me personally, what I was trying to do was, I guess, not play so poorly. Look for passes more.
Sure.
And then do better on defense because I definitely let a few go in pretty early. And so, yeah, I wasn't really ready, but it's early. So it was good to get going and get in the groove.
Yeah, we know you're shading a little bit more towards one to stop side after she put a couple by you. So definitely the right play there.
Yeah.
In terms of that offensive side, they obviously were kind of running that zone against you throughout the series. Is that something you guys were preparing for and something that just took a little bit more time to get comfortable attacking?
Us on offense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we have been practicing that. I kind of have missed a few practices because I was letting my shoulder heal.
Sure.
So I'm sure they've been doing things. But yeah, we practice that, going against the zone.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, you're your most comfortable in the fast break situation. So what were your kind of beaters showing you and kind of opening up those opportunities for you?
So I just kind of watch for them whenever they go, and once they distract that beater, then that's the cue to go for it.
Yeah, obviously you got to take things one game at a time, but you've known the bracket for a while. You guys knew Washington was coming next. I'm sure you've had a chance to play against some of these players before. So what are you guys kind of expecting out of this Washington team?
Definitely some more physicality. So we're going to be ready for some hits. We're going to be ready to reciprocate as well. So we're looking for an exciting game coming up.
Awesome. Well, Colin, thanks so much for taking the time. Best of luck in your game. I'll let you guys get back to preparation.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one.
We'll be back soon with League City versus Washington.
Good morning, everybody. This is Craig Garrison. I'm here with Jack McGovern, and we have an exciting game today. It's going to be League City Legends versus the Washington Admirals. They're the home team here.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get started today. We had a great first game between the Cleveland Riff and the League City Legends. The Legends came out on top despite Cleveland catching the Snitch, and I'm really excited to see what the Admirals can do here, the top-seeded team in the play-in bracket, going against a tough team from Texas.
Absolutely. Both teams are starting, getting ready for brooms up, and we do have a starting lineup here for Washington of Tyler Trudeau at keeper, Julia Bear as starting chaser, Dale Farman starting chaser, John Sheridan starting chaser, and then Katrina Heichels, please help.
And we've gotten a brooms up.
Thank you. Looking down at my sheet, calling the play. We do have a quaffle recovered by Tyler Trudeau of the Washington Admirals. He's going to be slowly walking the ball up, looking for an opportunity, as his beaters do sub out.
Yeah, this is Melissa Smith in the game for the Washington Admirals and Cody Nardone. They have recovered bludger control. They're going to go to work here.
Washington's looking for an opportunity here. Pass to the right-hand side. Looks good defense by Colin Friday of League City Legends. Strong quaffle defense here from League City Legends if they stop the ball, but an easy pass to Julia Bear. Washington scores.
Oh, I love that look from John Sheridan to find Julia Bear and break down that League City zone defense. Great to see to start off the game.
Absolutely. John Sheridan shrugged off that tackle and able to make a really clean pass to the left-hand side. League City is going to bring the ball up casually up the field. They're in a three-set offense up top with a chaser behind the hoops. We do have a beater up top on the defending Washington players.
Yeah, that's Kevin Raber beating out the Washington point defenders.
We have a pass to the left-hand side. We have a drive here from Hayden. Great tackle and wrap-up here from Washington. A pass to the top, back to Colin Friday to the top. Colin Friday probing, looking to pass behind the hoops. It's blocked by Tyler Trudeau. Washington recovers the ball. And that's John Sheridan, right? Driving the ball to the left-hand side. Nobody there to defend. Another easy bucket by Washington, and they're off to a hot start.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Washington Admirals. This is why they are so dangerous. They have speed on the counterattack. They can break down a defense. They are just a team with tons of offensive firepower.
Absolutely.
And they're up 20-0 right now.
Right now we have the League City Legends bringing the ball up. Right-hand side, pass it back to Colin Friday at the top of the key. He's going to the right-hand side, looking for a beater exchange so he can drive. Being patient, going to the well. For those at home, the well is the right-hand side of the hoops. We got a drive here and a shot. Shot is no good. Colin Friday recovers. We got a floater over the top. Good defense by Tyler Trudeau. He's able to do a two-handed block. And the ref does has a hand up for a call, and we'll wait for that call.
Yeah, and Tyler Trudeau and Melissa Smith are all over that play to the back of the hoops. League City is going to have to be careful on a play like that to send the quaffle a little bit further behind the hoops.
Washington's bringing the ball up. We do have four quaffle players at the top of the key. League City seems to be running a man defense. Currently has bludger control. Let's see if they can get a stop here in this play. Tyler's handling the ball on the left side of the pitch. A pass back behind the hoops. Julia, that is a fantastic pass, but beat right before the shot. Julia drove from behind the hoops, past to Tyler Trudeau on a cutter, and it was beat right before the shot. League City recovers the ball.
Yeah, I'm liking this look from the League City Legends defensively. They have Carlos Alarba and Jimmy Evans in the game at beater, and they lost bludger control, but defended the play well.
Absolutely. Very aggressive beater set here from League City Legends. League City offense patient, passing the ball around from the back of the hoops to the front of the hoops. We've got a tackle. It was a stop for Washington. Pass back to Colin Friday. A large pass to the left-hand side of the hoops. It's deflected by Washington and recovered by Washington on the right side of the hoops.
That's Dale Farnan with the recovery there. He got out there to the wing to get the loose ball.
Dale Farnan, number 30, with a fantastic defense there. I don't even think he saw the quaffle coming. All right, we have a few substitutions on the beater end. Perhaps, Jackie, you can let me know who just subbed in.
Yeah,
for
that's
Washington.
Bernie Burgess and Katrina Hicks, one of the 2 beating pairs that Washington has really relied on this season. They've performed well.
And they're already making a difference there. They have a beat on the point defender. Fantastic tackle there from League City Legends number 19, Mr. Townsend.
Yeah, John Sheridan lunged for that loose ball, but couldn't quite get the putback shot.
Here we go, League City just trying to hold on to the ball while the Washington Beaters are decimating them. They can't even hold on to the ball within their own side of the pitch, Jack.
Wow, and look at that play from Bernie Burgess, and he's just loving it as the crowd responds. He cleared out the League City chasers, didn't even give them the chance to start their possession, and John Sheridan found the loose ball and scored the goal.
So the score currently is 30-0. Game time. Currently don't have that in front of me, but definitely the hometown team here is making a difference. Thank you. Game time right now is 5 minutes in. League City's going to look for a first bucket here with Colin Friday driving, dodging, past the back of the hoops. It's immediately beat. This beater is going wild.
Yeah, Bernie Burgess, originally a chaser for the University of Miami, a former Team USA player at chaser, has shifted to beater this season for the Washington Admirals. Has played some beater in the past, but this has been his best performances this year for the Admirals.
Begs the question if he's going to make Team USA as a beater now. Washington brings the ball up. A patient offense. Pass to the left-hand side. Washington casually brings the ball to the left-hand side. Pass back to Tyler Trudeau at the top of the key. Looking for a pass to the right-hand side.
Wow, and that's Tyler Trudeau to Rachel Heald. I love that from the Washington Admirals. That is a really dangerous play if they can post up Rachel Heald around the hoops and feed her the ball for easy goals like that.
Makes it look easy. They definitely have some chemistry there.
For sure.
League City bringing the ball up. We do have a substitution here bringing in Perry Walton as keeper. Definitely a very aggressive offensive player. Pass back to the top for League City. We have a drive to the left-hand side. Just looking for a passing opportunity. Washington beats out the chaser there. Perry Walton does get beat and perhaps and we'll get a call for the refs here. Perhaps a play after the beat. No call on the play. We do see this aggressive style defense from Perry Walton coming in the game. Hopefully this is a game changer. Oh, he did his recovery, and immediately a score from Perry Walton. It pays off the aggressive full-court defense.
What a response from the League City Legends. Kevin Raber, the beater, pressured Washington as they were trying to bring the quaffle up the pitch, and like you said, Perry Walton intercepted the pass for the goal.
Yeah, sometimes the substitutions just bring a little bit of life into the team. League City is going to try to get another stop here. Washington's bringing the ball up. Still has predominantly their starting lineup in, I believe. We do have Tyler Trudeau. Rachel Heald is actually in the back of the hoops. Pass to the right-hand side, looking for a pass behind the hoops. Got immediately a shot. Once again, all too easy. Number 10 for Washington scores from behind the hoops with about a 15-foot shot.
Yeah, that's Brian Mulcahy, and he's actually their leading scorer this year with 25 goals. He's mostly played with the second unit for the Admirals, and this is mostly a second unit look for the Admirals, but with Tyler Trudeau in at keeper.
Brian Mulcahy, am I wrong that he used to play on the Boston?
Yes.
Okay.
This is his first season with the Admirals.
Thank you so much. We got some pressure here from the Washington defense. Looking somewhat like League City. Perry's going for the ball. He dives on the ball, and we do have a stoppage of play.
Yeah, that's Riley Stars with the quaffle. Stars is coming in after missing a few series. He's a key physical presence for the Admirals that just adds another weapon to their chasing game. This is exciting to see him on the field with the other players who've been starring for Washington all season.
That is something to be considered as the depth comes into play here when you do have a two-day tournament. Washington seems stacked. They have 1, 2, maybe 3 lines that are all capable. Back to play, we do have a pass to Brian Mulcahy, and he scores right through the hoop.
Oh, yeah, this is a very deep team, and the Admirals are just pouring it on right now.
Currently, the score is 60-10, Washington Admirals. Perry Walton bringing the ball up for League City Legends. Looking to make a difference here. We have to do League City with a missed beat over the center, but we do have a chaser. Hayden is going to be driving for League City Legends. Immediately beat out by the Washington Admirals, and they do recover looking for a fast break. A fast break on the right-hand side. Going to the center of the hoops. Pass to the left. Pass back to the center. Pass to the right-hand side to Heald of Washington. Pass back up to the center. It's a tackle by League City Legends. And Washington beats out with an alley-oop to the back of the hoops. And he scores again.
That is pretty. Watch Riley Stars shake off that tackle and then throw it up for Brian Mulcahy, and we're going to get a timeout from the League City Legends here.
League City's going to take this timeout and figure out what is going on. We do have a lot of easy pass dunks and easy pass shots here from Washington.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. They can't leave Brian Mulcahy open at the far hoops. He's going to jump up and catch those passes and dunk them easily. And we've already seen League City leave a couple players open by the hoops. Rachel Heald earlier, another player who you just can't give any space around the hoops because she's going to score. She's going to position her body, she's going to make the catch, and she's going to put it through the hoop.
You mentioned Heald, and I'll double down with Bear. I mean, at the beginning of the game, she was a key pass option behind the hoops to get the offense kind of rolling and ticking so they could find the open chaser on the opposite side of the hoops. They're just passing all around this League City defense.
Oh, yeah. You're going to see the ball movement from Washington, and every chaser understands what their game plan is, and they know that they're going to share the ball. That's how they win games.
This is a very experienced team here. Once again, this is the hometown heroes here, the Washington Admirals.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of support they get from the home crowd here as the day goes on. I think they're going to make a run through this play-in bracket, and we're probably going to see them in the quarterfinals later on if they keep playing like this.
All right, timeout is over, and we do have the League City with the ball, bringing the ball up. The score is once again, we do have 70-10 Washington Admirals. Perry Walton pass to the right-hand side. We have a drive behind the hoops. Two League City players there. Pass back up to Perry. Pass back to the back. Looking for a shot. It's blocked. Fantastic block there from Washington. It is recovered by League City. He's wrapped up and recovered by Washington.
Yeah, the drive there was by Chris Dorsey, who was one of their youngest players from Sam Houston, 20 years old. He's been a key ball carrier for them this season. Just wasn't able to get through the Washington defense there.
Okay, pass to the right-hand side. Behind the hoops for Washington. We have number 8, David Littleton, getting tackled by League City. He still has the ball. He's still on his feet. And we're getting a group tackle here from League City. But we do have a yellow card on – let's see, this is a
that's boys, Hayden Boys.
Thank you, Hayden Boys.
22, illegal tackle, off feet, 1 minute.
We have a legal tackle off feet.
Yeah, unfortunate call for the Legends there because they definitely needed to add some physicality on defense, but obviously need to stay within the confines of the rules.
Okay, so this will be a power play here for Washington behind the hoops. They do have kind of a perfect setup here with a chase to the right-hand side. Look for Littleton to drive and dish, possibly for goal on the small hoop here.
Looks like we got Tony Romo here predicting plays in the booth.
Well, we'll see if it comes true. He decided just to shoot it and launch it. It does seem that was a no-good shot.
Maybe you should have listened.
I couldn't have predicted that. We do have Perry Walton bringing the ball up. Score once again is 70-10. Washington Admirals, League City Legends. We do some beater exchanges here. League City clearing out the point defenders. Beater duel there. Perry driving. Oh, spin move by Perry. He has 2 people on him, 3 people on him. He keeps driving, holding onto the ball. It does seem like he's off broom, and Perry is a little perturbed there. Washington recovers. And there's a stoppage of play. And for those at home, it is Walton instead of Perry. Pardon me.
Yeah, Walton has brought a lot of activity to the Legends offense. but he's got to find some open chasers. They've got to space their offense and move the ball like Washington is.
Absolutely. Spacing is key. If you've been watching Quidditch for some time, there is a term called hero balling in our sport where one player with the ball will look to hold on to it the entirety of the possession and look to basically score by themselves with a little help of the beaters. As we've evolved, we do have spread offenses and wonderful passing, as you see from teams like Washington that have kind of like brought Quidditch to the next level. Here we are waiting for the ref.
He's got to be in the penalty box.
Here we are waiting for a ref's call.
I think they're just making sure Walton stays in the penalty box.
Was he attempting to leave?
I think he didn't realize that he had been assessed a yellow card.
Neck tackle 22, Washington. 15, unsportsmanlike, League City.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Perry Walton had a fantastic drive and did receive a neck tackle, but also got the unsportsmanlike conduct call there, which kind of voids that call for against Washington. So Washington's going to retain quaffle and bludger control here. We do have a game time of over 11 minutes. Washington looking to seal the deal here.
This is David Littleton with the quaffle, working on the League City defense.
Pass left to Mulcahy, number 10 for Washington. Pass back up top to Littleton. We do have Heald at the top of the key. Pass back to Mulcahy. Pass up to Heald.
And Mulcahy dodged a bludger. There are no bludgers back for League City. Littleton working.
Littleton shakes off to tackle. Pass over to Heald. She can't handle it. And, right off the top of the hoop. That is unfortunate. We do see that time to time. League City recovers, and they kind of escaped a nail-biter there of a possession.
Yeah, they did. That's one way to kill a penalty.
All right, we do have boys ball handling here as Walton's back in the play after his penalty. He's going to be patient until Walton shows up to his left-hand side.
Boys has been the leading goal scorer for the Legends with 22 goals.
Boys with the drive and a pass behind the hoops. Pass back up to Boys. Pass to Walton. Walton looking for a shot. Shot from 30-plus feet. I have seen Walton make that shot before, but at that time it was not the right call. Washington blocks and recovers. Littleton bringing the ball up.
Yeah, the shot was on point, it looked like from here, but the keeper obviously deflected it away.
Absolutely. Heald ball handling at the top of the key. Pass to the right-hand side to Littleton. And we do have a handoff here to number 5 for Washington. Spin move. Great tackle. He's holding on. Very strong legs there. Oh, and we do have a call. It's a turnover call here. Ball turnover to League City Legends. I'm not sure what the call was.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Okay. We have Boys bringing the ball up. He's in a slow ball.
I should note, Boys is the leading goal scorer, but also the leading assist on the League City Legend. So excited to see what he can do with the ball in his hands.
All good things are flowing through Boys right now. Let's see if he can carry them to a victory. We do have the beater beating out the point defender twice in a row here for Washington. Boys on the right-hand side of the pitch. He's looking for a pass to the middle to Perry. Oh, no, this is Colin Friday back in the field. Pass over to let's see.
That's Ashton John Lewis.
Yeah, John Lewis, his number's 31 for League City. First time subbing into the game. He did recover the ball and was immediately beat out by Washington, but there seems to be a stoppage of play. Refs are discussing the call. And we do have a beautiful day here for Quidditch. It's 79 degrees. Heat index seems to be a little higher than that, Jack.
Yeah, it definitely feels warmer.
Yeah, we are here in Elk Ridge, Maryland.
Playing after beat, 45, 1 minute.
And we do have playing after the beat. This is a call on O'Brien of League City Legends. Washington recovers, looking for a possible fast break opportunity, gets one bludger. Fantastic beat from the League City Legends, stops the fast break. Heald recovers, pass to the left-hand side for Washington. We have a drive, slow drive, methodical, no good, beat before the shot. Littleton behind the hoops for Washington. He is tackled by Boys of League City Legends. He did believe Washington turned his back to him before the tackle, hoping to get a legal tackle there, but no, the refs call it engage from behind.
That was TJ Jenneret in the game for the first time on the drive and the missed shot. He was so close. He's been absolutely electric for the Admirals. A relatively young player from the University of Maryland has just really stepped up in his minutes and performed well at the MLQ level.
Definitely impressed by Jenneret's Euro step there. We have a drive here for Littleton. Putting the ball through hoops. It's blocked by the hoop, but it's recovered.
That's Lawrence Lazewski who cleans up the goal there, the former Michigan State player and 2012 Team USA player.
Fantastic hustle there. Washington now up 80-10 with 14 minutes into the game. Let's see if League City can get any momentum here. We do have Friday handling the ball for League City, being assisted by O'Brien at beater, tapping out the point defender for Washington. O'Brien making a difference here, beating out the players. Friday looking for a drive, spin move from Friday. Clean shot, push shot from Friday. It is a goal. League City Legends putting points on the board. 20 League City to 80 Washington.
And this has been a good shift from Phil O'Brien and Jimmy Evans in the beater game for the Legends, creating some space on the offensive end and then recovering bludger control.
Let's see if O'Brien and Evans can stay on and keep making a difference.
Looks like they just brought in Kevin Raber.
Raber makes a substitution here. Very aggressive beater set from League City Legends. Boys on point defender, guarding Washington on the right-hand side. Washington's in a spread offense, 3 top, 1 behind the hoops. Pass to the left-hand side. Number 21 of Washington looking for a drive. Great bludger block there from 21. Still at the top of the key. Nope. Ref calls it beat. We do have a turnover. Boys with the recovery. He's being tackled by 2 defenders, and we do have a call here.
I think they're going to get John Sheridan for a tackle from behind here. Boys was just taken off already on the fast break.
Yeah, it's one of those situations you do see a turnover that shouldn't have been maybe, and you want to try to
High tackle, number 20, Washington, 1 minute.
We have Friday with the ball. He's dodging, he's weaving, right-hand side. He just lays the ball in. League City 2 quick goals here, making it 30-80 against Washington's. I believe this is maybe their second or third line, so perhaps Washington will try to sub in maybe their starters to clinch the deal.
Yeah, there are a couple players here who are getting some of their first minutes of the day for sure. Andrew Stevenson is the keeper from the University of Michigan in the game right now. Jenneret with the ball.
Great pick, great pass to the left-hand side.
And that's Julia Rankin with the goal from George Mason.
Fantastic. Yeah, Rankin received that ball after a great pick on the point player for Washington. Drove to the right-hand side and then passed across the middle of the keeper zone, League City, to Raper for the score.
Yeah, that's a fantastic cut.
We do have some beater action on behalf of Washington versus League City. Raper is out of the play now. We do have a pass to the back of the hoops for League City. Looks like a dodge beat, but then a pass to the ground. Washington recovers the ball looking for a fast break. We have Raber here on the right-hand side. I don't think Washington knows he's there. And the beat is just slightly too late. We get a goal here from Washington.
Yeah, that's Stevenson with the goal. And Jenneret created that play, running down the pitch and getting through the League City defense. I love to see it.
Yeah, some of these more experienced teams know when a fast break is imminent, and the beaters will go up with the quaffle players, making goals super easy. We do have substitution here. It's Freeman coming in at keeper. His first time playing this game. Definitely a force for the League City Legends. We have a pass to the left-hand side for League City. Some beater play here, creating a no bludger opportunity. Freeman driving. He has 2 people on him, spinning. 2 people still on him. And he's finally brought to the ground right after the call. It's kind of a David and Goliath situation there.
Yeah. Head ref Andrew Canto is going to stop the play and give a yellow card to Andrew Stevenson. We'll wait for the call.
And I wasn't able to see if Freeman was able to hold on to the quaffle.
I think our referee might cut out there, but yeah, a yellow card.
Disadvantage. So
So do we have the ref explaining the call here, the advantage? Is this correct where you can move, is it laterally or?
I think that's right.
Yeah, so we do have a shot at the top of the hoop. It is just slightly missed by Freeman. He wishes he could have that one back. Washington recovers. And Stevenson's going to bring the ball up on the right-hand side of the pitch. Washington does have bludger control here. They've had bludger control majority of the game. I know that League City's recovered it a few times, but giving it right back to Washington. Ball at the center of the pitch, top of the key for Washington. They do have all of their quaffle players at the top of the pitch, but Stevenson on the right-hand side. Incredible tackle there from Townsend, and a swat on the bludger as well. But we do have a drive here. Freeman going to have a stop. But we do have Washington just running around Freeman for a score.
Yeah, and Sheridan took that tackle and just popped right back up and drove right around the League City defense for the goal.
And we do have the score here, 110-30, Washington at 18-15. Dylan Freeman driving here. He is tackled. Ball's poked out. Freeman recovers. Pass to the back inside. Drive here from Townsend. Shot right over the top of the hoop. That top hoop's been the bane of this League City existence. And we do have a scuffle for the ball here with Washington recovering. They're grappling on the ground. And a pass back to Stevenson. Washington recovers. The crowd is getting involved in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're excited to see the performance of some of these less experienced Washington Admirals players, and League City is bringing it now. They've shown some good looks the past few possessions.
With 1 minute left here in regular play before Snitch on pitch, League City probably wants to get a few goals in to be in this game once the Snitch comes on pitch. Washington holding the ball at the top of the key. They're going to be patient here before the 20-minute mark. Pass to the right-hand side. We do have a beater exchange. League City with bludger control here. Pressuring the quaffle player. Great block there from number 30 of Washington. Looking for a shot, fake shot, pump fake. Pass to the left-hand side. And recovered by League City. Washington just mishandled the ball there. Crowd getting involved because there was some beater interactions, very physical play. League City holds on to bludger control as they make a sub. We do have Walton coming in for the substitution as keeper.
Yeah, I think the crowd was involved because number 11, Abby Lloyd, the young beater for George Mason, made a great catch, but the refs ruled that she was out of bounds, I believe.
We have a new player for League City, Stefan Vigil. Perry Walton drives. Dunk is blocked by Washington. Washington's defense has really impressed me today.
Yeah, they're a stout defensive team. They're better known for their offense, but they can certainly make hits around the hoops. They can cover ground quickly, and their beaters play conservatively on defense to make them a really hard team to break down.
Absolutely, yeah. Quaffle players are the first line of defense, and those beaters are always there for your safety net, if you will. So that'll be the end of the first half or regulation. And as both teams discuss the first 20 minutes, let's see if League City can come out with a different strategy. Is there anything that, if you were down there, you'd recommend to the League City team to make some changes?
Yeah, I mean, I like how when they've been able to get through the middle of the zone, they've been able to draw in the Washington defense. And what they have to do then is kick out the ball. They have to have the spacing in order to make an effective pass when the Washington Admirals defense collapse in the middle. So if they have a player like Dylan Freeman at ball carrier and he's driving down the middle, the Washington defense is going to collapse. He's got to kick it out. Same thing if they have more of a faster player like Colin Friday or Perry Walton, who's very active around the top of the key and is also going to attract a lot of attention. But then they got to find somebody like Hayden Boyes off ball, maybe on the wing, to get into some dangerous spaces. Haley Dupre too could be found on some of those plays. So. Yeah, I think this game is not out of reach for the League City Legends, as well as the Washington Admirals have played.
Absolutely, and I think that's a perfect roadmap for success here for League City Legends was the drive and kick. And I don't think Dupree has actually scored a goal this game. She's typically a great option for League City because they're very centered on that drive and dish, and she's usually available for them. I haven't seen her all game.
Yeah, they need to get her involved. They need to get lots of players involved here if they want to have a chance at a comeback.
Absolutely. And we do have some starters subbing in here for Washington. It looks like they're starting lineups in here with Tyler Trudeau with the ball, surrounded here by 2 League City Legend players to start the 20 minutes. Possibly a fast break opportunity. We do have the Snitch on the pitch. He'll become active at 30 seconds into the Snitch on pitch game.
Yeah, our Snitch is John Smutney. He's been outstanding as a Snitch in the East Division this year.
Yeah, from up here in the booth, he does seem like a towering Snitch. Wouldn't want to seek against him.
Yeah, for sure.
We do have Washington. This is Trudeau for Washington bringing the ball up slowly while Washington Seekers are engaging. Washington Seeker right now is number 3. It's TJ Jenneret. He's having all the time in the world here. We do have double beat here from League City. And it looks like League City actually is going to come out with their Snitch on pitch strategy they've used all season, which is just focusing on quaffle play. Drive here from Vigil to the right-hand side. Pass to Friday is intercepted by Bear. Washington recovers. That could have been an easy goal there.
Oh, this is really exciting that the League City Legends beaters are going to focus on the quaffle game. They're going to trust that Smutney is going to be able to hold off Jenneret as well as the League City and Chris Dorsey, the League City Legend Seeker, could maybe get a catch, and they're going to hope that they can make a comeback in the quaffle game.
Absolutely. This is a very kind of unique strategy to Major League Quidditch here, focusing just on the quaffle play. For those at home, they did add 60 points on to the final score for Washington, which was 110, making the set score 170. So 170 is that final score that you need to reach in order to win the game. So you can accomplish that many ways by scoring and also grabbing the Snitch for 35 points to add on to that score. So we do have Washington with the ball, past the Bear. Bear drives to the left, shake and bakes, pass to the right-hand side. I think Mulcahy drives and dunks. League City is not able to hang on and get a tackle there for the stop.
Oh, I love that. And just too much individual skill from Bear and Mulcahy there to beat their defenders one-on-one.
Hey, sometimes skill is just too much, right? Walton coming to the right-hand side, pass to Vigil. Vigil holding onto the ball, pass to the right-hand side, League City Legends. League City does have a reset. It's intercepted by Mulcahy. Individual effort here. He is beat, though, and Perry Walton's going to recover the ball.
Brendan Hutton in at Seeker for the Washington Admirals now. He's got those longer arms that maybe can give Smutney a little bit more difficulty.
Yeah, we do have Washington here trying to get budget control, see if they can do it. We do have Walton here driving past the left-hand side to Pre. Just what we called as far as the game plan here was a little bit of a drive and dish there from Walton to Dupree. That's typically their bread and butter.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Perfect from Haley Dupree to get the goal there. Big for the Legends to respond to the goal that the Admirals just scored.
In order for this to work, though, the score right now is 120 to 40. Washington only has 50 points left in order to get to 170. Perry Walton does recover here on the defense. He's going to add another score for League City. He's driving against a one-blooder situation here. He shoots to the top of the hoop. It looked good from here, but it's called no good.
Yeah, notably, Washington has kept their beaters in the quaffle game, too, for the most part, although Bernie Burgess is going to make an explosive play right now to try to blow up the bubble around the Seeker. Because they trust their offense to get those 5 points to reach the set score of remaining.
Absolutely. Exciting drive here and pass blocked by Walton from Washington. Recovered by Washington here. This is number 21, I believe, from Washington recovering and scored 23, pardon me.
23, Riley Stars.
Thank you. Stars there with a great recovery. I think he also had another recovery earlier in the game. He's Mr. Hustle today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to work really hard for those loose balls and has a nose for the hoops. Yeah, I love it.
Scores 130 to 40. And we do have a grab here. This would put Washington 5 points away from victory.
This is Brendan Hutton, the Maryland player, former Maryland player. He's been a beater a bit for the Admirals. And
Catch!
And the catch is good.
And I do apologize for those at home. I'm thinking back to 2019 here. Snitch is worth 25 points.
No, it's 35. It was 45 previously in the 2019 season. The Snitch is now worth 35
Thank you. My
points.
handwriting was a little off there. I'll re-correct myself. It is 35 points.
You had it right the first time.
Thank you, sir. Pass back to the hoops. Trudeau recovers. Score is currently is it 165? 165 here. Washington looking for the final goal. Here it is. Too easy. Okay, he for the finish. Washington Admirals with the victory here as they march through the bracket.
Yeah, and the snitch catch was key for the Admirals. They've had some trouble earlier in the season catching snitches. They started the season 0-5, remember? And it was really putting Brendan Hutton, the seeker who caught the snitch in this game, into the seeker game that really started to change their fortunes with the snitch on pitch this season and allowed them to knock off the Boston Forge earlier this year. And we're seeing it again in their first game of the MLQ Championships here in Elk Ridge, Maryland.
Absolutely. League City did play a great game. They did figure out, I think, their strategy to victory a little bit too late. They are sent to the losers bracket, and they will look to build off that, and perhaps we'll see them later again today in the winners bracket. Jack, it's been a pleasure commentating with you. It is beautiful out here. Can't wait to kind of see more Quidditch today.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a pleasure commentating with you two, and yeah, we'll be back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reed. I'm here with Bernie from the last game, Washington. They come into the game. A lot of people criticizing the beater play as far as Washington saying that might be a weak point for the team. I mean, it's hard to say given how strong the waffle play is. Of course, you're going to run into some competition there. But you were outstanding. I mean, you had that everybody saw the play right by the hoops. You've got like 4 beats in a row, and you just come out of the pitch. I mean, you get the goal. You run down the pitch, and everybody's getting hyped. Washington, a lot of energy. So, like, talk about that game. What was like going into it? What was the focus?
Yeah, no, going into the game, we were definitely looking to win. I think, like, that's true. I think the entire season we've definitely been questioned in terms of our beater cores. Although I think, like, you know, like looking at the film, I think we've done everything we needed to do throughout the season. I've been, like, very proud of our whole team, the way we've played. I think we can honestly, like, we can match up with any beater cores that, you know.
Yeah.
And going up against League City, yeah, like what we were, you know, when we were watching the film, we were worried about, like, them, you know, being able to run through and score on us and stuff. But I think, you know, we proved there we were able to step up on both sides of the ball and get the win.
Yeah,
So.
and that was your first game of the day. You're only 1 win away. You've got Charlotte ahead of you right now, and whoever wins that game gets that first spot in the quarterfinals. And given that you're going to be matching up against New York or Austin, you may have a favorable matchup there. But talk about Charlotte. What's your game plan going into that game?
Yeah, for this game, Charlotte's a very good team. You know, we played them earlier in the year, and they gave us a loss in game 1 of our series. So it's, you know, not a team to be taken lightly. I think they were definitely, you know, looking at the other side of the bracket when the teams were expecting to possibly play coming up in the next round. So, you know, we got to learn from that game 1. You know, avoid our mistakes and look forward to it. And if we win, I believe we play Austin, so it'll be a good matchup. Hopefully,
yeah. The only contention there is if both you and Charlotte come out, New York does have a choice.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
you may end up against Austin unless New York decides to choose you instead.
That'll be interesting. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, anytime there's a choice involved, you know, you're going to have one team that feels a little slighted. That I mean, those are just good stories.
Yeah.
But talk about you personally. What has been your progress throughout the year? What have been some of your focuses to kind of become the beater that we just saw today?
Yeah, so I mean, I started playing Chaser for this in a way.
Yeah.
And this is really, I guess, kind of my 3rd year playing beater. But I previously, when I played beater, I played with Katrina Hicks, my beater partner. So it's been a lot of, you know, talking to her and, like, definitely whenever we're playing on the field together, we have a lot of chemistry. You know, we don't really even have to talk on the field that much anymore. So throughout the season, you know, the first court practice definitely kind of rusty getting back into it. But, you know, being able to play with her has been awesome this year. So, and she's been fantastic. So.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to the rest of the games going forward. I know that you're just going to get better game to game, and I'm really excited to see you guys. Thank you so much, Bernie, for coming in. Can't wait till next game. You're up next, right?
Yep.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right.
All right, slot number 3 today. We just watched Washington advance in the bracket. We're now at the winners finals with Charlotte versus Washington. Noah Schwartz, thank you for joining me. This is our first ever cast today.
Great. I'm so happy to be here with you playing Quidditch.
Playing Quidditch, correct. Yeah. So, big point here. I already mentioned this is the winners final of the play-in bracket. And what that means is that the winner of this game is going to advance into the quarterfinals to play Austin. The loser will be meeting a winner of a smaller play-in bracket of the teams that have already lost so far. What that is Detroit versus League City. Winner of that plays Cleveland. The winner of that plays the loser of this game for the final spot. So can't mention enough how important the implications are. Game's going to be starting soon.
The winner goes straight to the quarterfinals. The rest is just noise. That's what these two teams are thinking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, couldn't agree more. All right, and now we're go to the pitch to get brooms up. And Charlotte, I mean, this Charlotte team with one win under their belt against Washington taking the series in the regular season 2-1. But in that Charlotte win, we saw a dominant beater play, which allowed for no bludger situations constantly throughout the game, and just heavy driving from players like Quincy and Lee Hodge.
Yeah, and Washington looked really good in their last game as the ball swings out over to the right side. We've got bludgers to play. That's John Sheridan running around the pitch.
And John's looking. He's driving to the right side, but he's not going to find anything there. Tyler Trudeau's going to catch a rolling pass.
And a nice tackle there by Hodge.
Beautiful. And that's going to stop play, possibly a wrap below the legs. It's just speculation here, but
yeah, we'll see what they call
play
here.
Play after beat.
And Charlotte's going to look to run, like you said. They're a team that really loves to run and get out in transition.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Washington's stout defense against League City, a fairly similar team in my opinion. So they're coming into this game with what I would consider the best experience possible playing League City, which, like I just said, is close to a Charlotte style. And that might give them enough of a comfortability to, take this game a little longer than they anticipated.
And we're going to see another stoppage of play here.
Yeah. No word on the call.
It's going to be a turnover. It looks like Hodge might have stepped out of bounds.
Yeah. And we're seeing that a lot more this weekend. We mentioned earlier on the cast that these lines can be a little difficult given that it's multi-sport fields. But as the tournament goes on, I expect to see it a lot less.
Yeah, there's a lot of lines in the fields. Players still getting used to it. It was an out-of-bounds play.
Yeah.
And, I think what we saw from that first game is just Washington's just really deep in all areas of the pitch, but really in the quaffle game.
Yeah.
Trudeau with the ball coming up with the ball here.
Yep. And you're going to see Washington kind of spread the field out and look to create those passes. One pass going behind the hoops. Good catch. Great stop. Perfect score. I mean, you can't ask for anything better. In the first game, John Sheridan on the goal just dominating with his speed. In this game, he's picking up right where he left off.
Charlotte already coming back the other way. A really good tackle there from Sheridan on the other side.
Yeah, but
slow the ball down. Ball comes out.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Pass behind. Yeah, he's got the ball on the front side. He's trying to rip it, but the arm gets pinned to his side.
And we've got a track meet as Sheridan goes down the other way again. Good hold-up play from Charlotte.
And that's a costly reset, I would say. You pass the ball backwards. It's on the middle of the pitch. And if you throw that ball back, you only have one reset to give.
And so we've seen a pretty fast-paced game already from the beginning. No goal scored. One goal scored for Washington so far.
And, I mean, Charlotte just looking to set up a defense. We really haven't seen too much of a half-pitch offense or defense yet. This is going to be our first experience into it with Dale Farnan on the receiving end of a couple passes there.
And you saw that Sheridan move to score that goal earlier. And there's Sheridan behind the hoops again. That's going to be ruled no good.
Yeah, beat before. I assume Tyler comes in, cleans up.
Wow.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, Tyler, obviously an imposing presence on the field, but everybody who plays him surprised by his quickness. Nobody that imposing in just physical should be able to move that quickly.
And such a heads-up play there from Trudeau to be the first one to the loose ball to be able to put that ball in. It really just an experienced player who's played in a lot of big games and able to jump on that ball first and get it through the goal.
Yeah, possibly just a little confusion. Charlotte not sure what happened on the end of the play. But Lee Hodge now running around the edge of the hoops. He's going to take a shot on the top hoop, but it's just left. Recovered, though. Charlotte still driving. Ryan Davis Passing it off to Kevin? Who is it?
And a nice,
Oh, yeah,
nice
you're right.
feed there from Davis, getting the rebound off the mid-range shot, finding the look, a really good feed. Charlotte with the heads-up play, making it 2-1.
Yeah, Trey Presley on the goal. Numbers a bit difficult to read, to be honest, but we're going to see a lot of Presley on the field, honestly. And with a team like Charlotte who kind of work through a few individuals and just run circles, attempt to run circles around teams, it asks a lot of those players.
And I didn't mind the half-court shot there, the little mid-range shot there from Charlotte. They're a team that likes to run and not be in that half-court and not be in the half-court set. So the little mid-range shot that was open led to some really good stuff. Oh, a nice drive
Dale
there.
Farnan driving. He just trips up, just loses his footing right around the hoops. He had a pump fake opportunity and in 2 hoops to score on, doesn't get a chance to throw it through either.
And you can see that he's upset with himself there, beating the ground on the way down.
But you can't let that get to you. I mean, you already mentioned the experience on the Washington team. You have to have a short-term memory. You just got to put it behind you and get to the next possession.
And Davis here going to take the ball down. Looks like it's going to be a quick handoff to Hodge. Sheridan on the point for the Admirals.
And they're just looking to incorporate beaters here. You've got to walk up with your ball carrier, with that bludger, pincer one of these 2 beaters on the Washington side, and then try to create some offense. And that's what you're looking for. They're working this left side. Oh, it's another out-of-bounds step?
Yeah, that's good. That's another costly turnover here for Charlotte.
Oh,
Washington
my
with
gosh.
bludger control.
Yeah. Got to eliminate those plays.
Washington going to look to run. Trudeau looking to come get the ball now.
Yeah. Just slow it down. You've got 2 bludgers and an opportunity to work your offense. I think Washington's going to utilize that as best they can.
And here comes those beaters for
Melissa
Washington.
Smith
Sheridan
just
right
backing
behind
down.
them. Sheridan with the drive.
Woo! Big
goal.
hit! And the goal. I mean, honestly, good defense. They stepped out whenever they needed to, but Sheridan just makes the better play.
And Charlotte already down the field.
Yeah, I mean, we
to
just
drive
get a
past
huge
Trudeau.
drive.
Trudeau with the great hit there.
Yeah, Quincy Hildreth, a rare on the receiving end of a rare tackle against him. Not many people are going to bring him down like that, but Washington's showing up.
Yeah, that's the second really good defensive play I've seen Tyler Trudeau make on this field today.
Yeah, in Charlotte's 1 win against Washington this season, Quincy was a huge part of that. Physically, in Washington, I would say possibly just surprised by what he brought to the field. It looks like this Washington team a lot more prepared to handle it this time.
And we've seen Charlotte look to run on all of those made shots. And Washington so far hasn't gotten a lot of bodies back. They've been able to make some stops. We'll see. I'm curious to see if Washington makes that adjustment go. And a nice pass behind the hoops there from Trudeau.
Yeah. You just
to
can't beat it. Yeah. And Brian Mulcahy was a huge force. Coming off the bench in that first game against League City, just a ton of energy, brings a ton of life into this team, especially whenever lines tend to slow down towards the end of that shift. He is just such a good change of pace.
And mentioned in the previous game, Mulcahy, the leading scorer on this Admirals team, always dangerous, always hanging out around the hoops. One of the better off-ball chasers in the league.
Oh, for sure. No question about it. Hildreth bringing up the ball, though. We have Devin Classic now receiving that pass. And once again, just trying to get control for Charlotte is the first step. Yes, the goal is really important, but I mean, you just got to find some way to get these bludgers. But that's enough. The pass behind the hoops is going to catch Washington sleeping. They get it on the front side.
Very incisive back V cut there from Davis. Ooh, and a nice pass down the other way. Mulcahy's going to get beat, though.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful defense there. They run to the ball quickly. They get a very fast wrap-up. I don't even think if the bludger wasn't there, he doesn't get the ball off. Like, just great defense altogether. And another fast break. Hildreth connects.
Yeah, again, the Admirals have been really slow getting back from their offensive sets. And so far, it hasn't hurt the Admirals too badly. On that possession, it did, and we've got a player down now.
Yeah, Ryan Davis on the receiving end of that pass from Hildreth and gets a quick score. Such a fast release, and if you delay usually at all, and it's not a pump fake situation, like that's going to get stuffed every time. So making sure you cleanly catch that pass and put it in, it's overlooked, I think, too often about how important that skill can be.
And we saw Perry Wang, the beater for Charlotte, leading the break there.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be really important that Charlotte, as they're running, they let their beaters get in front of them when there's bludgers back for Washington. Obviously, on a no bludger set, you want to run with the ball. But when at least one beater's back for Washington, you want to let your beaters get in front of you and play. Let's not call it a delayed break, but a somewhat slower break.
Yeah.
to clear some space.
I mean, you look at football. You've got screen passes. Obviously, the running back's going to be able to outrun the lineman, but he waits for the lineman to kind of clear that path and get the extra yardage. You're seeing the same thing there. Especially with the two-arm tackling rule that we're participating with right now. I mean, driving is a lot harder than it used to be, and so that beater just becomes all the more important.
And that's Richard down, getting back up, jogging, walking off the field. That's going to be a big injury if she's not able to play the rest of the game. Yeah.
Celine Richard, I mean, just pivotal for a Charlotte squad that really prides themselves on their beater play. And I mean, Lee Hodge was talking about it a couple days ago with us, and he was mentioning that if Charlotte's able to play with their beaters and everybody's going to be in sync this coming matchup, then he has all the confidence in the world that they can absolutely beat Washington. And that's you're seeing their focus in that synergy on the pitch right now. But Heel getting our first action of the game. You're going to want to see Washington work the sides of the field to open up these beaters. A good pass, but better defense, honestly. Just getting to the ball quicker than Washington was able to. But
Looks
Tyler's
like a
now,
no situation.
he's
Trudeau
going to be able
take
to go in.
advantage of this.
Yeah, I mean, you're watching the windmill movement from Trudeau on that left arm. Impossible to track that ball from the defense. They didn't look like they wanted to bring him down, and he's just going to get a quick goal.
A little bit disappointed there from the Charlotte defense.
Yeah.
As Trudeau runs across goal and starts windmilling that arm, you really need to get a body through the torso.
Yeah.
Someone needs to step up and make a hit there.
Yeah.
Not able to do so then. And a nice goal there from Washington. We got a close one, though. It's 5-3.
Yeah. And I mean, it's perfect analysis there. If you are able to slow that momentum, a second guy can get that arm. But as long as you stop that momentum, then it's easier to track.
Ball goes behind. It's going to be over, and that's going to be another turnover. That's the third turnover so far for Charlotte.
Yeah, they mentioned Lee Hodge did before this tournament that if there was a single focus this entire season, it was that Charlotte is working really hard to be that passing team they want to be. They just don't feel comfortable enough with it yet. And although you're seeing more of it now than you used to, it's very clear that the drive type of mentality is much more present.
He'll get a dish back. He'll get a dish back to David Littleton there.
Yeah, and you're seeing this work of Washington.
And Hill with a lot of experience carrying the ball, especially when she was at Kansas.
Yeah, absolutely. Riley Stars passing the ball to the backside. Just a set. I mean, what was a volleyball set through the hoops, contacting his hand, maybe a fraction of a second. That's all he needs.
And absolutely amazing goal there from Littleton.
Yeah.
Saw the beater, recognized he was going to get beat quick, had to get rid of the ball, did it instantly.
Cannot commend enough how amazingly difficult it is to make that decision and execute. Charlotte does have control of the bludgers here, and that's going to bode well.
A really nice play from the beaters to get control back. That ball's going to go out wide.
Yeah, and Charlotte's just trying to wait for the beaters to re-enter
Nice
play.
wrap there from Littleton on the edge.
Oh, wow, Quincy Hildreth able to recover the pass. The pass is going to be back. Selfless play from Charlotte to ensure the goal.
Nicely
really
done
solid
there from Charlotte, but the
Devin
backside
Classic on the score.
The backside chaser defense from Washington there was really slow. That ball hung up there a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And Washington should have been all over that, but really nice play there to finish for Charlotte.
If we're gonna compliment Trudeau on the heads-up play, Hildreth is gonna warrant the same kind of praise because that is a hustle play that he wins on.
Yeah, that's a 50-50 ball, absolutely.
All right, we're going to the front side now. Riley Stars and Rachel Heald. A big crossfield path. That's going to be good. No block shot. Beautiful way to get the hands up real quick. Not an easy play whatsoever. You're tracking the ball over the hoops and just trying to find the space to put the put the ball wherever it can be. That was a great play.
Yeah, super quick hands there.
Yeah.
That's the thing that sticks out. The hands getting up that fast, really good.
Awesome.
And Bernie Burgess, who had that great last game in a beater for Washington.
Yeah.
And they do have bludger control again. And Davis up top with the ball for Charlotte.
Yeah, and Ryan Davis handling a lot of the ball carrying opportunities whenever Quincy
looking
Hildreth
for that mid-range
is
shot.
No good. From this angle, I mean, it really looked in, but they're going to confirm. Let's see, another step out? No way. No way. Yeah, it was.
This
Steps
time
out
to
of
step out on
bounds.
Washington. We've seen a lot of unforced errors so far in this game.
Yeah.
Some really great plays, some really sloppy plays.
Right, and we're going to see that early. Once again, this is Washington's second game of the day. no question, you settle in for sure. All right, just trying to get the ball back out. Shrug off some of the beater pressure here from Julia Bear.
Davis back up top with the ball. He just missed the mid-range shot. Pressed really well there.
Yeah,
from the
Ryan
Admirals.
Davis just kind of gets caught out in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and that's a really good play by Julia Bear to force the turnover up top. That's always – I never like seeing the ball carrier turn the ball over at midfield.
And I mean, they did definitely not the intention, of course.
Right.
Your eyes tend to be downfield, and Ryan Davis just looking at a different part of the field. It's so much to keep track of and just caught a little bit unawares. Julia coming from the backside to do that too.
Washington still up top of the ball, probing.
Bernie gets beat, and that's going to give
a good tackle
fast
there
break
from Davis on the other side of the field. Rips the ball out.
Yeah, they don't get the quaffle fast enough to create that fast break, but with Bernie getting beat, they're a little bit bailed out.
They might be talking about this tackle up top from Davis.
Oh, you think behind maybe?
Just speculation, of course.
Yeah. We're going to get the call now. Yellow card?
30, contact from behind. Red 30, contact from behind.
Ryan Davis.
All right, that's going to give Washington the possession, but they don't have any supporting players, honestly, within, less than 10 yards. He is going to be able to back up. Yeah, so as long as you don't advance the ball down the field, you can move it back as far as you need. Costly penalty for Charlotte and Ryan Davis. And that was not a reset. If the first action you take is a throw behind the midline, you still have a reset to give.
And Washington on the power play now.
Yeah, David Littleton, after that huge
that ball's
set,
going to get sent over to Heald. I don't know if they're going to be able to run it down.
Can't keep that in bounds. Obviously, in retrospect, passes like that, you're like, we should never make those plays. But honestly, I've seen most of those actually work out well for Washington thus
and
far.
Burgess here pressing high with the beater, with the bludger.
Yeah, and Charlotte happy to take their time right now, just waiting out the Ryan Davis penalty.
Trying to kill the play, trying to kill the power play.
Yep. And you hear, team members calling it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Yep, just slow play. No rush. Raleigh Stars defense on the close side here. Trey Presley driving in.
Beater's going to have to turn and run back to the ball.
Yeah, flipping
Bear
the
gets
field.
back
This
in
is
position.
Good. This is good. Lee Hodge on the receiving end. This is going to give them a lot more time. Ryan Davis back. He's going to take the pass. The shot, it doesn't go through. It rolls over the top of the hoop. Honestly, if that base is just half a pound heavier and that hoop stays up, it's in.
And Davis coming back onto the field unmarked from the power play, able to find some space and but unable to put in the ball.
Yeah, and that's the kind of play that we're used to seeing from Ryan Davis, that mid-range shot, lightning quick, just not falling right now. All right, Washington. Just taking it easy. Once again, you're feeling out the defense and creating opportunities. They do lose the bludger, but they get the pass behind. Mulcahy not able to put it through. The shot's also going to miss. Washington wanting that possession back for sure. They had two very clean opportunities and just no capitalization.
And a really good awareness there from Trudeau to see Wang make the beat, come off the ball, and find space in behind after that beat was attempted. Mulcahy goes under the hoop the first time, over the hoop the second. Going to have to split the difference the next time he shoots.
Any player who would consider themselves a shooter, that's always the case, right? A little high, a little low, and some games you find the middle, but man, maybe not this one. We'll see though.
That's Hartman with the ball looking for a shot.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity. It's good.
Nice little shot.
Wow,
there
what
from Logan
angle
Hartman.
could that have been? I mean, he was almost like flush with the hoops, and he finds a way to get it in.
And we've talked about Charlotte wanting to be this running, fast-breaking team.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it a lot from them after the first 5 or so minutes.
Yeah, true, actually.
But it's been these little mid-range shots that they've been taking. If they're hitting enough of them, they're going to stay in this game.
Okay.
Player was beat before. No goal. The player was beat before. Ball remains.
Yeah, different feel, and that might be why Washington is having a couple fits here with handling it. I mean, Charlotte's definitely been the one with more cards, more penalty time, but the game is only a 1-goal difference.
Right. And Washington's been able to slow the game down from those first 5 minutes. I think that's what they want to do, but they're going to have to play slightly better defense in order to do that, especially in the half court, especially if they've got 2 bludgers.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's been that backside rotation. I think on this pitch all game, it's been a little bit disappointing from teams. The communication on the backside defense needs to be a little bit better.
Yep. And the hustle for sure. Julie Rankin now with the quaffle. And here you're seeing just allowing the beaters to get bludgers back, create some opportunities. Now we're getting the pressure.
Yeah. And it is the beater pair now of Wang and Bondio for Charlotte.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's both bludgers gone.
Yeah,
Trudeau
this is an opportunity.
Pass.
Spin, but he loses quaffle.
Really well done from Lee Hodge.
Yeah.
He's going to pop it out to Stars.
Stars driving now. He's got 1 spin move, 2 spin moves. Only 2 men to beat now. Score! Oh, my gosh. They had no idea the spin cycle put him on it, and he's got the shot to pull it in. I don't know how he could see straight after that.
Stars with bodies hanging off him. Really good play there from Washington to keep pushing the pace against no bludgers.
I'm legitimately dizzy. I don't know how that was possible.
A bit of an overextension there from the beater pair as well from Charlotte.
But that's their game. To be honest, it's feast or famine. You're going to have an overextension whenever you're trying to create that chaos. And honestly, I'm fine with it. If that's your game, play your game.
Really
Lee
good
Hodge,
pass there. Just gets knocked away.
Just incredible beater play in general, but Melissa Smith being able to see that ball come over and find the chaser who's on the receiving end, Lee Hodge, that's just heads up play.
And it looks like Julia Rankin got fingertips in there to knock the ball loose too.
Just full team effort.
And talking about that, left Mulcahy open, beater got a beat down.
Yeah, Charlotte.
The ball still might have gotten off.
Charlotte with 2 defenders on the hoops makes that a lot more difficult. Mulcahy, even if the beat doesn't happen, I think the shot just gets blocked.
And Washington with bludger control. And as I was saying, that backside defense I was talking about, I'm a little disappointed. That last defensive possession we saw for the Admirals was perfect backside defense.
Yeah, we're seeing the improvement in front of us, for sure. Cody Lebov, LSU grad, coming in and, just anchoring part of the Charlotte team that already loves their beaters, but now the chaser game just looking to spread it out.
Would have liked to see a hit. Would have liked to see a hit there from Luzwiski.
Yeah, and maybe just trying to make sure that it's not defenseless receiver and giving him the time. But pass back. Oh, that's nobody's back there. Hildreth possibly not tagged in time. Yeah, that's going to be a quaffle turnover. Ineligible receiver.
And a bludger back here, and plenty of defenders back here for Charlotte. We probably won't see a break out of this.
Highly doubtful. Yeah. But you've got Cody Nardone.
Another good defensive position for the Admirals.
Yeah.
To force that turnover.
And Nardone's going to be looking to pressure here. Bernie with the block, but that's – we're getting a call?
Good feed
stepped out, no way. Is it another? Yeah, it's a step out, another back foot.
Really disappointing, too, because we saw a good feed from Luzwiski to Jenneret there.
Yeah.
Who was going to put that ball through.
You had to think. All right. Well, Charlotte getting a possession, saving a possession, I would say, on defense. Washington just got to put it behind him.
Yeah. There have been quite a few unforced errors.
Yeah.
More than one hand's worth of unforced errors this game. A little bit sloppy from both teams, but we've seen a really good game.
Yeah, for sure. Aaron Smecker.
Oh, and he'll just take off.
Oh, a good shot, or pass, excuse me. Lee Hodge getting it behind the hoops. Recovered, though, by Julia Rankin. Trudeau now with the ball.
Rankin getting beat out, and Trudeau being on the ball. And another good heads-up play from Trudeau.
Under 2 minutes left. Okay, we get the timeout. Pardon me, Smeckrud. was the chaser on the play.
Okay, thank you. Illegal swat by the chaser after beat. Timeout, Washington.
Illegal block by the chaser after beat was the call.
Yeah, it's going to be a legal swat from Generette.
Or swat, yeah.
And there's going to be a timeout from Washington.
Yeah.
So we've got a game here.
Yeah, for sure.
We've got a good game.
3 goals.
Tell me, what do we need to see from Charlotte to close the gap before Snitch comes on pitch?
I mean, heading into the game, I was completely wrong, honestly, about what I expected, because we're seeing a more mid-range shot, happy Charlotte, and it's working. The passing's actually there. We're seeing the improvements. I just need a little more consistency out of the beaters. I think all the, it's never 100% of a play. You never, especially with the beater play. But these 50-50 scenarios have honestly kind of fell Washington's way more often than not. And whether that's just Washington with a little more experience or the hustle or whatever, if Charlotte can shore that up, who I think most people would consider have the better beating core, then this game could be a little bit different come Snitch on pitch, where typically heavy driving teams with good beaters tend to thrive. That's what I consider Charlotte, even though we really haven't seen too much of that yet. Washington's actually been the one to bring the physicality. So if they can bring that kind of classic Charlotte into Snitch on pitch, that bodes well, but do what's working.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Charlotte get back to who they are. In the first 5 minutes of this game, we saw them breaking on Washington, especially on balls that either went through the hoop or were defended right at that play.
Yeah.
I'd like them to. They caught Washington by surprise. I think there's a few more easy goals for them there.
Yeah, and maybe just Washington now adjusting to that play style. That's been the reason for the stagnation on the offensive end for Charlotte.
And on brooms up again, Charlotte does have bludger control.
Yeah. And they need to keep it. If you've got bludger control at Snitch on pitch, that's where you can either come back pretty hard or extend a lead.
And it looks like it's going to be Cody LeBeau and Chris Hamill for Charlotte at beater.
LeBeau, pressuring really well. Trudeau's going to be knocked out. A retreat from Lazewski. Oh, and LeBeau gets beat, but they're going to be able to – no, they're not. They're not going to be able to retain bludgers. Costly mistake. I just mentioned how important it was for Charlotte to maintain control, and they just lost it.
And a little disjointed there. I think as beaters press, your chasers have to come with you to try and get that ball back on turnovers. And the chasers didn't go. A little bit of an overextension there. That ball gets out. Ooh, that is going to be a really good play though by Charlotte to get bludger control back.
Yeah, the back in control. That's it. Melissa Smith a little late on the release and isn't able to get there. The ball does not connect with the. Okay, they do say it was. Lazewski feeling as if the beat did not connect, played after, happens all the time. It's difficult to tell, but the refs correct the mistake, and it's just a back to hoops. Hildreth now on the drive. And look at them escort with the beaters, a great catch. It's going to be a drive through one. Oh, misses Lee Hodge by the hoops. Lee is going to get wrapped up. He spins out of it, though. Loses the ball. Got a call, though. You got essentially a
attack from behind, blue 5, contact from behind.
No free throws in Quidditch, but he is going to get possession.
And there's going to be a yellow card for Lazewski for engagement from behind. What it looks like the call was on the spin. Lazewski disengaged and then re-engaged.
Exactly. And I mean, Lee Hodge, it's no question, extremely quick. That first two steps of his gait is just instant, but that disengage, like you said, real costly if you try to engage immediately.
And as we saw in the spin move, so slippery.
Oh my gosh, yeah, for sure.
He's going to have not the easiest choice here, depending on the angle.
But look for Hildreth on the backside, unmarked right now.
I think he's going to go straight to that hoop and make Trudeau try and make a play defensively on this one.
I can see it.
We'll see where they mark him. There's been a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
Those the difference in 1 or 2 yards here is really going to make a big impact on this next play.
Yeah. And fortunately for Washington, they've got 2 of their tallest chasers on hoops right now to deflect any passes.
It's going to be
Trudeau?
a stutter, really nicely done, and a
wow.
Called
no
no
good.
good.
Oh, was he beat?
Was a great beat there by Nardone. phenomenal beat. Just took a little bit too long.
Yeah, so much to take in there. Trudeau trying to surprise him by charging. But, I mean, Lee Hodge, like we said, real quick gets away. But the beat saving that play is just enormous.
Yeah, a good slide there by the Admirals chasers to make Hodge go to the far hoop. And Nardone able to get back in the play from behind and make the beat and save the goal.
Yeah, and now they've just picked up possession. Melissa Smith trying to hold off Bernie.
Goes out
LeBeau. My bad.
Jenneret trying to make a play.
Oh, and it's a
Jenneret
score.
scores.
Amazing
Really
goal.
well done.
As he's falling, able to windmill the ball through that hoop. I mean, through the contact. Such an intense play, big energy builder, and that's 20 minutes. A lot of momentum for Washington going into this.
Yeah, Jenneret just took on 3 players to score that goal. Really well done.
I mean, just huge for the energy of the team and the game. Obviously, you're up by 4 goals. Excuse me. At this point, and that's essentially the Snitch. Even if Charlotte catches it here, they're still down in score. So Washington taking care of business in the first 20 minutes to ensure that control is theirs. Relatively low scoring, though, in my opinion. I figured we'd get a pretty high offensive showing, but it's honestly been the defense that surprised me.
Yeah, the story of the game is how the Admirals have controlled the pace.
Yeah.
After the first 5 minutes, they were really able to slow things down, slow Charlotte down, and that's the kind of game that's going to favor the Admirals. For those that might just might be watching Quidditch for the first time, explain what's going to happen now with the set score and the Snitch coming on pitch.
You got it. So, with the Snitch, who is John Smutney, thank you, appreciate it. We've got a 35-point swing for whoever catches that Snitch, and in this scenario, the set score is 140, which means the first team to either get 140 or pass it is the winner of the game. The Snitch does not end the game in MLQ here. It just gives you a huge surge in points, a big comeback mechanic, you could say, or a ceiling mechanic for the winning team. Now, with that being said, you still have to score goals. It's 7 goals or 3 goals and the Snitch at minimum, or in most cases, essentially. But if you're Washington, you still want to catch the Snitch. If you're Charlotte, you still want to catch the Snitch. Winner of this game is not just decided on that, but it is a big influence. So you're going to see a big focus here. And who's with control now? Is it still Washington? Yes, it is still Washington.
Yeah, so coming back to Broomside, Washington going to have blooder control.
Yeah, very, very important because
who do you think has the advantage in the seeking game? Coming to
easy Charlotte, and it's not to knock Washington. It's just Charlotte. This whole season, they've got the best seeker in the nation with leading catcher Ryan Davis, who coming off of what was like a heroic performance against Washington in the East Super Series, the second, where gets a knee injury. Essentially doesn't play for most of that game, subs in at Seeker and catches the Snitch to beat Washington. Just hobbling down the field as he goes. It was amazing. So, Charlotte confident as any team in the Seeker game, and it's easy to tell why.
So coming back, it's 8-4. Set score's going to be 140. Washington's going to have blooder control, and Charlotte's going to start with the quaffle here as Hildreth walks it up. Ooh, a really good play there by Mulcahy.
Yeah, huge. And now Mulcahy looking to just run downfield. Anytime you get that quick interception, and you the first 2 steps should always be downfield, as long as the beater's not in your face.
Trudeau working his way
muscling
through.
Through. And that's classic Trudeau. When the game is on the line and he's got to make a play, he's going to run through people to make it happen.
Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling through people to score.
At very minimum, the first 2. No part of that I could even call stumbling. Just because I've seen it too many times for it not to be intentional. It's a staple at this point.
Hildreth working on Mulcahy.
And
a nice spin move. That's
the arm,
go in.
not enough of a reach. Tries to reach it through and doesn't get there. Oh, but the catch?
So
Ryan Davis.
So
who else,
quick
right?
From Ryan Davis.
Ryan Davis. Not only now, definitively the leading snitch puller in the league, but in clutch moments, we're seeing it now too. And that right there brings Charlotte all the way back into this game.
Wow, that's the best seeker doing best seeker work right there.
Yeah. He's earned it, 100%. I mean, John Smutney is a great snitch.
For Charlotte?
And a pull in less than a minute, if I'm not mistaken.
So good.
Yeah, almost unheard of
Can't
at
say
this point.
enough. So good.
And now Charlotte's beaters can focus on the quaffle game and inch back into this this competition. I mean, they only need 7 goals now at this point. Yeah, 7 goals.
And what
Thank
a
you
lift
the
for
score check.
Charlotte. I mean, we have their offense has been a little bit inept the last 7 to 10 minutes.
Sure.
To be able to get that 35 points is just so huge.
I mean, momentum even. Just the mentality of the team is going to shift. You've got this new set of confidence. You're back in it. You're no longer like fighting an uphill battle. You're on even ground.
And we just saw what Trudeau was able to do when Bludgers weren't back.
Yeah.
To be able to get them back on defense is just so big for this Charlotte team.
Yeah. Just waiting on possibly.
And our set score is 140. We're
Yeah.
going to restart at 90 to 75. Washington in the lead. Charlotte. It looks like Charlotte's going to come back to bludger control.
And which is the reason why Ryan Davis had so many opportunities.
That's not true. I don't think Charlotte's coming back to bludger control. The bludger is just sitting by
in front of it. Yeah, in front. Okay.
one of the Charlotte players.
Joe Goldberg, off broom. So. But yeah, no, you're right. Charlotte is coming back to it. You were right. We're good.
Never doubt yourself.
Yeah, of course.
That's the lesson of the day.
You're always right.
Always
until
have
you're
confidence.
wrong, right? Yeah. All right. Washington now just trying to gain control themselves. Bernie, after a tap beat, going to be returning back to hoops and then re-entering play. But
And it does show how big that lead for Washington is, right?
I mean, they earned it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the first 20 minutes were just so big for them. And now it's just about closing a game. Okay, big trades, but defense is still there. Tyler Trudeau getting wrapped up a little bit, so the drive was not available. Rachel
ball goes
Hill,
out wide to Heald.
Yeah, she's not
Press
able to
there
clear,
from the Charlotte beater. The ball's bouncing around a little bit. Mulcahy going to get on it.
Yeah, no reset. He waits too long. He's going to get beat by LeBeau.
Hildreth's going to pick it up. Hildreth running down
classic.
the field. Nobody's around to stop him.
I mean, that's just classic Charlotte. I mentioned it before, that fast break drive. Hildreth capitalizing on a loose ball, and that's all that they want here. 1 goal difference for this game now. After early on it just feeling so, slow for Charlotte, they're picking it up.
And after a really good play there from Bernie Burgess up top to get bludger control back, he's going to turn it over immediately and get himself carded.
Yeah. Illegal play.
Can't throw that bludger away from the opposing beater. You can throw it at them unless they've got their
third
fist up
bludger
to give
interference.
themselves immunity.
Blue.
There has to be reasonable attempt.
Third bludger interference.
Without that reasonable intent that is displayed, then you're going to get that call.
It's not going to be a card. It's just going to be back to hoops.
Correct.
It looks
Yeah.
like.
And a turnover of bludgers. So
Importantly so. And we've got ourselves a 1-goal game here.
Yeah. Surprisingly, though, Julia Bear with the quaffle here. I don't believe any goals so far. One of Washington's leading scorers, and just not quite in the game yet. But that
a good tackle there from Hildreth out
yeah,
wide.
Quincy kind of taking over this game. But back to the point. It's a piece of this Washington offense that's so prolific, and I can only begin to imagine that whenever she is able to create that impact that we're so used to seeing, Washington might be really pulling away at that point.
And I was ready to say that with Washington's depth at chaser, I really like them in an extended as the game moves on to get stronger.
Yeah, good
but
point.
we've seen Charlotte play so well post snitch on pitch.
Yeah, that is an incredible point. I can absolutely agree with that. But the beater play now we're
nice quick pass there.
Is that good?
Not
No
gonna
good.
Go
She
through.
wings it wide, but they still have control of the quaffle. It's going to be a pass back and a reset essentially of the play. But we've got a chance to drive here. No bludgers. Gets tackled. Trudeau is able to clean it up, and he's going to get pinned to the ground. He's not going to be able to get that quaffle out if they keep on him. Beaters are now clearing out the way. They're going to be able to keep possession. Yeah, Hildreth comes out, and that might be a contact from behind. Trudeau might be going to the box.
I think they might get 19, Tyler Trudeau, for a contact behind exactly. And Wow, really good work there from Charlotte to just keep pushing.
Bludger control. I mean, they just created essentially a turnover at Washington's hoops because of the freedom of this beater pair right now. Just able to be anywhere they want.
And just like a great find by Trey Presley at the beginning of all of this noise to get an open look at goal that wasn't able to go through. It is going to be a yellow
Blue
card.
19 off Broom, engage the tackle.
Mulcahy is going to take the keeper headband. And this should be an easy goal.
I mean, he is looking at Bernie, who has a bludger in his hand. If it's
I'd look for that ball to come out pretty immediately.
Yeah, for a shot on that small hoop there on the left side.
The ball should come out. Oh, it's not going to go to Hildreth, though.
Oh, really?
If the ball doesn't go to Hildreth, this is going to become a lot more tricky. It's going to be in the hands of Trey Presley right now, number 25.
Not uncomfortable with shooting either. But the angle is, I think, a little worse. Yeah, he's just going to reset.
That was a big decision there by the refs to give the ball to Trey Presley, who was not going to have a shot on goal. Charlotte happy to just get the ball back after all of the commotion. They are going to be on the power play with Trudeau in the box.
All right, the Charlotte taking their time, but they've got a minute until Trudeau is back in the game.
Just a little
Shot, pass, is that good? Oh no, they call it no good. I thought he was able to kind of put it in backwards onto that top hoop, but despite the man advantage, or player advantage, excuse me, I mean, they're still not able to convert. Tyler, Washington might be able to burn enough of this clock to get Tyler back in the game.
Yeah, Washington really lucky there after a series of events for Charlotte to not be even.
Yeah, Julia Bear now with the quaffle, able to pass it before the bludger comes in. There is an opportunity here. But bludgers are going to be coming back. Nardone is going to be looking to
bad pass there from Sheridan.
Trey Presley. They were in the right place at the right time. Just beautiful read. Yeah.
Presley bobbles the ball over to Hildreth. Nice contact there from Bear.
And Trudeau is back on the pitch.
So Washington does its job.
Yep.
Unable to score.
Yep.
Turns the ball over, but does get Tyler Trudeau back in the game.
Yeah, now we're reversing field. The beaters not able to make the defensive play, and Hildreth able to put it in. Wow, driving past the hoop and shooting backwards almost across his body to the left hoop. I mean, Washington beaters staying on the front side of the defense while leaving the back side of the defense open to just an easy drive.
And don't call it a comeback, but it is.
Yeah,
but it is a tie game, 95-90.
For those at home, the 5 points only signifying essentially the snitch was caught by that team. It will not necessarily change the value. They still have to overcome a 140 set score. So Charlotte will, if they beat it, get a 145, and Washington would win with a 140. So
we have effectively a tie game.
Yes, exactly.
Good pressure here again.
And that's going to be Washington's only reset.
Ooh, that attempted beat might be costly.
Yeah. Just looking for any option.
Charlotte here close
to
forcing
that second
a
reset.
turnover. That does look like it's going to be.
Oh, was there a change of possession?
Washington still with the ball here.
Yeah.
Charlotte pressing hard. Washington now with bludger control. That's going to be huge for them going forward. Well, I'm so impressed by what Charlotte's done after Snitch on pitch.
Right.
I mean the first 20 minutes of this game were almost all Washington.
Yeah.
The last 15 minutes of the first 20 were almost all Washington.
Yeah.
But ever since Snitch came on pitch, we've seen just a completely different game here.
Yeah. And Washington just trying to find any sort
of momentum. And that's
going to
be, yep. And that ball came out late.
Yeah, pass after beat for sure. You're hitting the nail right on the head.
Well, that was Dale Farnan.
Pass after the beat?
Where the turnover occurred. But, yeah, absolutely.
And it might be that snitch catch. Ryan Davis coming in, catching an important snitch to make sure that, like, the momentum goes from that Washington side to Charlotte. And despite, like you said, the depth advantage on Washington, Charlotte's coming out with better energy.
Yeah, the ball carriers for Washington, especially in these half-court sets, haven't been as impressive as they looked before Snitch on pitch. It's been a little bit lost offensively for Washington.
Ryan Davis able to keep that ball in bounds. Just gets the pass off Quincy
Keeps
Hildreth.
It live to Hildreth.
Yeah, he's driving now. He's going to have an opportunity. Dismount. A catch. A score. Aaron Smeckrud on the backside. Beautiful pass. Amazing catch right at her hip and able to put it through before the defense closes in. That's a Charlotte lead. And Washington on the back foot. Charlotte only needs 4 more goals.
Yeah, Charlotte now in the lead. I mean, just an amazing pass, an amazing catch, an amazing finish. So quick.
I mean,
the offenses just look lost for Washington since the Snitch came on pitch. The ball carriers have not been assertive enough. They haven't created enough. We haven't seen the beaters try and initiate offense at all.
Yeah. And Charlotte handling Detroit relatively easily, possibly getting their first big test, and it just took a moment to warm up to the game speed, I think.
I mean, there's no doubt this Washington team is talented.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Absolutely.
Ball goes out wide.
All right, we've got to drive, though.
A nice beat there.
They call it beat.
I think our assistant ref is going to see that. I think that ball did hit the shoulder after it was deflected by the quaffle.
Like 15 yards out.
A really good beat.
Crazy beat. And if you miss that ball's going to be in Timbuktu.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah. Littleton got the quaffle on it, but deflected it onto the shoulder.
Charlotte with a goal lead and possession.
And our set score is 140. We're playing to 140.
I mean, just rolling at this point. Bludger control, quaffle possession, a goal lead after being down.
Yeah, Washington hasn't scored since
Trudeau's drive.
Since Trudeau's drive when the Snitch was still on pitch.
Yep.
When the Snitch had been caught, and the Snitch got caught a minute in.
Yeah, it was literally the first possession of that post Snitch on pitch play.
Yeah, and Hildreth has been great with the ball.
Yeah,
really great with the ball today.
Especially, I mean, you already talked about the renewed confidence. I mean, these last 15 minutes have just been enormous for Charlotte, not only in the beating game, but Quincy just coming alive. Oh, Julia Heel getting up to make that deflection.
Yeah, really nice play there to deflect the ball going across the goal. That's the kind of in order to stop those backside plays that we've been seeing Charlotte have some success with, it's got to be plays like that as the ball comes across the goal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just the experience to be able to read that play. She was in the air almost before that ball was released. She knew it was coming across the hoops like that.
Yeah, and Trudeau hadn't subbed in yet. He's back on the field now. But with Heald and Trudeau, they're so big and long around those hoops. You'd like to see those arms get extended and make plays like that more often.
John Sheridan using the pick here. He's going to try to get in around.
Heald
able to get there on the backside. That's exactly how Washington draws it up. A pick to get the ball carrier free, an overcommitment from the defensive side of Charlotte, and Heald is wide open.
And Charlotte already coming back down. Hildreth, really nice wrap there from Farnan.
And Ryan Davis is going to have the ball, but you can't drive in. The Bludgers are solidly on Washington's side. They're going to look to press. Ryan Davis is going to have to be careful. He does reset. Oh, that's no good. Yeah, that's a turnover. Oh, throws it back to LeBeau thinking he's an eligible chaser.
Yeah, really good press there from Washington. And between the last two defensive plays and Sheridan's assist, this is the most coherent we've seen Washington look since the Snitch got caught.
Yeah. I mean, it's a comfortable lineup for him. This is a quaffle core that they really like to run with. It's a fast core, even though you've got Trudeau and Heald, who you mentioned the size being so good. I mean, Sheridan, who arguably might be one of their fastest players,
absolutely,
as well as Brian Mulcahy. It's just so much speed on the perimeter that you can create those opportunities. That pick that we saw on the backside of the hoops, beautiful.
Yeah, somebody has to do something for Washington offense, initiate something somewhere, and that's what we saw in that last play. And when people start picking and moving, that's when good things happen.
Yes, totally.
You have to give. It's not just that a ball carrier is or isn't assertive.
Yeah.
It's that they have to have options.
Yep.
And when you give people movement and options, good things happen. Especially as Bludgers start moving. When a team has one or even two Bludgers, you want to create movement in the defense to create open lanes, either front side or backside. We've been talking a lot about the backside only because I feel like the rotations have been slow a little bit for both teams.
Yep.
But the initial point of attack is just as important.
Yep, totally. And I mean, it's an even game. We're at 100-105. first team to score 4 goals wins this game, no matter what.
Who do you like from here on out? I'm going to ask you to call
My
a game.
goodness.
I'm asking
Yeah.
which team would you rather be?
I mean, I like you, first of all. But if we're talking about the players on the field, man, Charlotte, in my mind, has the momentum. Washington, with that possession, feels like they've got the higher ceiling. I'm probably going with Washington just because
We'll hold you to it.
Yeah, the optimist in me thinks everybody plays at the ceiling, and from what I just saw, that was the most coordinated offensive attack we've seen thus far.
Yep.
In the tournament, possibly. That was so precise.
Yeah, and we're starting back up with Washington with the quaffle, Charlotte with bludger control.
Yeah. And Dale Farnan was the one setting that pick earlier. And look at this position. I've seen it before. Dale, possibly. Okay, no. Oh, the interception.
Yeah.
Speckrud able to stop the play. Trudeau not able to get in front of her.
Yeah, an optimistic pass there from Sheridan. It looks like
stepped out of bounds. Out of bounds. Yeah. But I mean, you stopped the play. Not a bad situation.
A little bit fortunate there. Was a very optimistic pass from Sheridan all the way back up to Trudeau.
Yeah. And Brendan Hutton with the bludger right now, just trying to create space for his chasers.
Ball going to get picked up by Charlotte. Davis is going to look to run.
Tony Bonadino
Davis is
going
to look to run.
Beater play. Oh, the swat. Wow. Oh, my. Dale Farnan with the swat on the ball arm. Gets it dislodged, possibly on a shot attempt.
Absolutely.
He was bringing it up. Yeah.
Absolutely. Might have saved a goal.
Saved a goal. 100%. And in this kind of situation where every goal is just so important, that could be a game-winning situation. A game-winning play right there.
Yeah, I think Washington's looked the best when Sheridan has the ball out wide or behind the hoops. And I think what we need to see is more of that.
Yeah, just once he turns that corner, I mean, just a huge threat.
Yeah, give him a player to work with. Give him a backside option.
Yep. That's how you
move the beaters from front to back of the in front of the hoops to behind the hoops. I think that's been where Washington's been best this game in the half court set.
Yep. And the pass across, it's through a lot of traffic, but it's going to go back to Sheridan, who's going to get beat. So it's going to be the turnover. TJ subbing in now for Dale Farnan, but not able to be incorporated into that play. I think you like the idea, but with Trudeau,
bodies. Too many bodies.
I think the pass is too low. You get that ball into the air. Hield has such a big height advantage on everybody here except possibly Presley. And if you can get that ball to where Hield is the only one that can get it, that's where the money is.
Yep.
So Charlotte walking up now. LeBeau just trying to create a lane. Lane is created, but the ball, the bludger's going to get recovered, and now the quaffle gets reset. You're just kind of feeling out the Washington defense to get a positional advantage. If these beaters step out too far, you can punish, and that's what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, create movement.
Yeah. Absolutely. So once again, another attempt. We've got time. Presley's going to get beat out. Ryan Davis has a moment.
Is going to look.
He's got a pass option. Trudeau with a quick left hand to block it.
Yeah, nice play from Trudeau. The mid-range shot, it has been so important for Charlotte, especially early. But against a defended goal, it's a really, really hard option.
Yeah, and somewhat of a holding pattern, honestly, with the score here. These teams, they feel it. They know how important this is. Once again, winner moves on to the quarterfinals to play Austin. Loser has to play one more game to ensure.
And Trudeau found Sheridan, who was looking to attack, but the play stopped.
Yeah, we saw
He caught him on that short wing, looking to cut inside, had Jennerette behind. I really liked what was developing, but play got stopped by the officials.
And that's what's so dangerous about that position. You have both sides of the hoops that are open to drive on. If you want to go to the front side because you've got somebody on the back side who can help, that's the way to go. And Sheridan knows that almost better than anybody. With not only the selflessness to pass that ball off whenever the defense comes to him, but just the quickness to demand the attention.
We'll see what the play stoppage is in a second.
Okay, just resuming a play.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Washington.
Miss B. Bonadio looking to catch Tyler Trudeau sleeping, but the bludger sails a little wide. That's going to be 10 more seconds until that's back into play.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there from Washington. This play stopped and then restarted in the exact same position.
Yeah.
It looks like it was a beater foul that stopped play that didn't result in a quaffle turnover.
Bernie on the receiving end of that card. Missed.
Ooh, that's a really
Yeah,
bad place
that's
to
a
lose
fast
the
break.
ball.
Yeah, we've got Diana Howard on the fast break. Closed
She's
in
gonna
by
get it
Sheridan. The
off.
goal's good before the tackle.
Waited till the
Amazing
last
hustle.
minute.
I mean, both players, Sheridan, we talked about the speed, but Howard able to get the ball off.
They're going to look. I think they're going to look. Yeah, I think they're going to maybe head
Maybe didn't go-
contact. Maybe contact to the head.
Oh,
On the
yeah, maybe
foul.
possibly a card.
And Jennerette there, an inexperienced player, has only played 2 tournaments for Maryland, for the University of Maryland before playing for MLQ.
Yeah.
Before playing in MLQ. That's just about the absolute worst place you can turn the ball over. Inexperience showing.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I don't know if they're deliberating on the contact or on the goal. I didn't have the. I mean, the angles are so hard to fight for. Whenever you're static in a booth like this,
it's going to be a
It
yellow
is a
card,
card.
John
Yeah, for Sheridan. Yeah,
I think the hit came in a little high.
yeah, and the
Not intentional, of course.
yep. It does not have to serve time. The contact happened before the goal.
Yeah, flying back, trying to make a play. It looked like Howard might have held onto the ball a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Did get it off in time, and as you said, not going
mean-
to have to serve time in the penalty. Is going to have to serve time in the penalty box.
So we only operate on results-based analysis, and if the goal's good, it was held a perfect amount of time.
That's right.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much from you today.
But I mean, I can't speak enough. Like, Howard had to go 25 yards to make that play, and with
John Sheridan chasing.
yeah, exactly. You hear the footsteps coming. You've got all that time to think about every outcome of the play. For me personally, anytime I've got time to think about it, it's a bad time. So for her to still be able to convert that, incredible. So
and
good.
we're going to restart here 11-10 Charlotte.
Yeah.
Can't say enough about how impressive this game has been from both teams for sure.
Yeah, 3 more goals for Charlotte. That's all they need. 4 more for Washington still.
And on the restart, John Sheridan is going to be in the penalty box.
Oh, they called it after. Wow.
Penalty stands.
That's costly, honestly. But Washington with control of the quaff will cancel it down. They've shown that they can do that relatively well. I haven't seen Charlotte honestly convert too much on the player advantage. And that's honestly due to Washington's comfortability killing time.
Yeah.
And that sounds like almost a slight, but it's just Washington is methodical. They know how to play the game.
And it's part of the game.
Yeah.
When you're down a player, you really have to take your time.
Yeah. Minimize the number of possessions during that disadvantage.
Charlotte with bludger control. I would like to see Charlotte press here.
Right? Yeah.
Right. You've got the extra defender.
Yeah. And you can really play a mark defense in that scenario and force these types of turnovers just with that kind of pressure.
Yep.
But I think they're just content to maintain bludger control, and I say that as they lose bludger control.
Yeah, what a good play from Burgess.
I mean, Julia Bear able to sneak the bludger away.
Yeah.
TJ blocking that ball? Are you kidding me? Gets the drive, the score, no step out on the defense, and I mean, against all odds.
An absolute
honestly.
disaster of a possession for Charlotte.
Maybe a dispute on the beat. I mean, it looked like a clean block, which, by the way, was crazy. And then the drive, with 3 hoops open to you, the defender has to make a decision. Just hesitated a little too long, and TJ's putting it in right away.
Yeah, really, really great play there from Jennerette. But I'll reemphasize this because of how tight this game is. All of these possessions matter.
Did we get a confirmation goal good or no? Goal's good. Okay, yeah.
All of these possessions are so critical, and just about as disastrous as it gets there from Charlotte. To lose bludger control, to let the goal in.
Yep. Down a player.
Down a player. or as
Or,
Charlotte,
sorry,
up a
no,
player.
up a player.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. All right, LeBeau trying to create a little offensive pressure.
Miscommunication there. That
Attempt
ball's
to
going to stay
beat.
in bounds, though.
Yeah, and that's gonna give Washington 20 seconds of free time.
Bear
essentially, to
overextends.
play.
Bear makes the beat.
Yeah, and that Sheridan's gonna pick that up and score
Wow,
every
what
time.
what 2 incredible plays from Julia Bear to really turn this game around
And it's
for Washington.
beater play right there. Beater play. Washington outperforming Charlotte's beaters there in the last 2 minutes of the game. to get possession and then press it like that. Just
Bear poking that ball away.
Yeah, oh, big.
Huge to get control, and then makes good on it
Yeah.
by forcing the turnover for Sheridan to capitalize on.
Oh, absolutely.
So
and
big from
2
Washington.
goals away for Washington now.
Yeah,
3 goals away
we're
from
at
Charlotte.
12-11. First to 14 is going to win this game.
And Charlotte just trying to get back up on the board. You got to get back to even. Make this a 2-goal game for both teams.
Yeah, you played so well. Don't let the last 2 plays
put it behind you.
Yeah.
Short-term memory.
And the beater's coming to press again.
Yep.
There's not going to be a lot of outlet options here.
Oh, no. Deflected back to the enemy. I mean,
Sheridan going to have a chance.
Just trying
Sheridan looking for help. Sheridan driving.
I mean,
He's still going.
What
a good
Finds
look.
Hield on the cut. I don't know how he saw Hield coming. She's screaming down the field from the exact opposite side and finds her right as he's essentially running out of steam. I mean, 4 cuts back and forth, and Washington only needs 1 more goal to win this game.
Yeah, perfect cut on the delayed break from Hield. Charlotte already back to the other side.
Hield again on defense. Presley feeling a little desperate, maybe looking for a shot attempt, maybe a pass to the backside of the hoops.
Yeah, 1 on a million there from Presley. Not the greatest play in the world.
Yeah, I mean, with that contact, though, the ball can get away from you. So it's good defense by Washington to make sure that no pass is easy.
And Trudeau is just going to look to end this.
Stop
We
the
are
play?
going to get an illegal swat, I think, on Davis.
Got to be. Yeah, held it maybe a little too long.
Turned and caught it and then dropped it.
And, I mean, accidental catches happen, right? You have to drop in a neutral position rather than a toss in one direction or another, and that might be what the call is. So, just waiting on that call real quick. 1 goal. All Washington.
And 1 goal will end the game here for Washington. Expect there's going to be a blue card on Washington's
Deceptive beat, didn't let go.
That's going to be Melissa Smith.
Okay.
Goals 28. Illegal beat, did not let go.
This is really big.
Yeah, and what might have happened is Melissa Smith holding the bludger on an opposing player and not releasing, creating a false beat there.
And so Charlotte can't lose bludger control here. Expect a huge press.
Yeah, and Trudeau's just going to throw that quote-unquote shot attempt, but just trying to buy time for the defense to get back.
We talked about how important – and the ball's going to come out. There's no bludgers behind.
Yep, Presley driving in.
His head
Sheridan not
down.
able to get there. Trudeau stepping out. Not good enough. Charlotte back on the board. Sheridan likely going to pick up his second card. This could be a red. The last thing Washington needs.
Yeah, if this is a red card, that's going to be huge.
Oh, 3 yellows. 3 yellows is a red. Excuse me, not 2. Oh, I miscounted. That is only his second yellow. 1 yellow to give. I got very nervous there for a second.
Yeah, playing a man down in
for 2 minutes.
Yeah,
if the red card does come out.
In a 13-12 game with a set score of 140 would just be
crushing.
Yeah, very bad.
But
not the case.
Yeah, honestly,
he's got another chance.
Yeah, all game
just
though.
a yellow.
Every time Washington has been down a player,
Head contact, yellow card, head contact,
which is weird.
And importantly, Melissa Smith is going to come back in here at beater. They are gonna get their second beater back on the field.
Yeah.
And with 1 goal to go and Tyler Trudeau with the ball in his hands, you expect him to try and make a play for bludger control, and then just get completely downhill with everything they've got. Both, if they can get bludger control, both bludgers and Trudeau. Also, Mulcahy coming back in for Washington. He's their leading scorer.
Yeah, and you could tell, like, this is Washington saying, okay, we need this goal. And just to clarify, yes, the contact and the card happened before the goal, but because there was already a player in the box, the originally boxed player is the one released, not Sheridan, who just got the card. So,
and Mulcahy with the ball up top. It's going to be Davis on the point defense.
And Nardone kind of escorting here. Making sure Davis can't create a turnover just by himself.
That top beater looks like they want to sneak around. Going to stay in the middle of the
I'm just getting nervous. This back line, he's about a foot away from stepping out, but he stays in. Trudeau now receiving the pass.
Trudeau's going to have an option here.
Dodges the bludger, but the ball's going to get dislodged. Lee Hodge with that left arm around the back to swat that ball out.
Really heads-up defensive play from Lee Hodge to go for the ball while tackling.
I mean, and if that doesn't happen, Trudeau likely scores.
Even falling down, he's got so much momentum going forward.
In length, just to I mean, that shot goes from a 5-foot shot to like a 2.
Yeah, that's a game-saving tackle right there, without a doubt.
Presley passing it behind to Lee Hodge.
This is such an important.
Lee Hodge is going to get beat, but he does get the pass off. Ryan Davis has it on the front side. Nardone is the only beater. Okay, now we've got both bludgers back on defense
with bludger control.
Yeah, and that's saving it.
Good
a catch
play there.
Okay, Charlotte's got an opportunity, and Nardone hits the ground before it beats. That Presley's going to the backside. He's got Ryan Davis on the front. He's looking. He's trying to get the pass off, but Sheridan's got smothering defense. Tyler Trudeau able to get the block and the quaffle. That is a good defensive play from Washington to keep this game in reach.
Washington in the scrum maintains bludger control too. Such a big defensive possession there for Washington. Can't say enough about the defense we've seen in the last couple of minutes.
Oh, my God, I feel great. This is so good to watch right now.
Yeah, expect these beaters to come really hard downhill.
Yeah,
Trudeau going to look to put this one away.
Bludgers are gone. Trudeau's driving. He loses a quaffle. Mulcahy picks it up. It's no good. He's beat before. Oh, they're going to call it a turnover. Oh, my goodness. I mean, it's a roller coaster right now, and I went off of the ride. I can't handle it in my heart. Just kidding. Strap me up. I need every bit of this. This is so good.
Such a good recovery there from Charlotte's beater to get back into play and beat Trudeau just right as he's getting the shot off, and then to get Mulcahy also.
Yeah, Ryan Davis driving. We're seeing the same tackle, just like Lee Hodge on the other side.
It's
back contact.
Yeah, we're going to get tackled from behind on Stars here.
Unlike the Lee Hodge play, Lee able to swat the arm and not create contact on the back. In this scenario, bringing down and creating that full force contact.
Contact came first, SWAT came second, ball comes out. That's not going to be good enough.
Wow.
We've got such a good game here. 13-12.
For
Washington
a quarterfinal spot. One of 2 quarterfinal spots from this play-in bracket. And that's what we're playing for here.
The winner of this game going to play Austin in the quarterfinals.
Correct.
The loser, there's a series of things that that are about to happen.
Yeah, one more game for them.
Yeah, but would be another game
against either Detroit, Cleveland, or
we're the only one thinking about somebody going to lose this game. Both these teams are. Both these teams know they're going to win from this point.
Yep. All right, so looking at this offensively, Washington has the numbers there.
Washington with the quaffle.
Only issue, you still have to beat 2 beaters here. I mean, it's been controlled. Joe Goldberg for Charlotte defensively, LeBeau as well. And they're going to pressure up. Good catch by LeBeau. He's going to create an opportunity.
Ball goes wide of heel.
Yeah, wide, but they still have 2 bludgers. They can press this. And that's one reset used. They have no more to give.
Oh, that's not the best pass from Mulcahy. He's going to make a really good play.
Oh, and that's going to be the beat. He's going to get the pass
Stars
off. Riley dodges it. The duck.
Good hit there from Davis. He spins away. Stars.
He's going to drive it. He's going to score. Washington's going to get it. Game over.
Wow, what an amazing play from Stars.
I don't know how he saw that bludger. He ducks his head. Luckily, he got a haircut 2 days ago. Otherwise, that beat hits.
Oh, my goodness. A great play from Mulcahy to even get the ball forward to Stars, and then Stars with people flying at him, hanging off him. An amazing finish to an amazing game.
Washington moving on to the quarterfinals to meet Austin. Charlotte still has to play for the last play-in bid, that last quarterfinal bid against New York. Noah, what an awesome game.
Reed, it was great commentating this one with you. Thank you so much. What a fun one. What a fun one to watch and commentate on.
Just a taste of what's happening. Yeah, this whole weekend is going to be incredible. So we're going to head out. We've got another game coming up right away, so stay with us. My name's Reed. Thank you, Noah. See you soon.
Hello and welcome everybody to day 1 of MLQ Championships. We've got our first elimination match of the day, just seconds away from Brooms Up. And we are underway between League City and Detroit. And League City's going to get Quaffle right off the rip. And bludger control as well, Lewis.
Sean Townsend's up top with the ball. Passes over to Cullen Friday.
Cullen out of the University of Texas and stint with Texas Cavalry as well.
League City was able to get Quaffle and bludger control off that Brooms Up.
Quick drive and dish, but they're going to be beat out. And Detroit's going to grab possession of the Quaffle. Short stoppage here. We'll check in with our official for the first call of the game. Looks like an injured Detroit innovator. As we'll pause briefly. Didn't get a chance to do it as we got started quickly, but Sammy Garza and Luis Sanchez here in the booth. So happy you've joined us here on the YouTube channel for Major League Quidditch. Got lots of Quidditch for you this weekend. And Luis, like I said, our first elimination game of the day, League City and Detroit. Loser goes home.
Yeah.
Implications on that.
I mean, it's interesting. They've already had a couple games under their belt this morning and a pretty big break after that long Charlotte and Washington game. So they should be fresh. It's unfortunate to see this early injury to start off Detroit's first elimination game.
Yeah, and on the first possession of the game, no less, we hope they're all right, able to get up and shake it off for just a second.
They seem to be stretching out just fine.
Walk off, get a sub, and we'll be back underway shortly.
That's Kagan. He's walking off on his own power, so we'll hope to see him return to this game.
Good sign there.
Obviously, as one of their Brooms Up starters, he's going to be integral in Detroit trying to get out of this elimination game.
That's right. Winner moves on to play Charlotte. Cleveland, excuse me. Went over that pregame and still forgot. Drive here and a dish and a score, and the first goal of the game here. It looks like it's going to be called no good.
I think she was beat before.
By the AR, and so League City will gain control of the Quaffle. Cullen Friday brings it up out of the keeper zone.
That's not a bad look from Emma Vasquez there. I mean, she did what she could, and the beat just got there a tad bit sooner than she could reel that one in.
So Quaffle out up top. Bludger interaction goes down, and now a drive, cross-pitch throw, and it's going to be just in for the first goal of the game now. That one's going to count. No beat before this time.
Yeah, that was a great drive and dish by Hayden Boyce to Sean Townsend.
And League City takes a 10-0 lead. Back the other way. Shot is no good and recovered by Cullen Friday again.
That was a really fast transition from Detroit there.
Tried to get the goal right back after giving up their first one.
Yeah, and they almost succeeded with that too.
So League City back with possession.
Oh, great catch.
Shot on the hoops just as the bludger was coming in, and that one looks like it's going to be no good and a turnover. Detroit's going to take over an inbound from their backside boundary.
And we can credit that turnover to Rourke McAllister, number 24, the beater for Detroit. He pressured up top at midfield and then made a great catch of a bludger there. Forced League City into an error. Detroit's going to need a lot more of that to win this game.
So Detroit walking it up across the mid-pitch line. Beater help, and B comes in, pass over the top. And not sure. Looks like there might be an out-of-bounds call. We'll see what the result of this is here. Looks like Detroit's going to maintain possession of the Quaffle. And their chasers try to get back into the play after getting back on defense. Inbound pass. And now the Quaffle thrown back up top.
Little bobble there is going to have Detroit use their reset.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Detroit, but back on control of both bludgers and Quaffle here.
Leo Freed on top of the pitch with the ball and the green headband.
And an errant pass there. It's going to be stolen by Haley Dupre, and now
big hit.
Possession back to Detroit. A drive, a shot top hoop. It's good, and a stoppage here as an injured Detroit innovator But they are able to get on the board, Lewis, their first goal of the game, and it's tied 10 apiece.
Yeah, that's just great awareness from the beater there. I believe it was Rourke. Detroit turned it over for a second. He turned around and made a beat, and then J.D. Hopton was able to scoop that up and shoot it in.
So J.D. Hopton enters the stat column with his first goal of the game.
And that's just to go along with his 9 goals of the season. So
we'll pause briefly for the injury here. Hope everything's all right down on the field. Got mild temperatures out here in Howard County, Maryland.
Nothing to complain about, though. If you watch the forecast all week, you expected some rain, so this is beautiful.
And let's hope it stays that way for the rest of the weekend. We can get all of your Quidditch action delivered to you here on YouTube. So after a quick visit from the trainer, able to get up and walk off under her own power here. That's Emma Vasquez.
And Jeanette High is subbing in for her on that injury, so we'll see how she takes over these possessions. Let's see.
So League City back in control of the quaffle here, and Colin Friday will bring it up. Slight angle right here.
Good pass to Hayden.
Hayden boys trying to prevent the reset, but unable to do so, and so they'll just try to create more space here. Bludger pressure is in. And Detroit really getting aggressive here with their beater play, trying to force a quick turnover here, and they're going to do it. Scrum for the quaffle. Let's see who comes out on top of it. Looks like it's going to go out of bounds, and Detroit will take over. So good beater pressure there, Lewis, and able to force the turnover.
Yeah, at first I thought it was a bit questionable, but they were able to get the quaffle turnover, so it worked out. It seemed like they handed League City control, but nonetheless, they come away with the quaffle.
Great dodge there on the jump on the beat. Pass over the top, bobbled, and no good on the shot there. So a little bit of chaos from Detroit on the offensive side of the ball, but still tied here at a goal apiece.
And we're getting into that second line for League City. That's going to be Brandon Kubena subbing in.
Be interesting to see how long Colin Friday plays here at keeper for League City. This is an elimination game.
So everything's on the line, Sammy. You just got to play as many minutes as you can if you're the
Walton
team
with
strength.
a throw back, and Cullen's beat out just as that ball is released. We'll see what the call is here. It might be a quaffle turnover.
I feel like League City had a chaser back there to get to that one, but
looked like they did, but maybe they're saying the pass was intended for Friday as he was beat out.
Exactly. Nonetheless, Gerard's going to have the ball and a beater in front of him.
This is a good scoring opportunity here for Detroit. Let's see if they can make the most of it.
And take the lead of this game.
Looks like a misbeat there, and they're going to slow down and just wait for everyone to get in. And as I say that, a quick drive and pass, and a score for Detroit.
Jeanette High, number 5.
Jeanette High just subbed into the game moments ago. She gets her first goal.
Yeah, obviously that's something Detroit's looking to do is just drive and find that weak side dish. And it's worked out pretty well. If it wasn't for that timely beat, they would be up by 2 goals in this game. Carlos is wreaking havoc behind the hoops. But a good reset by Detroit beaters.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's pretty far out of the play there. Let's see if they can wait for him to get back in. Good beater help there. And a tackle. Let's see. No call on the play there. Clean tackle.
Oh, he's going to be called back to hoops on that re-engage on the ground.
And beaters will come in here for League City. Clean it up.
Perry Walton's going to look to
on a
score.
drive, and he rips it. And it's going to be a race to the ball here. Can Friday get there? He can't.
Should be League City's ball. Yep.
That should be League City's ball off the deflection. You're right, Lewis, and it will be. So now a little bit of beater pressure here. Carlos Alarba able to temper that for now.
That's
Walton
a
with a pass across.
Situation.
Friday scoops it up, and Colin Friday scores, and that's his first goal of the game. So we're tied at 20 apiece.
Now Detroit's looking to get into their subs and get into a little bit of that depth.
And so around 7 minutes played here. And we've got a tie game, 2 goals each. See if one of these teams can create some separation as we get close to that 20-minute mark and Snitch on pitch becomes a factor.
And another good note for Detroit is Kagan Madeline returns to the game after that early injury, and he's got the quaffle now, so good to see him return.
And looks like the beater pressure there from League City, able to force a turnover. Let's see if they're able to convert on the other end. Pass and a shot and a score, and they're able to do so. So they take the 1-goal lead here, 30-20.
Yeah, as League City there, you look to transition, and that's a good pass from Perry Walton to Chris Dorsey to get a nice transition goal.
So making the most on opportunities there for League City on the transition, and now Detroit with it in the well. Contact made, ball is out. Bludger thrown, and it's going to be across. A good scoring opportunity here. Looks like a goal for Detroit. So they've evened it up again.
That was just great ball movement from Detroit, taking it from the well back up top on the front side of the hoops and then back to the back of the hoops.
So League City back with it now.
Chris Dorsey with the quaffle. He's joined by Stefan Freeman Vigil.
Stefan making his first appearance here, and a shot over the top.
And right on cue, he gets the ball, and he's looking to score.
And he's able to score top hoop, so we've had 7 total goals in this game, scored by 7 different quaffle players here. Even scoring between the two teams, something you really love to see.
And these two teams may not be known for their depth, but everyone's getting on that scorecard.
Perhaps a driving opportunity, but League City does have a beater at hoops, and the beat comes in. It's going to be another turnover. League City takes control of the quaffle again, and they're looking to perhaps force an opportunity here, but
they've got control, and they're looking to go quick. Stefan's riding that momentum from the last goal. He decides to pull it back out, though.
Yeah, and you know he's one of those players. He gets one, he wants another ASAP. See if he can get it on this possession. Patient for now, though, as they'll play handoff top of the key.
Detroit's playing a soft mark D. They're kind of sunk back a little bit.
Ball swung back behind. That's Mel Brown.
Stefan's looking to drive, gets wrapped up. See if he's able to get the ball out, and another Detroit defender's there, so there's no way he's getting that ball out.
And that's good quaffle defense there, Lewis. Able to hold up and get Stefan down to the ground.
Yeah, that's the luxury of being able to wrap someone with 2 arms, is once you get both arms and you tie up the offensive player's arms up, they're not able to get that ball out. And then if you fall on them, it's only a matter of time before your beaters come clean it up.
So now Detroit looking to even the scoring. Pass goes behind the hoops, and it becomes a great block. And it looks like a shot either way. It ends up back in Detroit's possession, and contact made. Bludgers come in, and it looks like League City is going to take possession of the quaffle again.
And they also have bludger
And they're
going
to get bludger control. Carlos Alarba able to grab one there.
I don't think Carlos is subbed out of this game yet.
So League City bring it across the mid-pitch line here. And it's Dylan Freeman checking in for his first action of the game. Controlling quaffle angle left.
Philip O'Brien goes for the beat. Opens up a lane.
It's like pass behind the hoops here. She's going to get tied up for a second. Freeman bobbles. Quaffle's on the ground, and Detroit's on top of it.
And if Detroit's quick, they can kind of drive in this transition. But nope, Philip O'Brien's able to get that bludger picked up and anchor his defense.
So Detroit will walk it up across the timeline here. And now Beater making their way. Shot top hoop, and he's going to score it.
That was a great shot, great drive.
Good goal.
Good patience, waiting for that hoop to open up. And he's able, Alex Mitchell just shoots that top hoop and sinks it in to tie this game 4-4. You know, Sammy, with this game being loser gone of the tournament, loser goes home. It almost feels like that after the Snitch is pulled, that every goal matters, and it's not even close to Snitch on pitch time yet. the intensity, you can feel it up here in the booth.
Absolutely, you can. The intensity on defense is certainly there.
And it seems like both offenses are being more cautious.
Right, trying to take care of each possession, not force any bad turnover or unforced errors that could lead to goals back the other way.
These back against the wall strategies are bringing the best out of both of these teams. League City's happy to keep tapping out their Detroit point defenders.
Couple of passes, and now close to the back boundary there, but able to keep it in play.
Oh, and a great shot.
A shot fake and a score. Is that Hayden Boyce? It is.
With a couple of League City players not traveling, Hayden Boyce is going to have a big load to carry if he wants League City to advance further into this tournament.
That's right. It's a next man up, next person up mentality here for League City. Is, when players are unable to attend, you look to those other players who are here and say, it's your time now. You got to step up and you got to make some plays. And as we're talking about it, League City forces another turnover, chance to make this a 2-score game. And this would be the largest lead of the game. We've been so tight going back and forth. If League City is able to extend this to 2, it seems like almost a blowout.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what more do you want? Winner continues, loser goes home, Quidditch. Oh, misbeat.
Misbeat there.
And that's going to put League City in a tough position if Detroit decides to press, which they do.
So Quaffle swung all around, and this could be a scoring opportunity. It is.
Wow.
Hayden Boyce with his second one.
Very unorthodox way to break a press there, but it worked in League City's favor, and they're able to get another goal on the board.
And so League City's able to push it out to a 2-goal game. Colin Friday checks back in at keeper. I wondered how much he was going to play, and quickly back into the ballgame. We see him as we get close to 20 minutes here. You can just feel the intensity of every goal, and as you were saying earlier, every goal is so important.
Emma gets wrapped up by Cullen.
Yeah, scrum here behind the hoops.
That
and it looks like that count's coming in, that keeper count there. If Cullen's able to hold on to it for a 10 count, it'll be League City's ball.
Uh-huh. That's a new rule this year in MLQ.
And so League City able to come away with it. I don't think it was quite the 10 call, but either way, they'll get control of the quaffle.
And somehow Detroit was able to hold on to bludger control there. That wasn't a bad drive by Detroit. It's just you got to capitalize on those little floater shots there. A couple bobbles behind the hoops will hurt you as well. But we've got Sean Townsend passing it to Perry Walton, who passes over to Cullen Friday.
Yep, League City, and there's some pressure, quaffle pressure by Detroit.
Great catch by Rourke.
And if you're League City, just playing catch here, looks like that one might have been late. Hand goes up by the AR. We'll see if play is. Oh, it seems to be indicating that one might have been a late throw. We'll see here as they will convene together. And
that might be unfortunate for Rourke there. I'm not sure if this is what they're going to call, but it seemed like he caught a bludger and then threw it at the beater who's claiming immunity. And that would
okay.
Be third bludger interference.
In the beater game.
Yeah, if my eyes are correct. Got a lengthy talk from the refs here.
So they'll talk about it, want to make sure we get the right call down on the field. In a game like this where, as we mentioned, an elimination game here, loser goes home. Want to make sure we get every call right, talk about it.
Yeah, the stakes are high in the losers bracket. I mean, these calls can determine whether someone goes home or continues, and that's huge. Seems like the refs have sorted it out.
Let's see, so it looks like it's going to be League City Quaffle.
Yeah, and they are talking to Rourke, so it might have been that third bludger interference.
And trying to locate the other bludgers here. I think League City, League City's going to have
So
bludger possession
illegal
as well as Quaffle possession.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Were you able to hear that call there, Lewis?
The Rags is just explaining that there's a double bludger turnover, and League City's awarded the quaffle. So now.
So in the end, League City will come away with it here and play catch up top of the quaffle while we sort things out in the beater game.
Yep. Oh, a long beat, and that's going to clear up the lane for Perry.
And an errant beat, but Perry able to get deep into that keeper zone, but looked like he was unable to convert there on that shot.
Yeah, not sure if it was a passer shot or a passer shot, but nonetheless, same result. It's a turnover on the other end, the back side of the hoops.
So if you're Detroit able to get another stop here, that's huge. Every possession matters so much here as we approach 20 minutes.
Yeah, they're still very much in this game with the score being 60-40. You look to kind of decrease that deficit before you get to that 20-minute mark, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, if you're Detroit, you can keep this one within striking distance. A snitch grab and an open goal. Is it going to count? It is.
Emma Vasquez again with that timely cut and a great dish to get that goal. 60-50. League City's still leading in this one.
So Emma Vasquez enters the scoring column. A little bit of beater pressure here, but beaters come in from League City. And it looks like Detroit's going to eventually come away with bludger control after a long jog off pitch.
Yeah, that's great awareness from Perry not to drive on that. He knows there's going to be 2 bludgers on defense, and he's going to let his offense set back up. On that note, he passes over to Sean Townsend, who passes over to Cullen. Ralph is looking for an exchange. His bludger's deflected, and Detroit's looking to press.
Press comes in. Friday with it. Friday on a drive. Cullen Friday is blocked. Shot blocked on that right medium-sized hoop, and Detroit with a big stop as they look to transition back the other way.
Leo Fried's looking to drive, but he's wrapped up. Passes it off. Another pass. Oh, and a bobble. Oh, Emma Vasquez almost had another goal there, but Cullen was able to put some pressure on her, and she bobbled that pass.
And we've got a timeout down on the field, Lewis. League City's going to take one here just short of the 20-minute mark.
Mm-hmm. It's a good timeout just to collect yourself right before Snitch on pitch, talk some strategy. You're only up 1 goal in this game, so with this, again, we feel like we're kind of repeating ourselves. Sound like a broken record, but this is an elimination game, so you have to be calm, cool, and collected when you go into that 20-minute mark.
That's right, Lewis. And so 17:06 to play. We've got a 60-50 ball game, and as you're talking about strategy here, League City, they're going to get control of the quaffle here.
Mm-hmm.
Every goal, like you said, so important. Are you looking to score at any opportunity possible, or perhaps stretch this until that 20-minute mark? We're only 3 minutes away. Would be quite a bit of slow ball here, but if you can stretch it and score going into that 20 minutes, you know, you ensure that you're going to take that lead going into Snitch on pitch.
So just taking into account the way League City has strategized for the previous games they've played today, they haven't focused on Snitch at all. They let the Seekers just go at the Snitch, and their beaters are just staying on defense. So I think for them, you want to
quaffle prioritization looks like.
Yeah, and you want to expand this lead before Snitch on pitch, just because you're not going to allocate your resources to Snitch, and if Detroit is able to pull, you don't want that to kill you, so you got to score as many as you can here to expand this lead. But any other team, I think, I don't know, it's just League City has a different approach on that Snitch on pitch.
They do, and the personnel they have allows them to maybe play a little bit more up-tempo, take advantage of transition opportunities as we're back underway here.
Yeah, they heavily prioritize quaffle goals.
Out of the timeout, it's Hayden Boys with a quaffle, spinning it in his hand and passing it over the mid-pitch line to Colin Friday. Friday working angle left.
Detroit has dropped into a little bit of a deeper zone.
Oh, and it's going to be a turnover there. Intercepted pass, and here comes Detroit on the transition now.
Leo Fried's looking to go. He's got a
One
passing
bludger.
option to his left. He finds it, but it's a little high and bobbled, and Cullen's got it, and he's got speed, so he's looking to go, but
yeah, Detroit with the bludger possession going to want to slow this one up here.
Great vision by Cullen to slow down.
And a long run for Carlos to get back in the play here. But League City's going to go. They're behind the hoops and just over the outstretched arm there and out of bounds. It'll go to Detroit once again.
Yeah, Mel Brown tried to find Lisa Eisenhower on that backdoor cut, but a little high. Something that League City's going to want back if Detroit's able to score here.
So if you're Detroit, you've gotten a number of stops consecutively here. Talk about it's time to maybe put some points on the board, capitalize on those stops, and perhaps get yourself to a point where you're tied or even leading going into Snitch on pitch here.
Great tackle by Hayden Boys there.
And another
chaser
chaser.
To scoop it up.
That's right, another chaser defensive stop for League City. It
Both
seems like
defenses are playing
defenses
great.
Really stepped up over the last few minutes here.
It's going to come down to which offense can either get a strike of luck or find out a strategy to score some more points.
So walking it up across the mid-pitch line now as we cross the 19-minute mark. Working angle right and just loses the quaffle for a moment.
And that bobble allowed Detroit to pressure. And then Chris Dorsey's going to take advantage of the no bludger situation, drive and score on the small hoop.
So a little bit of chaos out front ends up in a League City goal. Yeah. Chris Dorsey gets his second of the game.
That's hard for Detroit because you want to apply that pressure, and it just an unlucky sequence of events. It resulted in a League City goal. But that's great on League City to take advantage of that and expand this lead to 2. 70-50.
So a 2-score game now, and as we approach this 20-minute mark here, if you're Detroit, getting a goal on this possession would be huge, not only for the scoreboard, but also to give you a little bit of confidence and some momentum going into Snitch on pitch. It seems like they haven't scored in a number of minutes here.
For sure.
Getting a goal would do wonders for their confidence, and as I say that, they're able to get one. It looks like, are we at the 20-minute mark? This might be the stoppage here.
That is a stoppage, and that was a great goal by Alex Mitchell to be able to catch that pass nice and close to the hoops and just hit a 180 and score that. That's going to be a huge goal. It gets them a little closer to that set score of 130.
So we're at the 20-minute mark now. It's a 1-score game. League City is going to have quaffle possession when we come back. And Detroit able to score on that final possession of regulation play. And possibly build on some momentum as we go into Snitch on pitch. It's only a 1-score game. This is really anybody's ball game here in elimination.
Sammy, I'm going to put you in Detroit's huddle. What are you telling the team right now?
Well, if I'm Detroit, I like to prioritize snitch play in Snitch on pitch.
Yep.
Once that's taken care of and hopefully you get the grab, then it's time to focus on quaffles and go hit that set score. But, I'm telling you, we've played great defense all game long. It's time to turn up the intensity in the quaffle game. And, build off this last possession. We were able to get a goal there right after the 20-minute mark to stop play. And so hopefully we can build on that on the offensive side of the ball and work towards our set score. We said earlier is 130 here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this game open up. And League City's going to try to play to their advantage of speed and agility and try to score 60 goals before Detroit's able to pull the snitch. But I'm eager to see Detroit kind of open it up and run with League City and be physical and make some tackles. So it's going to be a fun snitch on pitch here. It's going to be interesting.
And certainly neither of these teams wanting to go home.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Day one, we've still got plenty of Quidditch action for those of you at home here on the YouTube channel. But for one of these teams, it could be the last game they play, or it will be the last game they play of the season. Yep. So a lot on the line here as we get set to get back underway.
And our snitch in yellow is Adil Abdallah, a strengthy snitch. I mean, this guy does not get pulled easily. So this that might favor League City strategy of disregarding the snitch and focusing on scoring quaffle points. But if Detroit's able to get a pull here, I mean, it's anyone's game. It's anyone's game.
So we'll see how these teams play it. We're just moments away from getting back underway here in our snitch on pitch portion of the game. So as we mentioned, League City will start with quaffle. And who's got bludger control?
Detroit's got bludger control.
Yeah, it looks like Detroit's got both of them here. So they're going to be able to, if they choose to do so, they're going to be able to prioritize the snitch game or perhaps force a turnover in the quaffle game. We'll see how they handle it here as seekers are released.
Yeah, so if you're at home and you're watching on YouTube and you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say League City doesn't care about the snitch, just watch their beaters. It will be all in the quaffle game, offensively and defensively.
So it looks like seeking for League City is Haley Dupre. And for Detroit, I believe that's
great swap
Leo
back.
Freed. Tough to see the numbers from up here.
Mel Brown's got the ball. Passes down to Sean Townsend.
Townsend on a drive. Townsend with a shot. It's
and
blocked.
A great deflection.
So Detroit's going to get the first stop of snitch on pitch here.
And Haley Dupree's doing her best at
playing defense.
Yeah, keeping that Detroit seeker away from the snitch.
So the strategy here for League City is clear. They're going to use their bludgers in the quaffle game and use Haley Dupre to play some defense on that snitch and hope that she can buy enough time for them to put some quaffle points on the board. So Dorsey here handling quaffle. Pass back behind to Townsend.
Great hustle.
And contact made there by Detroit, but beat out. Pass across hoops, and looks like a good goal from up here. It is.
That's Mel Brown. Great pass from Hayden Boyce. And that's the first goal of Snitch on pitch play.
And Mel Brown able to get her first goal here.
Leo Fried's got a lot of time with the Snitch, though. Trying to play hero for his team. A Snitch pull here would almost
give
every advantage to Detroit.
Not only would it give them the lead, but certainly some momentum. You know, snitch grabs are so important in this game, and a quaffle goal there for Detroit.
And a sub in at seeker for Detroit as well. I believe that's David Banis. It is. So these teams have traded goals back and forth, just one goal apiece. Our set score still sits at 130.
And it seems like for the time being here, Lewis, Detroit's going to use their beaters on defense.
Yeah.
Perhaps just for this possession, and you know, we'll see what happens when if they're able to force a turnover or get control of the quaffle back, if they go back and focus on the snitch game.
Yeah, you almost have to. That was a great catch by Carlos and a beat by Carlos, and that gives his chasers an opportunity to drive. But he's tackled. Hayden's tackled. Then
it looks like, is that Perry Walton able to?
Oh, that is Perry Walton. He got up out of a tackle, but then the beater was there. Rourke was able to tap him before he got the shot off, and we'll see as the refs confer on that
So
one.
it looks like it could be a beat before call, but we'll see as the refs talk about it here. And if that goal were to stand, it would be pushed out to a 2-goal lead for League City.
I like Detroit's counter strategy of bringing their beaters back into the defensive game. If you let League City have their beaters in the quaffle game and just allocate your resources to the snitch, that's where League City wants you to do, and they'll look to score quick goals.
So they're going to give quaffle back to Perry Walton, and he's going to, well, he started to move. Wonder if he's going to be able to choose his spot on the keeper zone line.
Yeah, and that's a card on Detroit's chaser. Little conference with our head ref, Rags, to get some clarification, but
yeah, it looks like it's going to be some sort of back contact or wrap from behind.
A lot of bodies between Perry Walton and the hoops, though, and a bludger. So we'll see if he's able to capitalize on this or find a teammate to his left and pass it out.
And he is going to be able to move along that keeper zone line. The line behind, able to pick a point there and reposition yourself as we restart play here.
Just to clarify on the card, that was going to be a yellow card with contact from behind on the Detroit chaser.
So Walton on a drive, and he's going to score top hoop. Extends that League City lead to 2 possessions.
And puts them another goal closer to
and
that
another
set
goal
score of
closer,
130.
that's right. 4 goals away from sending Detroit home. As Detroit's getting lots of time on the snitch here, Lewis.
Yeah, that's just...
And with how massive a pull here is, and a quick beat out there by Carlos.
Yeah, you bring your team into the lead with a snitch pull here, so it's huge. Oh, great
and
strip.
knocked free. That's good chaser defense from League City, but it's going to be knocked out by League City, and so Detroit will retain quaffle possession.
Big pass over the top.
Long pass, and it's contested by both Detroit quaffle players going for it, unable to come down with it. And now Perry Walton on a drive. They've got 2 bludgers back though, so see if he slows it up.
Yeah, Detroit's beaters have been able to hold on to possession this whole snitch on pitch time, and that's going to be huge. Yep, because you're able to do things just like that and force turnovers and get the ball back into your quaffle players' hands.
And while all this is going on, still lots of time here for Detroit on the snitch.
Yeah, David Banis has to do everything in his power to get that snitch pull.
And they're just wrestling across that mid-pitch line.
You know, Sammy, I thought this game was really going to open up and get to the races. What's
maybe
your
the
take
tempo
on
picked up a
taking
little
it
bit.
slower? What's your take on that?
Well, you know, I actually think Detroit's more than happy to, try to play this slow game in the quaffle game so that they can get all this time on the snitch.
You're right.
The more time they have, if it comes out with a pull, I mean, that's massive for them in getting to that set score. And, you know, look at all this time he's getting. He's protected by 2 beaters there. If they can just hold on to possession in the quaffle game and work it around, take their time on offense, they're getting plenty of time on Snitch here. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to come away with a pull.
Those are fresh legs of Leo Freed, who just subbed in as the seeker.
And it looks like they still got Haley Dupre out there for League City, putting in lots of a big shift here on that defensive seeking.
Yeah, but a quick turn of the field with a pass to Cullen Friday, and he's able to rip a shot right through the middle hoop and put his team even closer to victory.
And so Friday's got his second goal of the game, and now just 3 goals away or a snitch grab from ending this one.
Yeah.
And if you're Detroit, I mean, now's the time. You got to get a snitch grab here soon.
This game's getting a little away from Detroit, and they need to pick it up from right here. It's now or never.
Yeah, your season's on the line.
Great.
See if they're able to get one in the quaffle game here. It's going to be a turnover in League City. Looking to transition back the other way. Detroit does have 2 bludgers back, so they're going to slow it up for just a second.
League City's had great one-bludger defense on these possessions from Detroit.
Oh, and it looks like a swat there by their seeker.
That's going to hurt them.
And so we'll see what the outcome of this play is, but it looks like advantage call for the time being, and we're going to stop play. And, you know, from our vantage point in the booth here, Lewis, looked like a clear swat there by the seeker there for Detroit.
Yeah, and for you fans at home, that is illegal. You are able to swat a bludger as a chaser, but if you're wearing that yellow headband, you cannot swat a bludger.
And that's David Weir.
And that's going to be a minute in the box for Detroit's seeker, sorry. So that's going to be hard because obviously if you're in the box, you cannot pull the snitch.
That's right. And just like we were mentioning just a second ago, how important that snitch game was for Detroit to be able to pull here as they start to fall behind in quaffle points. Now they can't pull. It is literally impossible for them to pull here while this, while they serve time in the box.
Yeah.
And so if you're League City here,
it's all quaffle game.
Take your time, get a sure goal, and you're only 2 scores away from ending this thing.
With that being said, Perry Walton's at the top of the field with the quaffle. He's just surveying the field. Passes to
great
Stephen.
catch. They're in the beater game for Detroit, and now mini press out of Detroit, but a couple of passes, and they're able to handle it. Friday rips a shot. Friday scores. That's Colin Friday and his 3rd goal of the game.
That was great use of spaces on the field for Perry and Cullen to just keep passing back and forth and making that defense shift and opening up that shot for Cullen Friday.
And so now for Detroit, they do get their seeker back, but they've been struggling to score in the quaffle game here on Snitch on pitch, and so we once again talk about how important the snitch grab is for them to get here, and they're going to get lots of time on it.
Yeah. It's equally important for Detroit to get a good offensive possession here and try to get
That's right, and they do. They get a sure goal there.
That's a great little swing from the behind. Gerard is able to get that score in on the middle hoop, or medium-sized hoop, sorry. So, with League City just 1 goal away from victory here, or 2 goals away.
Yeah, 2 goals away from victory.
Oh, sorry. So
110, and the set score is 130. So
got it. They're 2 goals away. So Detroit needs to step up and make some stops here, allow themselves to get back in this game.
And so there it is, Lewis. The goal is good, so they'll be within 1 goal of ending this thing. And so now if you're Detroit, what's the strategy on offense? Because even if you score, you give possession back to League City, and they're able to end it with a quaffle goal.
Yeah, ideally you just want to score and maintain control of bludgers. That way you can have them set back on defense, and because it's do or die when League City gets the quaffle back again.
Right, the name of the game here has to be don't get transitioned on back the other way. If you're Detroit, get a sure goal, maintain that bludger possession.
And that's going to be tough when League City has their speed line in.
Right. So Detroit working it down into the opposition keeper zone here, now behind the hoops. And contact made there. It's going to be a stoppage, and we'll see what the call is.
I think the initial grab was good, but he did re-engage from behind. I think that's what Rags is going to call Perry Walton on.
So a yellow card going to be shown to Perry Walton, and he'll serve a minute in the box.
That's fortunate. That's fortunate for Detroit there. They get to go against a defense that is down chaser, hopefully get a quick goal, not lose bludgers, and get back on defense.
And so we've got a timeout down there on the field. Detroit took a timeout.
Yeah, that's Detroit's timeout.
So 120-80 here is our score. League City with a 4-goal advantage over Detroit, and just 1 goal away from closing it out. We've talked about the strategy here for Detroit and how important it is for them to get a grab here, but unable to do so. They've had plenty of time on the Snitch, but that Snitch has been so tough to pull in this game here.
As I said he would. I mean, that's a tough Snitch for anyone to grab. So, especially when there's only one seeker going at him, and he's able to focus on Detroit solely, and you can get very tired and drained out when you have to constantly battle 2 seekers. But when League City's not trying to pull, you're able to kind of rest whenever Detroit gets beat out or comes off broom. So he's really only had to fight 1 seeker this whole game, and he could probably do that forever.
And I want to highlight the efforts here of Haley Dupre, who's been playing seeker defense this entire Snitch on pitch,
admirably.
And her effort in that role is integral to them having success with this, being a nuisance, making sure that they're not getting so much uncontested time on the Snitch. It's really been important for them to make sure that this strategy works. And look, Detroit's been struggling to score qualifiable points, and so that Snitch grab was so important for them to get.
Yeah, very unselfish of her, just because. Oh, and just like that, Detroit
and here
scores,
comes
but
Colin
goes
Friday. Straight down the pitch, and Colin Friday is going to end it like a blur. He's able to score in a matter of seconds.
In true Friday fashion, I mean, that guy is just flashed down the field. That's just worst-case scenario that you want, just to score and get that ball back in Cullen's hands. But great job for Cullen.
So League City survives. Our final score here, League City Legends 130, Detroit Innovators 80. And unfortunately for Detroit, they're going to be eliminated from our tournament here on day 1. League City will move on
to face Cleveland.
And we've got an interview next. Are we going to go ahead and cut to that now or in just a second? All right, so we'll be right back. We've got an interview next. Thank you so much for joining us here on the YouTube channel of Major League Quidditch. We've got plenty of Quidditch action, not only today in day 1, but tomorrow as well. Day 2 will be streamed here once again. And thank you so much for joining us. For Luis Sanchez, I'm Sammy Garza, and we'll see you next time.
Well, I'm sitting here with Hayden, coming off of a big win against Detroit. That was a loser goes home, winner stays to play. You're in like a gauntlet situation now. You've got Cleveland ahead of you, and then if you win that game, Charlotte beyond that. But let's talk about the games so far. You lose to Washington, good team. You just watched them play a really close game against Charlotte and come out on top. Now you've got what is a couple easier opponents given the way the bracket's fallen.
Right.
What has been like the transition of the team going from that Washington loss to this Detroit win now?
So I really think just simply from the Washington loss to the Detroit win, we really tried to pick up our energy, like our pregame energy, everything. We had a little chance here and there, and just hyping us up and whatnot.
Okay.
Little strategy going into it. Won't talk about that. But
Right. I mean, you got a few more games to go. So let's look ahead then. You've got Cleveland. An opponent that honestly had a pretty good first showing against Charlotte. They looked better than I think anybody's seen them play this regular season. What are some of the highlights of this matchup that you're looking at?
Well, Cleveland was our first matchup, right, earlier today?
Yeah.
So we did beat them earlier today. It was a pretty intense game.
Right.
We hope to just come out with, if not the same energy, more energy.
Right.
And obviously we're progressing through the tournament. We're losing stamina and stuff.
Right.
But we hope to just come out and essentially do what we did the first time and adapt to whatever they change up, because obviously they're going to be adapting to us, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, then let's shift the focus to you, because you have been a rising star, especially in this program. We talked about before. I kind of threw some shade how you're kind of carpooling with the entire Sam Houston squad to every practice, which is upwards of like 2 hours away.
Yeah.
Touted as one of the worst DJs at Sam Houston, nevertheless League City. But I mean, is that kind of like commitment and camaraderie helpful for you guys? Is that like something that you've been building yourself?
So there's a big we have 4 Sam Houston players on our roster, and we're all officers at Sam Houston, and we're all trying to build that. We're all trying to get better here for the USQ season,
right?
And that's our primary focus, is just improving, right? The long drive is it's annoying sometimes. We get home at like 11:30 on Sundays. No, on Thursdays.
Right.
But yeah.
Cool. Then talk about your progress. You're kind of flourishing as a chaser now. You're working well with a lot of your teammates, and it feels like the game is slowing down for you. Has it been a big focus into the season, or just kind of like natural?
I feel like it's a little of both. I do think I'm just naturally seeing the field better and just seeing what's going on better. Yeah. With the last year off, coming back into it was definitely I had to adapt a little bit because I missed a lot. I lost some my shot and my passes and stuff. But yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you, Hayden. I appreciate it. It's good to see you again.
Problem.
You've got a couple games ahead of you. You're going out now.
You
got to go warm up, but I appreciate you taking the interview. I'll see you next time. Yeah.
Yes,
thank you, guys.
And welcome back. I'm here with CJ. CJ, how are you doing? How are you liking the Quidditch so far?
I am doing fantastic. Quidditch has been fantastic. Hoping for another fantastic game.
Yeah, we got a great one here between League City and Cleveland. I'm really excited to see this game. And we're up. Broom's up on the pitch. We got League City starts with the ball. We got a quick drive here. That shot's not going to go anywhere. It's going to get swallowed up at the hoops.
A little bit of a wasted possession. You like to see him slow it down, take it back, like really establish your offense early in this game.
Yeah, so 64 Gabe Boris going to have the ball here. So far we've seen this matchup before, and what we really saw was that League City was able to ultimately run over this this Cleveland team. We'll see if things change here in the second matchup. So we got Cleveland ball right now. They're going to take it up to the right side. Still working. Going to be a step there from Hayden Boyce. He's going to be on the point defense behind the hoops. That's Sam Rapinki with the ball. He's going to do a nice tackle there by Boyes. Really nice tackle there from Boyes. That's going to be a turnover. Rapinki looked a little lost back there behind the hoops.
Yeah, it wasn't much offense, like really cutting or movement or anything that I saw from Cleveland there. Pinky was kind of just on his own. And
now it's Boyce on the right side. He's going to drive. That's a really good shot. Looks like from this angle, it looks like it went through. The refs are saying it absolutely did not. We're going to trust them instead of us. They're closer. Ball's going to go out of play. Turnover. It's going to be Cleveland ball. It's a really good drive there from Boyce off that right wing. The step from the beater didn't come very quickly from Cleveland.
That's really his bread and butter. Cleveland needs to be either a quaffle player or a beater needs to step to that. That's what burned them in the first matchup against League City.
Yeah, and League City going to have bludger control here. They're starting in a good set. Oh, that's going to be two beaters out. It's a shot. That's going to go through. A nice shot there by Repnicki.
Again, he's been the source of their offense for the predominant of like the weekend so far.
Yeah, it looked like both beaters stepped forward to press the ball and left a lot of space in behind for Cleveland to fill and make the shot. League City here with the ball. It's going to be Dorsey up top, having subbed in keeper. Ball out wide. Cleveland contends. So that's a nice pass right there. And Dorsey with the finish.
That's just fantastic positioning, fantastic vision too. That's by at least three different quaffle players and a beater in the view.
Yeah, it looked like number 19, Sean Townsend, on the assist there. A really good look from Townsend. So again, that's Boris up top at the keeper position for Cleveland. So far, slow game. Look to see League City look for it to use its athleticism. Ball gets out. That's going to come back. That bludger hit the quaffle. Rapnicki with the ball. He's going to have. That's an errant pass. That's going to get outside. That's going to go out. Turnover. Not a great pass from Nick. A good play to stay with the ball. Not a good pass though.
When they take the initial lane, that's usually when you want to try and find the dish. You got the beater to step, you got the beater to throw. In an offensive possession, that's what you're looking for. Unfortunate that no one was there. And again, you mentioned the good hustle play to try and keep that alive.
And that was Isaac Nichols out wide, unable to come up with the pass. Ball back up top. Escorted by the beater here for League City. That's number 81, Carlos Alabra. Holding that bludger. That bludger's going to go over, back behind the hoops. It's going to be a shot swallowed up by Gabe.
I like this ball movement from League City. You know, their beaters are able to draw out the quaffle play of Cleveland. It's a good opportunity shot. It's a high percentage shot. It just happens to fall right to the keeper.
And that's Gaffigan, number 6, with the ball for Cleveland. He looked really good in that first game. He was their bright spot, I thought, in the first League City game. When a lot of players, there wasn't a lot of court vision, there wasn't a lot of field vision on the in this first matchup. I thought Gaffigan really stood out as somebody who really saw the field well. And that's Rapnicki with the ball now. Gaff behind him. Gaff going to get the ball now after the press. Really good wrap at midfield. They're going to keep going with it. Going to need to find a player. Did he touch before? He did. They did have an eligible receiver.
If you're League City, this is what you want to see. You want to see a high press. You don't want to let Cleveland get set up. What tore you apart in the first game was the passing and finding the opportunities behind.
Yeah, I really think League City wants to cause disruption and just get out with athletes and get into the transition game. I think that's where they're going to be best. I'm not sure a slower pace necessarily benefits Cleveland, but it certainly negates some of the things that League City can do really effectively against you. Cleveland staying really patient here with one bludger. League City with control. Now they're going to go to no bludgers and look to attack. Gaff couldn't find the shot. That's going to go well high and out. I don't love that play. I think if you're going to attack with the beater, you might as well attack with the ball. It can be a little bit riskier. The ball you don't necessarily have the most control about where that ball is going to bounce. So you do get the bludger back on defense more quickly, like you see with Cleveland here set up. But if Gaffigan was going to take that shot anyway, it was just going to go over the top of the hoops, you're going to have time to go get a bludger back anyway. Yeah.
And also, like, Cleveland needs to have their beaters and chasers on the same page. Like, we just saw a drive. No one made a cut to the hoops, and it ended up floating over because there was no movement.
And it's going to be Dupre with the pass that gets swallowed up by Gaffigan. Not a great pass. She was looking for Brandon Kubena to the left of the hoops. Cleveland with the ball. Sam Houston State still with bludger control. Oh, nice pass there. And a great look from Cleveland.
That is the vision you are looking for. That's how you're going to dismantle League City, is passes like that. League City's shown that they have a complete stout defense and will shut you down in the lane. You need to pick them apart. That's good stuff from Cleveland.
And that was Melinda Stout on the finish there. Really well done. Really well executed. Cleveland with the early lead in this second matchup, 2-1. Nice drive there from Dupre. She gets stood up a little bit, finds a pass. That's Jimmy Evans on the wing playing chaser, not beater this time. Cullen Friday does so much. A nice look across. That's going to go through. Cullen Friday on a fantastic whip around to Haley Dupre.
Good awareness and
Gaff down the field quickly. Going to look to get past Cullen Friday, and he does. Really heads-up play there.
Incredibly cheeky. Hid the quaffle behind his back the whole way down. League City had their heads down in the grass. Didn't see him coming. Fantastic play.
Yeah, really heads-up there from John Gaffigan, able to get down the pitch and find the goal. But a really great pass on the other end from Friday to Dupre to find the goal in the first place. Just have to get back on defense if you're League City. It's inexcusable. And it is Friday to the right side. He's looking for options. It's a little bit of, there's a mess of bodies in the middle right there. Passes out. Nice look in front of the hoops. Going to be able to control it and put it through. Nicely done there in front of the hoops with all those bodies in front.
It's a good Maryland V-cut there.
That was Brandon Kubena on the finish. Yeah, really well done. League City able to get back on defense after finishing this time. The ball ended up a little bit further. And that's Matt Dwyer on the wing, number 19. He's going to look for space. League City still with bludger control. Really dominating the bludger control game. And that's going to be no bludgers for Cleveland. A really nice deflection there from Gaffigan. He's going to drive. He's going to find the cutter. Nice play from Friday to defend the hoops all by himself. Shot goes up. Shot goes through.
Fantastic hustle play from Cleveland there. It looked like League City might have shut down the offense. They did a good job making sure to take their opportunity driving in on that beater. You connect the passes and you find the shot. That was a good high percentage shot from behind hoops, and that's where League City struggled, was reversing their defense and getting back there to shut things down.
Yeah, and to have bludger control and miss the beat up top and then need that next beater to step to create all that space behind, it's not a great look. A nice drive there from Ashton Jean Lewis. He's not going to be able to finish. He tries to put his shoulder through it, knocks the hoop down.
That is a big body to try and stop, but the hoop goes down. Not really much Ashton can do there.
Yeah. And again on that play, that was, by the way, on the last Cleveland goal, was Ralph Montejano, who started at beater, came in. We've seen a lot of versatility from this Cleveland team in a few positions here. Lots of people that are playing both beater and chaser. And you'd love to see that utility from any player, and it really helps your team. But it's still amazing that they were able, on 2 bludgers, that Gaffigan was able to make that block, find space, create space, and then finish. And that's going to be a good recovery there. And a nice turnover. That's how you do it with 2 bludgers. That's the kind of defense you like to see. Cleveland able to get a bludger back. Cullen Friday looking for a goal. Nobody's going to step to the ball. He's going to get a free shot. It's not going to go through. And expect Friday to finish that. We've seen him have a really good tournament so far.
Cleveland, honestly, I think got a little lucky there. You can't give Friday that space to take that shot. Someone needs to step, like we saw before in an earlier possession. It needs to be a chaser or it needs to be a beater, making that shot a little bit tougher, maybe putting a body on him.
Yeah, that 3 to 5 yard range with your momentum going forward is just such an easy shot. You really need to have somebody, either a beater or a chaser there, to make it a little bit more difficult. You got to stop in your play here. We'll see what it is. It's going to be a blue card.
I think it might be a swat after beat.
SWAT after the beat, 21 blue. Blue
It's
card.
going to be a SWAT after the beat, blue card on Steph Freeman Vigil. Cleveland restarting with the ball on the right screen. Nice dodge there. Ball across, really good play. Dwyer on the backside. We're going to get another stoppage in play. We got a no-goal beat before call by our AR.
That's a fantastic turn from the beater. There's not really much you can do there. You have to hold your ground, respect the shot, because Cleveland had a ton of driving space, but to be able to turn around and make that clinical beating from League City.
Yeah, that's really good backside defense from Kevin Raber. I mean, the ball got whipped in so well, and it was a good finish by Dwyer, and Raber able to, like you said, able to turn and make that beat to stop the goal. Just phenomenal. Now League City looking to press. Raber looking to come up and press a little bit. Ashton Jean Lewis with the ball. He's going to make a pass behind the hoops. We got a cut. No good as League City tried to reach around and stuff that goal through. Raber's got a long journey back to the hoops here. League City has no bludgers back until now they do. The ball unable to get forward fast enough for Cleveland to take advantage of it.
That's another opportunity you want to see League City finish. I don't think they respect Ashton Jean Lewis's ability to take the space, and there's only so far you can sink on defense, and they were completely compacted at hoops and flipping them on the defensive end, getting the ball behind. Really not a good look for Cleveland defensively.
And that's Dwyer on the wing with Jean Lewis stepping. Working the ball around the top here. Cleveland with bludger control. Severance now behind their beater. Shuey getting harassed. Dwyer makes a dodge. Up over the top. And a nice, really great stuff through. Dwyer with a great look across the defense.
Unbelievable awareness from Dwyer to just know exactly where that hoop is. Ball coming over the shoulder.
Yeah, and that was Alex Beaning on the finish. A really fantastic behind-the-back finish.
We are now at the 13-minute mark in this game.
Yeah, that's Chris Dorsey with the drive. He's going to be able to shrug off the defender. It's going to go high. Another shot that probably should have been finished. That's probably 2 goals that should have been put down by League City. It's currently a 5-2 ball game. Probably should be 5-4. I know that Friday is going to want his shot back, and Dorsey's probably going to want that one back too.
And again, we talked about it early on. League City probably wanted to push the tempo here, and we're not exactly seeing it yet. You'd think the score would probably be a little bit higher if they do push that tempo.
Yeah, they've been really content to sit back and let Cleveland find space. I'd really like to see that, but we have seen that it's been a little bit sketchy for them when they press those beaters up. And that's a turnover in the middle of the field. League City racing out the field, looking to get out. just like you were saying, getting out in transition, League City, that's really where they're going to make their mark. And that was Steph Freeman Vigil on the breakaway.
Yeah, Cleveland, I don't see them being able to hang with League City in the fast break defense there, either with getting bludgers back or with chasers having to step up and make hits.
And they lost bludger control, but worth the goal, absolutely. Caused the pressure, force the turnover at midfield, which is the worst place to lose the ball, and force the fast break, get the fast break going the other way. That's what we're gonna have to see from League City if they're gonna find a lead in this game, hang in this game, and ultimately win this game. And that's Rabnicki up top. He's got Severance to left. He's just going to fire, and he's going to score. Too much space. There's not enough ball pressure there. Rabnicki very easily able to find a lane that he can shoot through.
Yeah, we've got League City's bidders sitting exactly right at hoops. And like you said, no one's stepping. That's what Cleveland's problem was earlier. League City's now falling into the same trap, allowing too much space, and people on this roster for Cleveland know how to shoot.
And Dorsey bringing it up for League City. Now that beater's going to come with him. Couple nice tap beats there from Ralph Montejano, who's played chaser and beater this game. Nice step. That's going to be an easy goal.
That beater play on that wing allowed League City just completely flatten Cleveland's defense. And as soon as everyone gets stacked on that hoop line, not much they can do there. They can either take the lane and finish there. They were able to find the dish to behind hoops and hit the shot.
Yeah.
But not a good spot for Cleveland.
Yeah, and Sean Townsend looked really comfortable there with the ball in his hands, able to push the beat away with the quaffle and find space later. Really good beater play there from Cleveland, leads to the goal. We saw a nice beat trade there from Austin Howe to create space for the shot in behind. And Cleveland's has really good control of this game right now. They've got control of the tempo. They've got control of the offense. They're doing just fine defensively. Hasn't been stifling defense, but it's been just enough. And they're winning. A quick missed beat there. Friday gonna find a chaser behind, who's gonna score. Really good play there by Colin Friday to manage the action in front of him and find the open man.
And good work from the beaters too to give him the angle to get around there. It's kind of a difficult look for a righty coming off that left side drive, but to step off and be able to push that ball through, incredible skill.
Yeah, that was Hayden Boys on the finish. Yeah, really good look from Friday. Really good finish from Boys. Again, Cleveland controlling the tempo. League City staying in it. Another big mid-range shot from Ripnicki. We're going to talk about it. The refs are saying it went through. The mid-range shooting of Cleveland is why they have this lead right now.
And if I'm Cleveland, I'm continuing to feed this hot hand. If League City's content to give me the space, might as well take it, especially when
that
these
is
going to
be good. Yeah, exactly. If there's not enough ball pressure, if you're able to get that close to the lane, League City is really having problems defensively around the hoops from these mid-range shots. They just don't quite have the length at the keeper position. Colin Friday, extraordinarily fast, a great passer we've already seen. We're 17 minutes, 11 seconds into this game. We've got Snitch coming on pitch in about almost just under 3 minutes. And it looks like it's going to be a tight one the rest of the way. Like we were saying, Friday extremely fast, has been great with the ball, has finished a lot for this League City team. Gets around one defender, finds a wide open Haley to pray with a great feed. Does so much for this League City team.
And Cleveland made the play they needed to make. They stepped, but again, it's that backdoor look that League City found in game one and are finding it again. And it's, I think, honestly, the defensive shape of Cleveland started slacking a little bit. I wasn't sure if it was a misstep from a chaser or the beater was just a little slow on the turn, but it's exactly what we saw at the end of game one, League City figuring out their offense.
And a great play from Dupre to find the space and finish clinically. That the clean catch to clean finish, so useful, so important, done perfectly there by Dupre. Ribnicki still looking for space. That ball, It's going to be a nice ball over. Boris picks it up, still in bounds. The initial beat dislodged the ball. Boris finds a very wide pass. Not sure it needed to be made. That's Melinda Staup out wide that stepped out of bounds. Quick turnover there from Cleveland.
That's been a problem all day for a lot of these players. The out of bounds are marked with cones on this field. There are lines too, but it's really easy to lose track of those boundaries.
There are lines, but there's a plethora of lines.
Yes.
There's enough lines that it can get confusing. And this is Dylan Freeman coming up with the ball. And a mid-range shot of his own goes through. Dylan Freeman says, anything they can do, I can do better.
And again, that backdoor look for League City was there all day. You saw the keeper for Cleveland having to cheat over and respect that backdoor pass. Gives League City the shooting lane.
Oh, and a quick response here from Cleveland. Able to get up and down the field as quickly as we've seen any team do this game.
And it's tempo we don't really expect from Cleveland. They've been very patient for the most part to get back out and transition like that. And take it to League City is, I think, a refreshing change for their offensive look.
Yeah, and that was Brechting on the finish. Yeah, really good, really well done there from Cleveland. We've seen that a few times from a few different teams. The quick after the goal, the quick break on the other end, and so far it's taken a lot of teams a few attempts in that formation to get. And a quick ball goes up over. That shot's going to be no good, and going to go out of bounds harmlessly. We've seen teams take a while to adjust to that look, the break off of the score. Now Gaffigan back in the game. This is where Cleveland has been slower with 6 in the game. Gaffigan with the ball up top for Cleveland. Looks like it was a swat. We are going to get a swat. We've got an advantage called by the AR. Gaffigan knocks away a bludger. Finds Brecking. Brecking scores. Really well done there. Nice little 1-2.
Yeah, it's a fantastic finish from Cleveland. Even if they wanted to, they could take the opportunity to find the next skip pass to the small hoop on the left-hand side, because that was also available. I really feel like Cleveland is taking the most of their opportunities with creating space and then finishing in it.
Yeah, the ball pressure has been the biggest problem for League City for sure. And we're at 20 minutes here. The Snitch is about to come on pitch. What have you seen from Cleveland? What have you seen from League City so far?
Honestly, Cleveland has dictated this game. They've taken it to League City, which we didn't see in Game 1. We would have expected League City to play a little bit more downhill, and they've just kind of succumbed to Cleveland's pace. Cleveland is mixing it up in the offensive zone. It's fantastic stuff from Cleveland.
Yeah, so the set score here is going to be 160. What is the set score? Set score is what each team needs to get to win. And we'll be back when the game. We'll be back with everything when the game restarts. And we're back. So let's talk about what a set score is. A set score is what you need to win the game. From this point on, we'll add 60 points to the team that's ahead, and currently that's Cleveland at 100 to 80. So Cleveland will have to get Cleveland or League City. They will be the first team to 160, so 16 to win. The snitch that's going to come on pitch is going to be worth 35 points. A catch does not end the game. It adds 35 points to whichever team catches. So obviously a big boon for whichever team does end up catching the snitch, if either team ends up catching the snitch, but not necessary to win or finish the game.
Yeah, it's definitely been a refreshing change to the game. We saw it introduced in 2019. Really forces teams to commit to the snitch almost all of the time because of how valuable those 35 points are to get to the set score. If you get it, you're halfway there if you're in the lead. If you're behind, that is a massive boost to catch you back up in this game.
Yeah, and like we said, the current score is Cleveland 100, League City 80. And on the restart, it is going to be League City Quaffle.
And this is where we really want to see League City go downhill, get out in transition, and run through some Cleveland players that we haven't seen so far in this game except for maybe one or two looks. Obviously, it's been a tough, hot, long day, and I would fully expect Cleveland to be almost out of gas, but this is where you need to dig deep if you want to make it to Sunday.
Yeah, and I've been really surprised by how well Cleveland has controlled this game, honestly. They don't have a huge lead. I think that speaks to kind of the talent League City has. But Cleveland has had the open looks. Cleveland has been okay defensively, okay enough defensively. And Cleveland, I think, has really bossed the game a little bit. Of course, everything could change now that the dynamics of the game have changed with the snitch being on pitch. Oh, a nice pass over there. Nice find. The ball doesn't go through. Good defense, good swarming defense there from Cleveland.
Fantastic second effort to recover that quaffle, but it's going to end up being a tie-up there in the keeper's zone.
And after 10 seconds of a scrum, the ball will go to the keeper in the keeper zone.
Really,
just Mel Brown for League City, unable to put the ball through, but a good find. Really encouraging look there from League City.
Yeah, the space was there. Like, release might need to be a little bit quicker. The angle of the pass was a little bit awkward, so getting that turn and shot off is definitely not easy. Like you said, fantastic opportunity for League City in the half court.
And this is Tudor that kind of loses the ball there. And nice pickup from Freeman, who's unable to make it happen. And we've got a quick catch here.
This is exactly what Cleveland needed. If this is good, this is going to put them a healthy distance ahead and halfway to being scot-free out of this game.
Yeah, and that's Gabe Boris seeking for Cleveland. That was able to grab the snitch. We'll see what the refs call. Is it good? And Andrew Tudor is injured here on the near side of the field. Quickly being attended to.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an awkward wrap when Freeman tried to get out in space and run. Wrap kind of not necessarily from behind, but in a way that was really awkward on the landing, and I think he kind of got caught up in Freeman's legs.
Yeah, obviously no intent. There's some hard Quidditch being played. We'll see if that ends up affecting the snitch catch at all. Refs still conferring. This would be huge for Cleveland if they were able to get this. League City had a quick opportunity that they weren't able to pull on earlier. Refs still conferring here. It's going to be a long discussion. Usually after these long discussions, the pull is called off. We'll see. You're able to walk off.
Looks like we're finally going to get the call here. It's going to be a good catch.
Is good. Big for Cleveland. Very big for Cleveland. Now only needing 3 goals to finish this game.
And now that they can get their beaters back in this half-court set, I would look for them to go back right to what they were doing before Snitch on pitch, generate the space for their shooters, finish up some nice tidy shots on the wide hoops.
And like you were saying, League City wanting to get downhill, easier to do without the beaters in play, while the beaters are paying attention to the Snitch play because it's so valuable. Now, not only does Cleveland get those 3 points, but they get those beaters back on the defensive game. And that's going to be so huge to close this thing out. Cleveland also starts with the ball here. Ball over to Brechting. He's going to look to work. Quick hold up. Nice hold up play there from Dupre. Allows the beater to get involved and end up cleaning things up.
I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough in point defending. Is you don't always have to make the tackle. You don't always have to bring them to the ground. As long as you can give your beaters or other chasers time to get in that play and get stuck in, it's honestly priceless.
And it's what made the play. It's why they've got the ball now. Couple of quick tap beats here from Alabra. Freeman looking to fill behind. Nice tackle there. Forces the spin from Freeman. That's Boys cutting. That's Boys spinning. That's Boys spinning again. Pat dishes to Freeman, who puts it home. Really good play by Boys.
I was a little bit worried with League City's offensive lineup there. They were very flat, a little outside the keeper zone, really just trying to look and see if they could let Freeman drive. But to be able to continuously kick it back out and find open marks was a refreshing change.
And a really good individual play there by Boys to make the play, suck on the defenders, and find Freeman free. And that's Brechting looking for a shot. Brechting called no good.
It's a conflict of calls. Probably one too many pump fakes. Probably should have tried to find a pass.
Now Boys looking to run. This is what we've been waiting for League City to do all game. He's going to stop, find the hoop.
This is what they needed about 20 minutes earlier in this game. They're just finding the juice now to get downhill. Would have probably been a much closer game if they had have gone to this option earlier.
Hey, it's not over yet, man. Definitely not over yet. I'd like to see League City starting to take control of the tempo a little bit. They have bludger control.
Cleveland definitely looks uncomfortable. You can see not a complete momentum shift yet, but it's definitely the nerves are definitely getting there.
And we've got Dwyer, Ribnicki, and Gaffigan out chasing for Cleveland with Stout as well. Dwyer going to look to make a move on Dupre. Ball going to get reset back. That's going to be the reset for Cleveland. Going to have to move forward now. Quick pump there. Quick tap beat from Manuhana, who's had a good game.
I see League City has completely stalled this Cleveland offense. They're just really struggling to progress this ball here.
And League City with bludger control. Ribnicki with the ball. He's flanked by Dwyer. He's looking for space. They want to get back into that mid-range space that was so effective. Friday stepping now to the ball. Gaffigan up top. They've already used their reset. Ball has to go for a ripped shot there from Ribnicki. Doesn't go through.
And that's a tough angle for him to try and find. I thought they probably had the opportunity to work a little 2-mark, maybe 3-mark option down in the corner when they were level with hoops, but they just ended up taking the reset back.
A tough angle a little far, right? What we've seen is they've had some success within that 3 to 5 yard range, maybe 5 to 7, and that's just this one was just a little. Friday going to find some space. Friday going to put that one through. League City trying to claw back into this game.
Definitely
a little late, but better than never.
Definitely falling back into the identity that we have come to know League City as. They're getting hard downhill looks.
And we talked about those two shots that League City really wanted back. The one from Friday and the one from Dorsey. And that's the difference in this game right now. Yeah, currently 135 to 110. Set score 160. And we got a long pass there to stop. Mishandled. She's going to find Dwyer. Dwyer's going to get beat out. And it's going to be League City ball. I think League City wants Friday to have the ball for the rest of this game. I think they want him to be the decision maker.
No, you absolutely need to find the hot hand. You can't really afford to mess around, get too cute, and try and find anything. They know what works. They should continue to go with it.
And Boys has been good, too. Not to discredit Boys. Friday and Boys have been really great in this game so far. They've been the most aggressive downhill players that we keep talking about for League City. And that's the identity that they're going to have to continue to reach for to finish this game. Boys looking for space, quickly beat out, did not see the beater. Ball is just going to sit there, and Friday's going to be able to come in and pick it up. That might be a swat. We'll see if this goes. And Dupre with a great cut. Doesn't go through. Great find by Friday. Great cut. A great block from Cleveland there to stop a short goal. Rapnicki on the other end. Boyd's going to try and find him. Gaff unable to Gaff mishandles the ball. Gives it right to League City, who's clear to the hoops. Nobody's going to catch Boys screaming down the pitch. We have a very tight one-goal ball game. The pace has picked up. It favors League City.
And this would not be the first time if League City can finish this comeback. Not the first time Cleveland will have dropped a game after pulling.
Yeah, we'll need to see. Obviously, need to see a little more if they want to close this game out from Cleveland, right? They'll need to get back to finding those 5 to 7 yard, 3 yard if they can get there, mid-range shots that have been working so well. They've gotten a little bit too far, a little bit too complacent offensively.
Yeah, they've definitely settled for looks that weren't exactly hitting for them. And
yeah, and a common refrain here: League City with bludger control. They've had the lion's share of bludger control this whole game. Cleveland needs to probably get a little bit more aggressive and just like that, looks like a bludger turnover here. It's going to create chaos and give Gaffigan a lane to drive. Called beat. Yeah, good hold-up play, again, from League City's point defender, able to get that beater back into the play to make the beat.
And that wasn't the step we were seeing earlier. Like we had talked about, they were giving Cleveland the room to find their high percentage shots. And now that they're shutting it down, it's forcing Cleveland to panic a little bit, and it's allowing the beaters to get back in.
Absolutely. That ball pressure from the defenders from League City has been, as you said, has been so much better. It's forced Cleveland out wide to take uncomfortable shots. And we've got a timeout here.
And this is a smart timeout from Cleveland. This is probably would have taken maybe 2 goals earlier. Like you said, they're starting to panic, lose their shape on offense, and not necessarily connect on their passing options. You still have the threat behind. We know League City struggles with that switch, with flipping the defense, and it's just not connecting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what I've seen from League City here for the last 5 to 7 minutes. Really forcing the pressure. We've seen better on-ball defending. We've seen people fast breaking. We've seen people creating motion, finding good looks, finding good cuts, and they've been finishing very well. And they've clawed their way back into it. It's 135 to 120. Set score 160. Who do you like the rest of the way?
Right now, League City has the momentum. Cleveland, unless they can find an answer coming out of this timeout, I see League City continuing to run downhill and Cleveland not going to be able to catch up.
Well, it's certainly been a fun one so far as the teams come back to brooms. It is going to be League City ball after the turnover. And it is going to be League City bludger control, too.
And we've seen Cleveland's in this season. It's been a quick one, but they've been 0-2 in 1 or 2 scored games. Coming down to the wire. League City 1-2. So both teams, as we see, a fantastic drive and dish to the back post.
Yeah. Well, not a great pass from Boys, but Friday able to reach down and pick that ball up and put it through. Not a great pass, but forcing the issue. It's busting pipes for Cleveland here, and now it's a tie ball game.
You can only commit to so many things on defense, and if you know either like Friday might have a hot hand, it's going to open somebody else up, and that's what League City has continued to find.
And down the stretch here, it's been Boys and Friday for League City. That's where the offense is going to come from the rest of the way. Severance looking for a ball out wide. That's high. That's going to be out of bounds. That's going to be League City ball. Ball pressure there from bludger control creates the turnover. League City, Boys coming down the field. He wants to run on one.
And again, it's this tempo. It's the tempo on defense to force a bad pass and a turnover. And again, quick transition. Cleveland did a good job to get back here and set up their shape. But we see Cleveland struggling for their lives right now against League City's tempo.
A nice step there from Rapinki. A great dodge by Boys. He's going to look to score. There's no bludgers back. The ball isn't going to be able to go through the hoops because the hoop got knocked down. We've got an advantage call. Spinning through. He's going to get pulled up. There's an advantage call from the referee that was closest to the play. The hoop got knocked over, so the ball wasn't able to go through. After a tremendously athletic leap by Boys, we'll get a call here. We'll see what it is. Score currently tied. Both teams needing 3 goals to win.
If this call goes in Cleveland's favor, which I'm not sure if it will, could be the momentum swinger. Could slow things down enough, really help in combination with that timeout to try and get their feet back under them.
Yeah, we'll see what they do and where it goes. It is going to be a yellow card on Severance for Cleveland for knocking the hoop over in the during the defensive play.
That's such an awkward spot for a keeper to be in. You can either step up and take the hit, but with the finishing ability of League City here, kind of just go straight up and awkwardly knock the hoop over.
And the ball is going to go to Boys behind the hoops. He's going to look to finish around Ripnicki. No bludgers in sight, so he's going to have an opportunity here to put one through. He jukes over to the right hoop, is able to put it through. A really good play there by Boys to finish after the yellow card. That's going to bring Severance back into the game. League City has looked so good since the Snitch got pulled. The game has been totally different. It's been a totally different team. A nice tap beat there by Raber. Gets back into the play quickly. Cleveland with the ball. League City with bludger control. Rapnicki up top. He's going to look to fire. That's not going to go through. That was a cleaner look for Cleveland than they've had so far since the Snitch had been on pitch.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that it doesn't fall. Probably could have taken a couple more steps to get someone to commit, but again, you can see the desperation in Cleveland taking opportunities that they probably shouldn't.
Set score 160. League City needs 2 more goals. Cleveland needs 3. Boys on the wing. Boys and Friday, that's been the combo. That's going to go well high. Probably a heat check moment from Friday there.
Yeah, it might be in the best interest to have that heat check too. Like, it wasn't the best of looks, and again, he had beater pressure there as we see a huge hustle play in the beater game.
Yeah,
and Cleveland's going to get out and run.
Really phenomenal beater play by Aaron Oler there. Rapnicki's going to try and look for an option. He's going to find the option. That's going to be Brechting on the finish. Really good play from Oler on one side. The break off the score. I'm surprised League City wasn't ready to be back. If you're going to miss, you always want to miss far, right? Far and behind. But they were able to get the ball back quickly and put it in on the other end. League City should have been there, not there defensively. Ball goes across, unable to handle it.
And that last Cleveland possession, I think, is the first time in a long time that we've seen Cleveland be able to punch League City in the face in an offensive possession going downhill, playing their own game.
Yeah, first team to score 2 more goals is going to win this one. We've got a nail-biter. It is an elimination game. The loser goes home. Boris looking for space. Out to Brechting.
And a huge block.
Great. And nobody's going to catch Friday.
Yeah, fantastic play from Friday. Saw the daylight in front of it. More importantly, the hustle play to get back on defense and make that block. Otherwise, it's a 1-goal game for Cleveland.
Yeah, League City swarming defensively. Denies Brechting. Friday finds the ball and beats everybody down the pitch like we've seen so many times.
This is the type of sellout hustle plays that you need to see if you want to survive to Sunday.
Yeah, I can't stress this enough. The loser's not going to play anymore. We need to see. I'm excited to see how this one finishes. It's going to be Boris up top.
League City's going to have Friday be subbed
Oler trades beats up top for Cleveland. Unable to handle the pass. He does get it back, though. Fires right into the defense. Brechting going to pick it up, dodge one. Unable to shake, though. Help comes. Swept up nicely by Oler there for Cleveland.
A little bit of tunnel vision there from the Cleveland offense. Didn't finish clearing the lane for the quadruple carrier there, and it had to force a readjustment.
And one hoop is down here for Cleveland, and that's what Gaffigan's asking for, saying, hey, pick up the hoop.
Yeah, it's going to allow League City to just drop the keeper and a chaser, mark the wide hoops. It's going to make it much more difficult to try and find the shot that Cleveland has been utilizing all game.
Yeah, with this hoop being down, it's going to make it, as you said, it's going to make it a lot easier for League City on this defensive possession. Gaffigan going to make a move up top. Caught 19 out of position a little bit. Going to find the hoop.
Finds
really
the shot.
Smart play by Gaffigan. This is next goal win situation here.
Yeah, who needs 3 hoops when you can score with 2?
Not John Gaffigan. He sure doesn't. That was Sean Towson who bit as Gaffigan made a step backwards. Gaffigan able to get around him with a little deke and find one of the only 2 hoops that was left standing. Next goal wins. A missed beat there might be costly for Cleveland.
That back post option's there.
Gaffigan shot no good. Townsend trying to make up for the mistake. Townsend finds the far hoop. Townsend finishes this game. A big surge there from League City to close this one out and survive and advance.
Yeah, that last gasp from Cleveland was just not enough.
Well, CJ, this has been a fun one. We saw a thrilling comeback from League City here. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you. We had great Quidditch all day. We're going to have more. Stay with us. We're going to have some more great Quidditch right after this.
the Cleveland Riff after a tough loss there to League City that is going to end Cleveland's season. Sam, you guys played 2 really tough games. Talk about what your team showed you this weekend.
It was a lot of fun. They showed us that, we can hang. I feel like a lot of people underestimated us this season, and even though we only won, one game, I think we really surprised a lot of people. And really took some teams for a ride, and it was a good time. I think we kind of surprised ourselves. We've been working pretty hard all season. I know this is kind of like the peak that Riff was looking for. I think everybody's really excited for next year.
Awesome. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you guys get ahead in that game. You catch the Snitch. What kind of changed after that Snitch grab? Was it more something they were doing, something you guys were doing, or a combination of the two?
I think they really stepped up their beater play. Like they really caught us. With our hands behind our backs, they were a lot more aggressive, defensive and offensively with beaters. They were pressuring us up top when we had the ball. They were driving us all the way back to the hoops. And I think that was just something we had trouble adjusting to.
Yeah. I mean, flashing back to earlier in the season, a couple of those Detroit games really kind of came down to the wire, really similar situations. Do you think that was kind of in the back of your minds at all going into another game where you're really coming down to the wire here?
I think so a little bit. I can't speak too well for that series. I wasn't at it.
Sure.
But yeah, I
your
think
team then at least.
Yeah. I think we were worried about that a little bit.
Yeah. So obviously, like you said, just the one win, but I mean, it broke a long losing streak. You guys just played a very talented League City team close twice. What is the team mindset on a season like this and a weekend like this?
I think for the most part we're feeling really good. I mean, we're so close to getting a couple wins, but I don't think anybody's really going home with their heads down. I think we're looking forward to what the team's going to do. Overall, I think it was a good day.
Yeah. Any players that you thought really had strong days that maybe aren't getting as much attention? I mean, I know you had a great weekend. When to Stop had a great weekend, but those are names people know. So what are you kind of seeing down the line?
I mean, we had a lot of new people. We have Larissa who started for us as a female chaser, and she's only been playing USQ for like a semester, and then we only came to a couple of series for us. So it's good to have her on the pitch. And Isaac, he's also brand new to Quidditch this year. Overall, I think we were really it's tough to not mention our seekers too. Jack and Gabe just did a phenomenal job this weekend. Caught the Snitch in both our games, and that really helped us stay so close in these 2 games.
Yeah. 2 North teams are out. 2 are left standing going into those quarterfinal matchups. You've obviously familiar with these teams. You've had a chance to play them. What are you expecting from your North rivals as the quarterfinals come on? And do you expect you guys will be cheering them on?
Oh, we'll definitely be cheering them on. We heard a bunch of cheers from the stands from them today, and that would just made us feel really good. Feeling the rumble from the stands. So we're definitely going to be there cheering them on, cheering the North on. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Sam, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations on a season. Like I said, you really impressed a lot of people. Maybe the record didn't show up, but the Riff definitely showed up in a big way. We're going to be back in just a few minutes for the last game in the play-in bracket. Charlotte taking on League City for the last spot in the quarterfinals, and a date with the New York Titans at 4:30. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. The last game of play-ins about to get underway. I'm joining you here, Reed Marchman, joined by Jack McGovern. Jack, this is our first cast together. Super excited, man.
Oh, I can't wait to get started. This is going to be such a great matchup. Charlotte Aviators and the League City Legends for that last spot in the quarterfinals. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That's what I'm saying. And loser goes home. This is the last game for one of these teams.
Yeah.
And coming into the match, as we get brooms up, they feel similar, like cut from the same cloth kind of strategies. They both are trying to work in more passing. I think we saw flashes of it from both sides, Charlotte and League City, but they are that kind of 1-2 punch, clear out the lanes with the beaters, drive into the hoops, get a good dunk. And we're probably going to see a lot of that here.
For sure.
Ryan Davis going to get the shot deflected, but it stays in possession of Charlotte, and that's an easy scoop and score. I mean, I say easy as if it was, but reading that ball in the air after the deflection and immediately stepping into the play, really good heads-up play by Presley.
Yeah, that's what Presley brings to a team. Ryan Davis was driving. The ball came out.
Yeah.
Presley was right there for the loose ball.
Yeah, League City just trying to equalize there. The B is not going to happen. Oh, but he's going to get pickpocketed. I mean, just
stripped by Smekrud.
Yeah, Smekrud, quick hands, strong grip, pulls it out. Lee Hodge was way overthrown by Presley, who had a great play beforehand, and he's going to get pushed out. Beautiful play by Cullen Friday to get Lee Hodge out of bounds and get the possession.
Yeah, that was a big defensive stop for the Legends because the Aviators were just running at them, and they were not quite prepared at first. They're going to need to get back quickly on defense because the Aviators like to run.
That's so true. And I think League City traditionally would welcome it, but let's talk about the schedule going in. League City, after going into the losers bracket part of the play-in, have had 3 games back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, they fended off elimination twice, first against Detroit and then against Cleveland, a game in which they were down.
Yeah, and so even with good – oh, my gosh, Hayden Boys, I'll finish that in a second with a ripper of a shot.
Hayden Boys, that's their leading scorer.
Yeah.
Just has so many weapons to his game. That's the mid-range shot.
Yeah.
Loving what I'm seeing early from League City.
Yeah, but the depth for both of these teams, admittedly by both head coaches, not the greatest. And so these quick back-to-back-to-back games can be risky and could wear down both of these teams. But I'm favoring Charlotte here with some of that endurance. They've had a lighter schedule because the last game they played was against Washington.
Absolutely, and that was a tough game for them, but I agree that they're a little bit deeper. But League City has some star power and they have some depth themselves. So I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, for sure. Misbeat there. League City is not going to get control out of it, but they do get a little bit of an opportunity on the backside. Is that a good goal as well? My God.
Again.
I mean, yeah, he's electric. I mean, this time from the backside of the hoops, receives the pass, makes a cut, and just noodle arms it, I guess, from the side. A little Matthew Stafford sidearm throw.
He's on fire, Reed.
Yeah, for sure. We got a great interview with him. He's got a great head on his shoulders, a younger player, just kind of coming into his own. But, I mean, super good to see. On one of the oldest squads in the league, by the way. Ooh. Oh, passing it to a beater, I think.
Yeah,
I couldn't
Presley
tell.
thought that Joe Goldberg was a chaser camped out at the far hoop.
Yeah, great position,
he
just
was
not the right player, yeah. But, yeah, Goldberg and LeBeau just trying to pincer these beaters to get an opportunity and a shot and score. Presley ripping it through. I mean, doing his best boys impression at that.
Yeah, if that shot is falling for Presley, the Aviators are a really dangerous team.
Yeah.
This is a good game we have here.
Absolutely. So, all right, slowing it down. Bludger control for Charlotte. I think most people would consider Charlotte beaters to have the advantage, and having control for a majority of the game might be expected. But League City does, I think, use the control whenever they get it much more aggressively. But while we talk, okay, yeah, that's going to be a beat. Oh, maybe they're stopping play earlier. They're calling advantage for League City. Something might have happened on the front side of the play.
Yeah, the Aviators just have such a deep beating core. There's very little drop-off as they go into their depth. They cover a lot of ground.
Yep. I mean, Coda Lebov, Joe Goldberg out there right now. You've got Chris Hamill. You've got
Tony Bonadio.
Oh, Bonadio, yeah, of course. Cat DiCaprio as
Cody
well.
Lebov, Celine Richard.
I mean, just huge. Every player, you're right. It's next player up kind of mentality for that team, and it's just they slot in and are impactful from the get-go. All right, yeah. So turnover. I think it was a no call actually, because the turnover occurred after the whistle, or before the whistle. Excuse me. But Charlotte slowing it down here. No fast break available. They've got bludger control, so that we're seeing the pincer move again. This time, Lebov on the backside of the hoops instead of the front. And Presley just trying to find an opening, possibly drive in, and you've got pass options on both sides. Oh, but with the player in the box. Yeah, Presley just trying to feel out the defense, see what he can find. You've got time. Oh, pass is a little too high for Ryan Davis. They do pick up the ball, though. It's going to be a drive. Slips one tackle, slips the other. It is a shot. Good.
And Davis is so good at breaking tackles behind the hoops. They're a real impact player for the Aviators.
Talk about heart and soul of a team, right? I mean, embodied in Ryan Davis.
Oh, yeah.
So much energy. You know whenever an impact is made because he's talking about it. He's pumping his team up. He's ready. And they feed off of it. Charlotte loves that kind of energy. Oh, good catch there from Carlos. He's going to get control. He's using a free bludger there, but it's going to go out of bounds. Closest beater is going to be League City, so they're going to be able to retain control. Okay, so for those who saw that play, Lee Hodge out of bounds, picking up the quaffle, does not re-enter yet, so the beat that you saw, not valid, I guess. And then once he re-enters play, then he is eligible to be beat. So just waits for the beater pressure to relieve, and then he can pass it in. Presley looking for the hoops. Shot! No good. Just to the left of the right side hoop.
Yeah, you're seeing a bit of a marked defense from League City there,
yeah, true.
with Davis left unmarked behind the hoops, but one of their beaters was able to get back out there quickly to beat Davis.
And just looking at lineups here, I mean, look how far Charlotte is willing to meet this League City team. If League City wants to use their bludgers to create a little space, the Chasers, once beat, have a long way to go. So, yeah, they're starting to back up as the beaters advance. Just trying to take whatever League City's giving them here. Ashton with the ball. Ashton with the dish. Pass. Oh, the shot's no good. The putback almost makes it in. A little slow. Yeah, that's going to be a swat. Oh, you hate to see it. But the initial pass, great. Maybe a little bit of a bobble of the catch and doesn't quite get it off as fast as he wants it to. Almost gets the putback with a little swat backwards, but
right, but really great vision from Ashton John Lewis. He knew that the defense was collapsing on him and that Boys was popping open at the near hoop.
Yeah. And then is Sean Townsend picking up the card there. Gonna be a minute at most in the box. If Charlotte scores here, however, he will re-enter. Ryan Davis with the ball. They've got a couple options here. Lee Hodge on the far side.
Yeah, Charlotte's got to score here.
Yeah, and Ryan Davis is looking. The tackle's going to be clean, though. Big wrap-up, but he's going to find Smekrood on the back. Oh, the pass is errant. Running it right into the beater. Yeah, League City's going to be able to control this.
That's a big missed opportunity from Charlotte. Up a player, kind of lacking some momentum early on as League City has gotten into the groove. Charlotte missed a chance to score there.
Yeah, and they're going to be kicking themselves. This game looks to be tight from top to bottom. Ryan Davis looking for the defense. Yeah, he's going to get the wrap, and Smekrood is able to clean up the Ryan Davis dislodge, essentially, of the quaffle. And the good team play there. Charlotte, everybody in the right position.
And I would like to see Charlotte run a little bit here.
Yeah.
Even with one bludger back for League City, I think Charlotte has the speed, has the passing to make the Legends defense a little bit more uncomfortable than they are right now playing in a half-court set.
Yeah, and pushing the pace against a team that might be tired, unless you lull them into a false sense of security, the pass is bad, or the shot's bad, but gets a second opportunity and does not waste it.
Yeah, that's more like it from Lee Hodge,
Yeah.
combining with Quincy Hildreth for the goal.
Rare miss, I think, from that range from Lee Hodge, but with the fact that you're kind of playing with a moving backboard of Quincy there, he's going to be able to get the rebound, throw it back to you, and you got a second chance at it.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it.
All right, League City bringing it up. They do not have bludger control. They're going to be looking to get that right now. Another pincer opportunity. Jimmy Evans on the backside trying to create a little pressure, and they're actually going to do it together. Yeah, he's hobbling. Ralph Mandujano either pulled something, landed wrong. He took a few steps just trying to maintain control, and it was not good. It would be a crushing loss, I think, for League City to lose him. They're already really like rotating through these players in their minutes. Yeah, it looks to be a cramp. That's what it looked like too. He pulls up with that left leg favoring it.
Yeah, they're stretching him out right now.
But I mean, let's talk. I mean, the game. It's back and forth. I would say the play styles feel very similar.
Yeah. I think Charlotte is playing this game right now on League City's terms, which is, for the most part, in the half court. Although League City can go to a faster lineup with Cone Friday on the counterattack, Charlotte right now has been happy to play at a slower pace, and I'm not sure if it's working for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, hard to say what is or isn't. Maybe you could see an avenue where Charlotte may be playing a little slower early so that they can have a little gas in the tank to exploit maybe then a more tired League City.
Right. And of course, they expect, I'm sure, they expect to win this game and have three potentially more games this afternoon. So maybe we're seeing the Aviators conserve a little bit of energy here.
And you know, they always say never look ahead of the matchup ahead of you, especially while you're in game. I would assume that unless they were up by a substantial margin, they're not going to, you know, hold anything back. But we're still seeing, you know, the same players. We're still seeing a fully bolstered lineup, and it's good to see walking off, not necessarily on their own power, but if it is a cramp, little water, you know, some potassium possibly, and you know, we get back out there. Hopefully he gets that worked out. All right, resuming play. Perry Wang kind of clearing the lane. Quincy to Ryan Davis and a quick score. Perry Wang, you saw the just methodical running through League City's defense.
Yeah, and there's the fast break offense that I would love to see from the Aviators. They got people running in multiple lanes down the pitch, and we're able to combine for the goal.
Yeah, and I liked your assessment against one bludger. If you have the legs, if you can run the field, you know, make League City respect the possibility. If that beater's, you know, falling asleep, if they're too far to one side or another, then you can absolutely capitalize against one bludger. It's not illegal to drive on it.
For sure.
Especially when you've got speed like they do. Perry Wang with an amazing catch. I don't know if we got that on camera, but wow. What a catch. If it was on camera, I mean, I don't need to say anything, but jumps into the air and makes the catch. Quincy is going to drive in once again. Selfless play. Dumps it off to
that's Logan Hartman.
Yeah, Logan Hartman. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's that spark.
Yeah.
It really is. And it's coming from Perry Wang. I mean, national champion from Rochester. Has a lot of experience in these types of games. And, I mean, that play was just electric.
Yeah, fun fact, Perry Wang has played for 4 different Major League Quidditch franchises. So great to see him making a difference for Charlotte here.
Making the rounds. That is that might be league leading.
I think it might be.
I mean, it's not too, like, old.
No, he's been around.
Yeah.
We're only in season number 6 here. But Perry Wang, definitely one of those experienced players who's made a difference for multiple teams.
And League City down 4 goals right now. If you're trying to create momentum, you're going to probably do that through your tried and true, like Hayden Boys, Cullen Friday, making that impact. I want to give a shout out, like Dupree for this team probably has more minutes than anybody at MLQ right now.
Yeah.
And the minutes that are being put in, it's the reason why they're playing for a quarterfinal spot here. Quincy with the pass backwards, does not get up in time. Ryan Davis, I don't know how he came down with that. That was just insane. I mean, Chris Dorsey with the defense just off the fingertips, but because of the errant shot, he's going to be able to control that, get possession, transition to offense. Steven Vigil on the close side with the ball. Pump faking. Back to Dorsey. Now Kevin Raber going to be escorting. All right, Ryan Davis, they got the drive. Oh, but the beat. Kevin Raber from 20, not 20. Well, the fish was this big, Jack. Maybe 10 yards out.
Raber's got a cannon and was able to stop that fast break there.
I think more importantly, though, the confidence there.
Yeah.
You missed that beat. I mean, you're running down that bludger for years, possibly. But just solid. He's made that beat hundreds of times. Okay, drive, blocks with the quaffle, does not get the second one. It's dislodged, but he's still in play. Steven Vigil with the quaffle, but he's going to get beat. The transition game's coming. One miss. Oh, the strip. Dorsey's going to get the strip. I mean, the defense on both sides there with 2 turnovers. And we're back to even play, essentially. Not score-wise, but just with, potential maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, Logan Hartman had the right idea there. Just somebody has to run with him.
Yeah.
And if not, Hartman has to realize that, that he doesn't
slow
have
down, take it easy. Yeah, you're fine. Sure, we're keeping time, but that doesn't mean there's a limit. All right. 1 reset, though, for League City. Steven Vigil looking to drive. A shot? No, pass to the backside of the hoop. And recovered? No. Okay, yeah, now they've got the beaters to keep possession. Yeah, drop quaffle. Look for the transition game. If it's there, great. If it's not, you don't have to. Hartman driving. Now it's there. Pump fake. Looking for something. Is that a bludger block? I think so. The beat, the intentional beat towards by Carlos to block, or to hit the chaser, actually blocking the quaffle instead. Whether it was going in or not, who knows? But
one of my favorite plays to see in Quidditch, when the beaters get involved literally and directly in the quaffle game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we got Hayden Boys back out on the pitch with Cullen Friday. The speed lineup goes around the hoops, finds a pass, pump fake. No, not quite there. Quincy with the lockdown defense, able to strip the ball, but he's going to be fast breaking himself. Cullen Friday trying to play some defense. We get the pass across. Oh, the kick, but that's to who? Out of bounds. That's going to be League City ball. Squandered possession. Diana Howard trying to create something, but seemed to be a little bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah, Larva was in the right place at the right time with how Charlotte swung their fast break over to the near side of the pitch.
All right, now back to defense. It was Devin Classic and Howard kind of in between the ball being in between them. Okay, drive. Okay, they call him beat. Backside, receives a pass, not able to do anything with the possession.
I like the idea from League City, though.
Yeah,
it worked
behind
the hoops.
Yep.
Get some numbers back there.
If anything, you're just delaying the fast break on the other way because they have to go a lot further, and it gives your beaters a lot more time to get back on defense, which has been the crux, I would say. All right, Presley back in the game, ball carrying here. Diana Howard looking to redeem herself after the last play. Logan Hartman now with the ball, looking to play a little chicken with the beater. Spin move, shot. No good. Presley on the rebound. Oh, slip though. Devin Classic trying to plant that foot in the ground to get up and catch that pass, but loses his footing.
We're at the 15-minute mark in this game.
Yep.
This is, I think, where I think both teams are comfortable with where they are. I mean, Charlotte is obviously in the lead, but League City is within striking distance.
Yeah.
And they're going to trust their strategy for Snitch on pitch, which they know better than any team in this tournament. They're going to focus on the Quaffle game. They're going to try to come back. They've done it before. They did it in the last game against Cleveland.
Yeah. But you want to talk about a test.
Yeah.
Like, this Charlotte Snitch on pitch team is one of the best.
Right.
And if you're League City, if you can cut this lead down to 2 by 20 minutes, I think that's where you're doing okay. You're fine with that. Down by 4, it could be difficult, especially if Charlotte's able to do what they've been doing all year, and that's catch snitches. But Hayden Boy is kind of directing the offense here. Carlos defending. Dylan Freeman's now got the ball. And Boys has to go back. And we're resetting now. Yep. League City just trying to get composure. They've got bludger control, but they want to hold on to that. They want to make sure that they've got that for Snitch on pitch. But, I mean, like I said, it's hard to not, I think, use that advantage right now because points are so important. It's hard to go into post-Snitch play with just 2 goals to your name.
Yeah, for sure. Just for the confidence, you want to have more on the board.
All right, swinging it out wide. Not going to the backside of the hoops yet. We do see a little more movement now. We might get there. All right, bludgers are up. Carlos Alarba, Jimmy Evans.
Yeah, I think they were just allowing some time for Jimmy Evans to get into the
Subbed
game.
in.
She's there now.
Ooh. Maybe ill-advised shot, I would say. You've got bludger control. You got to use it. But now we get the fast break the other way against 2. Logan Hartman shakes 1. Spin move. Shakes 2. Is beat, though. It's going to have to go back to Hoop Presley with the ball. They look for the pass. They get it. Shot, goal. Devin Classic with a great catch and score.
And I was going to say that was maybe too big of a challenge for Hartman to run at 2 bludgers. But Presley was backing them up and was able to find Classic, who was camped out at the far hoops.
Yeah, it was a second spin move, almost bringing in the defense.
Yeah.
And that just opens up the backside for Classic.
Right.
All right, Quaffle, moving up the field. Still with bludger control. Down 5 now. Ooh. LeBeau able to create some good opportunities. A great how did he catch that?
I don't know. And with 3 minutes to go before Snitch on pitch, Hayden Boys gets the 3rd goal for League City.
Yeah, kind of the first life we've seen out of that offense in the last 10 minutes. Presley, stop step, second one, just walks it in. I mean, that it looked easy, but that first stop, that right leg hitting the ground and just watching everybody else go away, I mean, that's great footwork.
So smooth from Trey Presley.
Yeah.
I love it.
I mean, they've shown time and time again, like so comfortable with that ball carrying responsibility. And rewarded right there with just the easiest, finger roll. Steven Vigil now. Oh, sorry, Dorsey. Excuse me. Bringing the ball. Yeah, let's get to the backside. Let's see what we can find there. Good defense, though, by Howard. Making passes difficult, and that's all you need. Boy is not able to keep the possession. Raber's got a throwback at bludger, and he actually gets a beat off of it. But is that good? Because now the bludger's back at their side of the field. Presley driving through 1. Gets the pass off from his hips, and that's going to be okay. You've got a driver again. Now Classic is going to put it up on the middle hoop. They ran out of defenders.
Yeah, I believe that's actually Joel Howard who picked up the quaffle. But, yeah, just relentless from the Charlotte Aviators there as we get a stoppage.
Missed the substitution. My bad. Yeah, and that's it. Timeout for possibly League City. That's not 20, is it? No.
No, not 20 yet. But, yeah, we get a timeout. Not sure who called it.
All right. Well, I mean, we saw some new life, I would say. League City came out early. It was relatively close, had a big lull in the middle.
Yeah.
The snitch on pitch strategy, that's kind of what they're selling out. That's honestly what I think sets League City apart from the rest of the field. It's just the unique approach to the snitch on pitch. And you can't say it doesn't work if they keep winning with it.
Yeah.
And if you're comfortable doing that, like that's absolutely what you should stick to. Stick to the guns that you came with. So you're going to see a more focused Snitch on pitch on quaffle play rather than the seeker. That's going to give Ryan Davis a lot of time.
Right.
But if League City trusts the seeker and is able to close that gap, then it's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've had multiple bright spots here, led by Hayden Boyce, who is their top goal scorer, their top assist getter. He's been fantastic. I've also liked the looks with Chris Dorsey as ball handler. He's one of their youngest players from Sam Houston.
Yeah.
Just showed so much composure on the ball and really great ideas in bringing the quaffle behind the hoops a couple times. So I like where League City is going here.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Ashton now bringing up the ball. Bludger control for League City.
And here comes Dorsey again on the side.
Loves this right side.
It's a great space to work in.
Yeah, for sure. Especially as a right-handed player, because once you go to the backside of the hoops, you can throw across your body towards that first hoop you cross. Pass. Has to make sure, but yeah, that pass is going to be too low. Just gets pressured, Lisa Reisenhauer. That beater, like in your face, it's hard to get a pass. Got a whistle, though.
I believe it's a timeout for Charlotte now.
Yeah. Just taking time. I mean, both of these teams, they're looking for a chance to rest their legs, get a bit of energy before the 20-minute mark. Recompose. Every possession from here on out is just super important.
Yeah, we're at 19:28 into the game. It's 90-30 Charlotte, and yeah, I'm excited to see whether Charlotte can put this game away relatively quickly.
60 points is not not insurmountable.
No, and I believe Davis has caught our snitch, who looks like it's going to be John Smutney before, I believe, at the Washington Super Series.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
earlier this morning.
Earlier today, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. In less than a minute.
Yeah, they've had some luck on Smutney. So a snitch catch and a couple goals, and Charlotte can preserve some of that energy for their upcoming matchup, if they should advance, would be against New York.
Yeah, and Smutney, of course, absolutely wants to make sure that he lasts longer against the Charlotte team this time.
He's a great snitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And so with that focus, maybe League City can, find an opportunity. But, I mean, you still have to score points. League City, I feel like, cannot win this game unless either they catch a snitch or close the gap right now.
Yeah.
But
first, they've got to get a defensive stop here.
Yeah, exactly. And they have to do it without bludger control. And Quincy just taking his time. Getting to that 20-minute mark, you're up 6, you're comfortable. You like this position.
Yeah, it seems like Charlotte is holding out for that last possession of the half.
Yep. You don't want to give League City any extra possessions. The beat is no good, so Quincy's got the pass. Logan's got the score. I mean, patience, methodical play.
Yeah, and there's that 20-minute mark as Logan Hartman slots through the goal. He is so good at working in those tight spaces around the hoops, receives the pass from Hildreth, his longtime teammate, and puts the quaffle through the hoops.
100-30, 70 points. This better be the best snitch on pitch strategy I've ever seen.
Yeah.
we better see the most results we've ever seen from a strategy like this. It would be one of the largest comebacks, I would say, especially at championships, and it matters for these teams because this is the last quarterfinal spot. The winner of this plays New York, and you've got you already mentioned it, a couple at minimum 2, maximum 3 games left today.
Right. Yeah. And if League City should make a comeback, I believe it would only be topped at an MLQ Championships by the comeback that League City made way back in 2016 against the Los Angeles Guardians in one of the best games of all time, I think.
For sure. Absolutely.
On their home turf.
Yeah. In what was eventually became a mud bowl.
Yes.
For Quidditch at least, and that was, I mean, magical.
Yes.
I would say. Fortunately, fields here a little better.
Yeah.
We've got a
we have
great
a
facility.
beautiful facility here in Howard County, Maryland.
And tomorrow, Championship Field, going to be massive. The stands are going to be huge. We already packed the stands today once.
Yeah.
And we're just in play-ins.
Yeah.
To say the excitement level is high would be the grossest understatement that I've made all day.
Yeah, it's great to see the support that these teams are receiving here in the play-in bracket. There was a wave going around earlier, some pretty loud chants. I'm sure you guys all heard through the live stream. It was a wonderful atmosphere.
Yeah, and it's just so good to be a part of it. I think that now, looking back into this game, League City coming out of a timeout, they got their rest with Snitch on pitch, having Cullen Friday, who is the fastest man on the pitch easily. Maybe you can create some fast breaks with some distracted, beaters here and there. But honestly, I mean, just run, I think. And that's how you crawl back into this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Cullen Friday, but this is definitely a time for him to shine. And League City has a bunch of players who can run too. So I'm excited to see what they can do.
All right. And we see League City kind of abandoning the strategy before. They are going for the snitch. But Logan Harmon's going to be able to score there. That's one.
Yeah, I was wondering whether we were going to see something different from League City just because they were down by so much. And a snitch catch would really help to reinvigorate them here.
Yeah.
We know from talking to their head coach, Dylan Freeman, that they trust their seekers. So exciting to see League City switching it up.
Yeah, and you want to talk about investment. They've got their leading scorer seeking right now.
Yeah.
And that should speak to just how important they think this is. And it might just be respect to Charlotte's snitch game as well.
Right. Yeah, Hayden Boyce, the seeker for League City, means so much to their team. He's the one who's driving players to practice 2 hours from the Sam Houston campus every week and the surrounding area as Lee Hodge runs the other way and gets a goal.
And this is the Charlotte we anticipated. I think I wanted to see this kind of Charlotte against Washington. We got it towards the end, but it was Brandon Cabina on the drive initially and just trying to run through the people, trying to create that spark, and Charlotte just taking it back the other way.
Yep. There's a big lunge from Ryan Davis in there, too.
Yeah.
They got really close as they get close again.
And Sean Townsend now seeking for League City. He caught 2 snitches for League City this year. They're only 2 catches in the regular season. Oh, no. Okay, from here, it kind of looked like that went through the hoops, but just a bad angle. Charlotte now driving. And this is where, like, they can take their time. You've got alone time for Ryan Davis on this snitch, who's already lasted longer. Lee Hodge looking for the alley-oop, does not get there. Maybe a little more patience. Oh, Steven Vigil does not see the beater, drives down, turns it over. Logan Harmon, no! Oh, those passes are so tough. Oh, we actually got a caught. Ryan Davis, I shouldn't even have
surprise.
To say it.
Yeah, Ryan Davis with the snitch sock in their hand.
Yep. But, I mean, that pass that we saw by the hoops, if it's ever a pass at the hoops, those hoops had the best defense, I swear, of anybody on the receiving. It is so hard to contest the PVC essentially, and it'll break up every pass I feel like I've ever been a part of.
They're just always there in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, true. Just impeccable play, positioning.
Yeah, if the catch is good, the score would be 155. 30 with a set score of 160. So Charlotte would be 1 goal away from winning this game if they were to catch the snitch here. And the catch is signaled good.
Yep.
Has been signaled good.
So Charlotte only needs 1 more goal, you said, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And this could be the game. Oh, quick pass attempt, but nobody to receive it. So might have to wait 1 more possession. League City, I mean, it's going to be a historic comeback at this point. Nobody's ever made a comeback from this point. No. And especially with the Snitch out of the game. They've got a long road ahead. But it's not, I mean, once again, not impossible. Steven Vigil getting things started. Dylan Freeman now. Good cut. Colin Friday not able to handle the pass, but I think he just gets beat anyway. Unless we get the classic like SWAT shot. SWAT shot, yeah. That'll be a mainstay for sure. All right, Jimmy Evans clearing people out again. 2 crucial beats there, gets the turnover. Kevin Raber gets caught by Lebov. Lebov launches one, but Dylan Freeman's free to go. And that's a score. Okay, step 1.
Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
That's a fact. Oh, they're still playing on the backside. We're going to get a call. I think they're deliberating whether he was beat or not. It looked clean to me, but we'll find out.
Yeah, and Logan Hartman, if you can't tell, is just cherry-picking way at the other end of the pitch. I love the boldness there.
Yeah. It's full faith in the defense, I think. Yeah. Goal good?
I believe so.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Charlotte just looking to, I mean, you can really sell out here, I think.
Yeah, we've seen teams do it effectively in endgame scenarios where they know they only have to score 1 goal.
Yeah. Just kind of throw everything at the wall. You've got a huge cushion, a lot of opportunities. You don't want to give League City any momentum and just put it out here. Presley passing back to Quincy. And now we're just establishing control here. Patience. Methodical play. This is a chance for the quarterfinals. New York looming. Quincy driving, shooting, scoring. That's going to be a quarterfinal berth for Charlotte. They beat the League City Legends. They end their weekend. Charlotte moves on, and we've got a good slate of quarterfinals ahead.
Oh, yeah. I am really excited. But first, a valiant effort from the League City Legends who worked their way through the play-in bracket.
Yeah.
A little bit undermanned this weekend, but they have a performance to be proud of right here as we adjust my seat a little bit to get me in the frame. They've shown a lot in knocking off 2 North Division teams before ultimately falling to a very good Charlotte Aviators squad here.
And like, let's talk about it. League City, they are coming in with less of a roster than they anticipated. I know that Cody Marshall had flight issues, and he wasn't able to make it today. Big loss there.
Right.
A couple injuries. I don't think I saw Perry Walton that whole game.
Yeah.
And so possibly a couple lingering injuries here and there.
Right, and we saw the issue with Ralph Mandahano leaving the game too.
Yeah.
But from the players who were on the pitch, Hayden Boyce was just absolutely outstanding for the Legends.
Yeah, they feel like him, Dupree.
Yeah.
Haley Dupree was just like crucial. The snitch defense, the beating, the chasing. I mean, just doing everything for this team.
Yeah, Jimmy Evans playing chaser, playing beater, doing whatever she needed, whatever the team needed her to do.
Yeah. And Colin Friday just throwing it. Thank you, guys. But yeah, and now let's look ahead. Charlotte moving on to play New York. New York coming in as the top seed. Them and Austin feel like the favorites. They won both of their divisions in what are the 2, most would consider strongest, most competitive divisions there. And Charlotte's got a lot to look forward to. They went 0-3 in the regular season, I believe, to New York.
Right.
But this is a much different Charlotte than the first week of MLQ.
Right. New York is the top seed because the East Division was ranked above the South Division in strength of schedule, and that has played out here today in Howard County as both East teams advanced from the play-in bracket. Washington, the higher-seeded team, will play the Austin Outlaws, and as we just mentioned, the Charlotte Aviators will play the New York Titans. The Aviators did lose all 3 games to the Titans, but they made them pretty uncomfortable at times in that first series of the season in New York. They have come a long way since then.
found an identity.
Yeah,
honestly.
the spread offense that they have now, the passing, that wasn't really there. They were trying to play really a drive and dish offense in New York that worked pretty well at times, but they just have so many more elements now, and I am really excited to see what they can do against the Titans.
Yep. So quarterfinal matchups coming up now. We have San Antonio and Indianapolis Intensity. It'll be me and Jack calling that game. On pitch 2, we have Minneapolis and Boston, who are going to see their first action. These teams, nobody's played yet. These were already quarterfinal matchups that were established beforehand. First action of the day. Second place teams in their respective divisions here for the San Antonio and Indy series, the South and the North, whereas on the other pitch we have North winners Minneapolis versus the second seed Boston. So if we're talking about matchups, these two matchups out of all the quarterfinals feel the closest. I think New York is a pretty heavy favorite over Charlotte.
Yeah.
Without saying that, obviously everybody here is extremely talented and can upset anybody.
Yeah.
We've already seen that kind of parity in the most exciting regular season of MLQ history. In Austin, a pretty heavy favorite over Washington, but like Indianapolis and San Antonio come in as these like freshly branded new style defense offense teams that have had some of the highest highs and also some of the lower lows just throughout the season.
Yeah. And don't forget, this is a rematch from a dramatic quarterfinal series in 2019, where Indy came in as the North Division champions, as the favorites, and San Antonio, the expansion franchise in the team, knocked them off in 3 games. Both teams are highly motivated to win here.
And with play-ins done now, we go from a best of 1 to a best of 3.
Right.
So we're going to be back. We're going to take a little break. Don't leave us. Indianapolis, San Antonio, right here. You've got on pitch 2, Boston versus Minneapolis. We'll see you soon. All right, game 1 of quarterfinals at MLQ Championships. This is a best of 3. Indianapolis Intensity from the north, San Antonio Soldados from the south. Big matchup. Going into this game, Soldados came in with a plan. It's dominate the beater game, get the transition goals, run this team out of the water. And then Indianapolis on the other side, a strong chaser core, 2 differing strengths coming at each other. Big matchup.
Yeah, the Soldados will be looking to replicate their performance in 2019 when they knocked off the Indy Intensity. I'm so excited to see what we have here today.
All right, brooms up. And San Antonio comes out with the ball. It looked like the bludger actually hit the ground first, but he's still going to dismount and turn the ball. No. Yeah, turn the quaffle over to Nathan Digman. Bludger control here for San Antonio. Not too surprising. Taylor Tracy able to get the bludger from the side, the close sideline, and Ryan Naraki with it on the left flank. A little bit of a pump fake. Nothing too crazy. Alyssa Marasa now with the quaffle. Comfortable as well. Michael Morowick able to dodge and get the beat. Alyssa is going to be able to find. Yeah, we've got it. Pass back, pass forward. We're doing okay. Kennedy Murphy on the receiving end there.
And I love the ball movement from the Intensity. This is what they are all about. They have their field general, Nathan Digman, directing traffic from the back as Kennedy Murphy works around.
And Mel Kite with a stout defense looking up, and Tab Walters able to clear the lane. He maintains possession. And then Luke Langlanet is able to intercept the pass, takes a shot from 10 feet out and just spikes it into the ground.
Oh, what a fantastic play to make the interception, but not able to finish on the other end. Langlanet is going to want that one back.
Yeah, not too uncommon to see the rip, but I mean, at a spot like that from that close, I mean, we're just first game. Once again, let me reiterate. This is the first action both teams have played. It might take a game to kind of settle in.
For sure. But right away, we're seeing the contrasting styles with the with Indianapolis wanting to move the ball around, be patient, and San Antonio looking to press on defense and convert defense into offense.
Yeah, Million able to get it to Marasa. Marasa driving. He's going to dish it out. Murphy to Digman. Digman now just controlling the pace. He's got a good step, and he's going to wing that back out to Million.
You're seeing a classic box setup for the Intensity. I'm wondering whether they're going to want to get some more numbers on either side of the hoops at any one point to try to attack, or if they're going to stick with this box look.
Yeah, and Tab Walters, just loses track of the bludger, isn't able to get there. But that might be enough. Yeah, good block from Nathan Digman. Naraki does not get the beat, but the slip, just loses his footing, and it's the easiest beat of Taylor Tracy's life.
Yeah, Tracy cleans up there.
All right, counterattack here. San Antonio. Ryan Lieber. Shakes one defender. Now has a little bit of an opening. Nathan Digman actually being the one on point. Luke Langlanet ducking under a tackle. Might be net contact, though. It's going to be advantage. Lieber driving in. Great defense. I mean, we're in quarterfinals. You're seeing it.
Yeah, that's Nick Kaufman. First swallows up Langlanet, who is one of the harder players to tackle in Quidditch, and then makes a supremely athletic block on the middle hoop to deny the goal.
Unfortunately, it looks like on that contact, it was above the shoulder, does get a little bit of the neck. Luke did duck, but once that contact is made and not immediately released, then you're absolutely going to warrant that card.
Yeah, and San Antonio is going to have an easy look here on the reset.
We don't see a second miss here.
Nope.
Yeah, make sure of it that time. First goal, San Antonio.
Yeah, 1-for-1 on half-court possessions for the Soldados.
True. And I think Indianapolis, much more comfortable in that half court, does like that box setup. You're going to see a slower pace there. San Antonio, though, pushing that pace. And look at this is the beater play that I anticipate we see for a lot of the weekend. High press, really make Indianapolis make the right play, and force them to beat you, not just, concede anything.
Yeah, and Kaufman is going to wisely loop all the way around the hoops to take time there.
Yeah, and is able to maintain possession, does get beat, will be tacking up. Nathan Digman now controlling the quaffle. running up there with Danny Yakub, who is seeing some of his first action of the season, finally getting back from an injury, and I mean, just a huge impact player they've been missing all season.
Yeah, he was beater of the week in the last week of the season, but this is the first extended look we have of Yakub.
And Digman taking a shot, but the beat actually kind of stopping the arm and pulling it short. Obviously, the goal wouldn't have been good whether it went through or not, given how early the beat came through, but another card for Kaufman. Wow. That's his second card.
Yeah, that's really big. Kaufman, very early in the game, of course, 3 yellow cards equals 1 red card in Major League Quidditch. But Kaufman is now going to have to really watch out because that red card is a 2-minute penalty, and he would be ejected from the game.
And you don't want to take a player's aggression away from them by threatening that red card because like Nick Kaufman is that type of player who's playing with a lot of speed, a lot of intensity, no pun intended. And if you put him on 2 yellow cards, that's going to really reserve some of his play style, and it could hurt this Indianapolis offense and defense.
Right.
Austin Viejo pass behind him. Nathan Digman able to get a good swat, but I mean, they're able to keep possession. San Antonio, Luke Langlanet tries to get a shot off from this angle possibly, and maybe just feeling the pressure. You've got that internal clock in your head thinking, that beater's got to be there, but in reality, he had a little more time.
Hey, shooter's got to shoot.
Yeah, true. You know, who am I to say? All right. Not the highest scoring start. I think it's just execution, right? Just a little off on some of the execution. Passes aren't quite on target. Honestly, the defensive effort has been there for sure.
Yeah.
Just connecting on some of those passes. All right. Good pass. We're seeing that box offense. That does roll in. It hits the crossbar and just barely gets through. Logan Zahn getting Indianapolis on the board. Oh, the pass as he's falling. Luke Langlanet not able to reel that one in, and I can't blame him. It came from, seemingly a void of falling bodies.
Yeah, that's a big stop for Indy to score on one end and then prevent the counterattack. Logan Zahn, of course, last time these two teams played, Logan Zahn was playing for the San Antonio Soldados, living in their recruitment area. He now is with Indy and is a player to watch here.
Yeah, for sure. And after talking with Mel Kite of San Antonio, it was really funny to hear her talk about the kind of, the banter, the trash talk here and there that Logan has been dishing and returned.
Yeah, that's what you get
from
former teammates.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And so both of these teams are very familiar with each other. You've mentioned already the experience they have. And now, just a little cherry on top.
Yeah.
All right. And this is the most methodical play we've seen thus far. Patient. Timing. Okay. Scott Ryan ripping it through. Not on target yet. Once again, we'll see that fall. But a quick decision. I think in Indianapolis kind of lulling San Antonio into a false sense of security. Oh, we're just keeping it on the outside. Oh, don't worry. It's safe. And then, boom. You got that quick cut, left foot plant, and then you're off.
Right. And I think that's what the box is doing for them. It's working so far. The shot was there. And Rain will like his chances to hit it next time.
Yeah. For sure. All right, San Antonio walking the ball up. Ren Lieber passing. Mel Kite now with the quaffle. Taking on a lot more of the ball carrying opportunities than she was in the past and really finding comfort there. Austin Viejo with a great strip tackle and a shot on the top hoop.
Viejo has been such a huge player, especially without leading scorer in the league. Miguel Esparza on the team this weekend for the Soldados. Viejo is one of their key offensive players.
Yeah. And you want to talk about tough to take down. He's got such strong hips and keeps his leverage extremely well. You've got to really get a good wrap-up on him to bring him down. And even in a good situation like Indy had, he's got that arm free. If they can pin the arm, I think they've got a better chance there. But, I mean, Austin just so crafty around the hoops.
Yeah. He's tied for second on the team in goals scored.
Not even surprised. Yeah. All right. Matt Melton, Gramps, driving it in. Okay. Loose quaffle. pulls off. That was a very heads-up play from Connor McIntyre, realizing she didn't have the quaffle, pulls away from the tackle, and gets possession.
Yeah, I think that's Kennedy Murphy who was unable to gather there.
Yeah. Craig Garrison getting his first action of the game, coming down the right side. Kylie McBride subbing in and looking to get bludger control with. Okay. Is that good? What did that bounce off of? Connor McIntyre just like throwing it down.
Yeah, must have been the crossbar.
It had to have, yeah. I didn't know if that was off a player or what.
Maybe.
That was crazy.
Hey, any way to get the ball through the hoops, it's the same 10 points.
Yeah, goal refs got whiplash trying to track that one. I mean, good Lord.
Connor McIntyre from Texas A&M, one of the 2 Texas A&M players in this game, along with Logan Zahn.
Yeah, exactly.
Who is playing for the Intensity.
No, no love lost there. Good friends, better frenemies. Indianapolis now. Okay, we've got a drive opportunity. The Beaters look away from the quaffle game. The pass is going to miss. Look for possibly a kick pass by K-Pack, but that could be a dangerous play if that's what they're deliberating. It depends. You really do have to protect some of the players, especially whenever a hand is reaching for a ball and a kick is being made.
Yeah, that's why the rule exists.
Yeah, the kicking infractor is going to be the one that picks up the foul. Not sure if that was a dangerous play there, just because, angles are so difficult for us at this level, but seem to be deemed safe. So play resumes as normal. Austin Viejo getting a little bit of pressure, but should be able to retain. Yep, Logan's on the tackle, but it's only going to slow the progression. Chris De La Fuente getting the substitution out. Kylie McBride, the beater partner there. And coming in is Ryan Naraki to pave the way for the San Antonio offense. They have been one of the highest scoring teams in the league. As we get a call, I'll finish my thought. But despite, high scoring being synonymous with just having a great chaser line, it's definitely the beaters here that are the reason for those consistent performances. Just because, no bludger situations, press offenses, turnovers, they do it all. And these quaffle players can benefit so much from what is like a Team USA light. They've got so many players that they have who have either had Team USA experience or are prospective at the least. So
yeah, we talked to
23 from behind, re-engage, 1 minute.
And she said that they almost expect their beaters to have bludger control, and it's one of the reasons that they like their chances to win.
Ooh, the shot is no good. Austin Viejo is going to just patiently, it seems like, break tackles and score. The pass, from Craig Garrison, a little bit of swagger, I guess. It was through 2 people.
Yeah.
And the margin of error was so small, but once again, results-based analysis. That's all we operate on. If it goes in, great play.
Yeah, Viejo just waits for a window to clear, stays composed, and slots the quaffle through the far hoop.
Number 80, contact from behind for the beater, 1 minute. Goal's no good.
For contact from behind. The goal is no good. It happened before the goal.
That's a costly penalty for Naraki.
Yeah.
Usually doesn't make mistakes like that.
Not only are you losing the player for for most of the minute, you lost the goal as well and possession. Just a triple whammy.
Yeah.
Of a sort. 2 cards possibly. Actually, Matthew Melton going to the box. Oh no, sorry, Logan's on. Excuse me.
Even with a quaffle player out of the game, the beater penalty for
feels more significant.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
This is a chance for the Intensity to score.
There's
as
bludger
they
control.
regain bludger control.
Yep. Just almost impossible to hold it just by yourself. You can't possess 2 bludgers at once.
Right.
And you're just essentially babysitting that second bludger, and seeding it just feels inevitable. Connor Millian now with the quaffle, passes back up to Nathan Digman. heralded by his teammates as one of the most photogenic people on the team, as a sarcastic comment. He and the rest of his teammates love to poke fun about it. Whether it's a funny mouth guard position on the drive or just anything. But here's that drive that we're talking about. Oh, the shot's no good. But who said it was a shot? That could have been a pass to Million. Intercepted though on his way. And look here, we've got an interesting setup. I wouldn't say it's unheard of, but you've got K-Pack at the keeper position. She is the one with the green headband and possessing that keeper immunity within the box.
Yeah, the Intensity like to do this. They have.
Ooh, big catch from Naraki. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, all good.
Wow, and that shot goes through. Craig Garrison throws up the one for a substitution after a great goal. Finish your thought?
Yeah, absolutely.
With K-Pack at keeper.
Yes, yeah. The Intensity like to play Christina Packard at keeper. They like to play Hannah Miller at keeper at times, but unsuccessful there as Indianapolis gets the goal.
Yeah, hard to block that shot though. It was right at the top of the hoop. You'd need a perfectly timed jump if you were even looking for it. And here's Gramps, almost loses his footing there on the back end. And Nick Hoffman with the pass to Scott Rye, back to Melton. Melton with the drive. Back to Kaufman. One juke, one shot, good score. The ball movement just so clean.
Yeah, and you're seeing the benefits of the box there.
Yeah. That
you can fire those shots on the outside hoops, and there is someone there to rebound on either side of the hoops.
We got Grams with the duck dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. To stay in play, that's going to be a contact from behind. We already said the ref with the hand up. And all the options weren't even used there. They even had Alyssa Marasa cutting on the backside of that play too. So even if they close off the shot lane for Nick Kaufman, he still has the pass option to the left. This Indy offense, when it's cooking, it has at minimum 2 scoring threats on every drive. And that's what's fun about this.
Yeah, they certainly look comfortable, and it's fun to watch. It's pretty. They just have to turn the passes into shots here.
Yeah.
And goals.
Yep, couldn't agree more. With a beater in his face.
47 playing beyond, getting beat.
Waffle in hand. Clear
Number 30 high tackle, 1 minute.
But, on the pitch, anything happens. Luke Langlanet, able to reposition? Yeah, backwards. He was going to walk it up into the goal. If you're going to give me the space, I'll just do it myself. All right. The shot? Yeah, push shot. And that's all you need.
Very professional from Luke Langlanet.
If I ever see Luke taking a non-overhand shot, it's a 1 in 10. But that one, effective for sure.
As Indy calls timeout here, I think, to talk about how the game is going. It's 50-20 right now.
Good start, I think, for San Antonio. I think Indy's shown flashes of that potent offense that we were talking about, but beater game, just so strong from San Antonio.
Yeah, they've tried a couple of different beater pairs, the Intensity, but you're right that they have to get a little bit more of a toehold in this game to create some more dangerous opportunities for their chasers to get a little bit closer to the hoops, so that they're not always relying on those longer shots with a lower percentage of likelihood.
And truly, I think the difference here, we saw the one missed shot from Luke, but Indy's had 3 or 4 really close shots,
they
just
really
not
have.
fall in. And with those scores instead, if they do fall, this game could be tied up. It's obvious that the level of play is extremely similar, and it's just about whose shot is going to fall here. But Indy's got a few tricks up their sleeve. They're one of the more cerebral teams, I would say, coming in. They meticulously plan lineups. They've got intentional like sub in and out times for each one of their players, and synergy playing a huge role there. But you ride the hot hand, and they're not afraid to do that. Sam McNew with a great block and beat.
Yeah, Indy has bludger control now. Tim Kwan with the other bludger in his hand.
Yeah, a really young beater pair here who has been extremely effective and has grown so much.
Yeah, for sure.
In just this, Danny Yakub coming from, or not Yakub, sorry, Tim Kwan coming from Rochester as a young beater, and Sam McNew kind of like taking him under her wing and with a lot more experience, bringing him into this Indianapolis fold.
Yeah.
Nick Kaufman just retreating. As long as you retreat in one continuous movement, you can go back as far as you need. But quick advancement. They wanted pressure here. Scott Ryan is going to take the quaffle. It was Nick Kaufman going to the backside. They want a little more height, it looks like, on the backside. A little bit of pressure. The shot. It's good. Great shot. I two yellow card Nick Kaufman. I was scared that he wasn't gonna, he might pull back a little bit. The aggression, it's there.
Yeah, anything but. Just runs right at the defense. That's kind of the dynamic attacking play that we're looking for from Indianapolis. Big move to get Nick Kaufman behind the hoops and scoring goals.
Yep. Melkite with quaffle driving in. She's got a lane there. Sam McNew with the bludger defense. And here we get a big drive. Tim Nguyen tries to get the sky pass across the middle. They do have a little bit of a height advantage outside of Nick Kaufman, I would believe. But the pass just not going to connect. De La Fuente picking up a card possibly. Oh, no. Tim Kwan. Young beater, a lot of promise, though. Came in, was on that Rochester team that beat Texas. And is, Nathan Digman in preparation was just talking about how impressed he was with what Tim Kwan had to do this season. They were really hurting on beaters for a large majority, I think, of their regular season games. And Tim Kwan, with all the minutes, has maximized that. Great shot there. Connor McIntyre putting it through. That's going to bring Tim Kwan back in. And, this game, if San Antonio keeps the pressure on, might be over before, not too long.
Yeah, with the score at 60-30, Indianapolis is definitely going to want to get a few points on the board here as Tim Kwan subs out. He is the only player on this Indianapolis roster with a championship pedigree.
Oh, wow. That's, man. Jack with the facts. Jack facts. Oh, that's 100%. We're making it a thing. Don't worry about it. Luke Langland trying to split kick the beat, but does clip him. Connor Millian driving now. Or with possession, not driving. With possession. Protected. Caleb Mann's getting some action now.
Yeah, you're seeing just how deep Indianapolis is at beater. They're sort of looking for solutions right now against this really talented Soldados beating core, and they're going to throw lots of different styles at the San Antonio beaters as we get a stoppage.
Yeah, Catherine Rogers on, I wouldn't call it a drive, just trying to reset the quaffle. Oh, sorry, Liz Prime. Bringing that quaffle back to the top. Might have been a bad contact on Milk Height. And Luke Yeager getting his first action as well. Oh, no. San Antonio ball turnover. All right. The drive coming through. Good wrap up. Great catch and score. My God. David Avila with almost the back shoulder spinning catch in one motion, throwing it in behind him. That was sweet.
Yeah, that's great awareness of where the hoops are. With your back turned to be able to turn and find the hoop. I love it from David Avila. Our producer, Nick Jablonski, is also telling me that Tim Kwan won an MLQ title with the Boston Forge in 2019, in addition to the University of Rochester College National Championship.
Let's go, Tim. Yeah. One of the youngest members on the team, bringing in some of the most success. Oh, sorry. Not one of the youngest, just new to MLQ in a sense. Some of these players have been here for a long time. Luke Yeager now, bringing a lot of energy, I would say. Those first 2 steps, just super decisive. Prime, now with the quaffle, just shaking. Brooke Willett with some stout defense. And that hand on the passing arm, kind of dislodging it and making it difficult. But now we've got an opportunity for Million. Does get the shot and the score. Just so shady. That elbow comes up. You think it's going to be a high shot right under the arms of the defenders there. And great capitalization on what felt like a improvised play.
Yeah, I love the recognition that was a no-bludger opportunity with the bludgers just slightly out of the play. That Million could drive through the heart of that San Antonio defense and, like you said, maneuver his body to get the shot off.
Yep. Ryan Lieber back in the game now. Jess Markle with the bludger, escorting the San Antonio Soldados into the Indianapolis defense. Backside. Brooke will. Oh, okay. Might be net contact. Honestly, they might have called the play on an earlier call. But a pretty favorable position here. If San Antonio maintains quaffle possession, they're looking at one beater in the middle of the field, Sam McNew with the bludger, but they've got Brooke Willett on the backside to catch a pass if the beater steps out. Austin Viejo on the front side on the opposite end to cut in, so that if Brooke does catch that pass and the shot doesn't look good, she's able to get another pass to the front side and create that opportunity. I like the positioning here, but, I mean, execution is just everything. It's fun to draw it out on paper, but, you know, that only takes you so far. All right, waiting on the call. No indications yet, honestly. All right. Indianapolis ball. No goal. Possibly a play after B or a step out of bounds, but I don't think if they were that close.
Yeah, not quite
too
sure what the call was there.
All right. Kennedy Murphy on the left side. Nathan Digman bringing up the ball on the right. Tad Walters back in the game. Danny Yakub as the other beater. Logan Zahn receives the pass on the back. Passes the ball back to the front side. Kennedy Murphy receiving. Back to Nathan Digman. You work the box.
Yeah, and it seems like they're shooting almost intentionally towards
teammates.
Their teammates.
Yeah.
Really smart from the intensity. I'm sure that's something they've worked on.
Yeah. It's a shot opportunity with a potential rebound, but I mean, that's the second interception by Luke Leglane. He passes the ball across the field entirely. Austin Viejo just waiting, and could be a call for a delay of game. Yeah, it absolutely is. Understands that nobody's going to stop the goal, and as an intentional delay of game, throws it as far off the pitch as possible in the movement of the goal.
Yeah, tough break for Austin Viejo because it was a really smart play to run down the pitch and recognize that Indianapolis had no bludgers back ahead of the quaffle.
Just great play by Luke to intercept it to begin with.
Yeah.
For clarification, the goal is good, but Austin now has to serve a minute penalty or until Indy scores, whatever comes first. And something that I don't think anybody on San Antonio is going to be happy with, but you take the goal as consolation.
Yeah, and as we're at 80-40 in the score, this is another opportunity for Indianapolis to try to get some points on the board as Alyssa Marasa saves the quaffle with a kick, but no, the quaffle is turned back over.
Yep. Yeah, Marasa and Murphy on this close side of the field trying to keep possession, but stripped by Nathan Digman. Point defense here from Nathan is just impeccable.
Yeah, not usually a position you see him in, but he stepped up and performed well in the role.
All right, Nathan Digman on the drive finds the beater just kind of falling asleep. Taylor Tracy hit staying at the hoops like a keeper, and I don't think San Antonio was ready for the fast break.
And that's such a smart play from Nathan Digman as we cross the 20-minute mark here. Huge goal.
Flew by. To
pull the game within 30 points as we head to Snitch on pitch
that's
for
what you
Digman.
want to see. Yeah, that's absolutely what you want to see. Indy's got, I think every team in the quarterfinals at this point just has a lot of confidence in their Snitch on pitch play, especially whenever it comes to these seekers. They are here for a reason, and given how important seekers are, every team is going to have potency in that area. Getting back within 3 or at 3 goals for Indianapolis is crucial because a catch there pretty much equalizes it.
Yeah, and for Indianapolis in the seeking game, they have a proud legacy, their franchise. Players this year, Jeff Sywick's caught a couple snitches, but Matt Melton caught one, I believe. But they've had some more trouble than usual this year, and they have no easy task going up against the San Antonio Soldados beaters, who are going to try to establish that bubble, I would think, and make life really difficult for the Indy Seekers.
Yep. Absolutely, and the North, contesting a lot contested a lot, in the region in that seeker play. Detroit, I would say, has a really good seeker core.
Yeah.
Minneapolis was absolutely dominant in the area, and one of the reasons why they are the North champions. And so, for the season, they may not have performed up to standard, but they absolutely have the personnel to do it.
Yeah, and our snitch here today is Justin Barnard, and our set score is going to be 140. Tough task ahead for the Seekers, especially for Indianapolis. Looks like that's going to be Matt Melton starting at Seeker. For the Indianapolis intensity as I pull out my binoculars here. We're quite a ways away in the press box. And for the San Antonio Soldados, they're going to send out number 14, John Alvarez.
Yeah, if anything for the ice train, the medical coverage we have should cover it.
Yeah.
So, Okay, Tad Walters with a great catch. Naraki is going to have to go find the loose bludger. Brooke Willett's going to maintain Quaffle possession, but for how long? A lot of pressure. Is going to be able to get into the middle of the field. One more pass. Oh, the Quaffle's not going to get clean catches. Very heads-up play. Austin Viejo with the pass to the backside of the hoops rather than the shot. I think the right play there, just the execution, it lingered a little too long in the air. Nathan Digman now driving. Gets the pass. The spin. Murphy isn't able to come up with the Quaffle.
And this has been a good start for the Indianapolis intensity.
Yeah.
Matt Melton is getting some time. Now he gets beat out. Caster's curse. But I like what Tad Walters and Danny Yakub have been able to do.
Not an area that we thought, the Indy would be, flexing some muscles here. But yeah, snitch on pitch, but it's a good, first minute. And Beater's actually playing a little more towards the Quaffle defense, but it doesn't matter. The San Antonio Soldados getting on the board.
Yeah, and meanwhile, John Alvarez was getting pretty close to that snitch sock with his arm wrapped around the waist of the snitch, Justin Barnard. Now we're going to see, I believe, that is Jay Stewart in the game for the Soldados.
Yeah, Jay Stewart mentioned by Melkite as just a huge up-and-coming player at the UTSA program. Had a couple very clutch snitch grabs for UTSA in such limited time, and I would not be surprised to see him make the catch here. Great pass by Austin over.
That's Haley Rutledge.
Yeah. Red Rutledge able to finish the play in something we've seen over and over for this San Antonio team. Scott Ryan with a shot. Over the hoop, no good. Is the call, at least.
Yeah, and I like Logan Zahn taking the quaffle quickly the other way. They just couldn't convert there on offense. With the beaters out of the play, Indianapolis should get some goals. But, oh, my goodness, that's Jeff Seawick.
Siwick, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you. I pronunciation out the window at that point. I was just so I mean, it came out of nowhere. He runs onto the field. He had a 2-second shift.
Yeah. You got to watch those seekers when they're subbing into the game. They have a ton of energy.
Yeah.
They have been thinking about that first move. Not surprised to see Jeff Siwick, a former Team USA selection, to get that snitch catch. And the score is now 100-85.
Yeah, that huge deficit, like, almost completely erased now.
Yeah, for sure. They were down 50 points, and now they're only down 2 goals. The 5, of course, is just to signify that the team caught the snitch in addition to the 80 points that Indianapolis has scored.
All right, Harold Advancula now getting some beater action. Had one of my favorite plays of the season with just a crazy athletic split kick dodge of a beat into a transitional offensive play. It was really awesome to watch. And seeing these players throughout the season just pick up these skills and pick up that confidence in the game, that's why we're here. Quidditch is back.
Yeah. Oh, and another dunk for Haley Rutledge.
Yeah. And you're going to see it more and more. I think as this San Antonio team gains confidence in their passing, these open chasers, these unmarked chasers, are going to get more goals there. And, wow, what a catch and score. Nick Kaufman just out of nowhere with like a 8-yard shot from like a 2-degree window of an angle on that hoop. I don't know how. The protractor just absolutely accurate on that play.
Yeah, playing with 2 yellow cards, Nick Kaufman has been aggressive and able to make a difference for the Indianapolis intensity.
They're alive. They've been resuscitated. They are back on the pitch, and the energy is there. Craig Garrison now with the ball on the outside. Viejo looks for the shot, no good. Craig Garrison not able to get the pass, but he's able to at least at the minimum keep possession. But Kaufman's going to be the first to the quaffle. He's going to have a no-bludger situation, except now it is recovered. Kylie McBride able to make the beat. Oh, no. Because of the nature of the tackle, it was actually the defense that is beat on the play. Austin Viejo picking up the bludger.
Friendly fire.
Yeah, exactly. Scott Ryan now. Good move. Quick movement. No, another miss. These shots that have fallen all season just not falling for Scott. You can't let that get to your head. You have to maintain that. That is his shot. We've seen it over and over again. The left hand right across the field as he moves from right to left, but just not right now. Keep shooting. You can't let that get into your head.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity from the intensity, but I agree with you. They just have to stick to their game plan, get their chasers in positions to rebound the quaffle, and they're going to be fine.
Chris De La Fuente and Kylie McBride now maintaining possession. That's a great shot. I mean, Jay Stewart just coming in from the wing after a seeker shift, swinging in from the outside to get a really crisp, once again, a tiny window to fit that quaffle through, and he gets it.
Yeah, and the Soldados are now 2 goals away with the score at 120 to 95.
And just as much confidence that Indy had is almost erased now as San Antonio gets 2 quick scores on the board. A story of the first game so far has just been those missed mid-range shots. As we see one go through. I shouldn't. I won't even. I just have to critique it a little more, and Indy finds the goals. Luke Langlanay though says, all right, I see the shot. We're gonna do it my way this time. In stride, finds it exactly mirrored to the same thing that Indy just did. And now San Antonio just needs 1.
Yeah, and San Antonio has not let Indianapolis get any momentum here in this series. Even when they caught the snitch, even every time they get a couple goals, a player like Luke Langlanay comes back and hits Indy with a timely goal. That's key for why the Soldados are 1 goal away from winning right now.
And Digman now ensuring that every possession is crucial. You can't give the San Antonio team any leverage. The quaffle does get pumping, but now it's going to be a transition play. Jay Stewart's got the ball. The beat does land right on the head, but now Tim Wynn with the drive. It just goes under the hoop, and it's going to be a possession Indianapolis as long as they maintain control. Inches away from ending that game.
Yeah, and Chris De La Fuente was leading the charge for the Soldados there, shouting for his chasers to come with them, but unable to convert. Indy lives to fight another possession.
Yeah. And Tim Wynn heralded for the physical impact he has on the game, but almost sealing it with a little finesse, with the spin move into the shot, but just not quite there. And Jeff Sywick, after catching the snitch, looking to increase the impact he's had on the game thus far.
Yeah, and one thing that we've seen from Indy this season is that they've entrusted ball-carrying responsibilities to many more players, and with Sywick and players like Logan Zahn and Scott Rain taking the quaffle, it's worked wonders. As San Antonio comes the other
that's
way.
It. That's got to be game. Yep, game one. Luke Lingney, another interception, this time making the selfless play, driving to the right side, passing to the left, in seals game one for San Antonio. They're one game out from the semifinals. One win.
Yeah, and San Antonio, remember, won game one in 2019. Indianapolis came back and took game two to force a third game of that instant classic series.
Yeah.
The intensity are going to have to repeat that feat here next in game two if they want to survive.
And we saw flashes, right?
Yeah.
Like Indianapolis' offense, I would say much more methodical, much more laid out. It's just San Antonio, I think, executing a little better.
Yeah, they clearly came in with a plan, and the plan seemed to work for a little bit, and I could see how it could get them to win this series. But they just have to, find the edges in the beater game, I think, and beat a few of their opposing defenders one-on-one to kind of create the difference and get some of those goals that they maybe left out here in game one.
Yep. So after this, we are now going to see New York versus Charlotte on this field. On the other field, it's going to be Austin versus Washington, and we'll be right back in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back for quarterfinal action here. Our second set of quarterfinals are about to get underway. The Charlotte Aviators fought their way through the play-in bracket. They had to take to the very last game where they took on a tired League City squad, but they do qualify for the quarterfinals. New York took the easy way, and by the easy way, I mean they won one of the most competitive divisions in the history of MLQ, taking down the East Division this year with an 11-1 record. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Noah Schwartz. We've got an exciting one. It's an East Division rematch way back on the opening weekend of the season in the Super Series. Charlotte had to travel up to New York, and they were swept by the Titans. This is a much more neutral field, and we're about to see which of these teams can come on top. Best 2 out of 3 here to decide a semifinal spot. Trey Presley and JC Arancibia run for brooms up, and the quaffle ends up in the hands of John Jackson. Arancibia with the ball on the wing. Back to Lindsay Morello. She has all the space in the world. Absorbs some contact from Smekrud, but her shot goes high and is covered up by Trey Presley.
We've got a really exciting one here. This Charlotte team has been one of the most exciting teams here so far that we've seen today. And this New York team, obviously incredibly good. The easy way ain't so easy sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Starting lineups from Charlotte, Ryan Davis, Lee Hodge, Aaron Smekrud, and Trey Presley are the quaffle players, but I have no time to stop because Jason Rosenberg has forced a turnover. Peter Lawrence is now in the zone, goes across to Morello, but is met by a hard beat from Joe Goldberg out of South Carolina and more recently Terminus. Though New York's able to not use their reset and get it to JC Arancibia, that is what makes this New York team so dangerous. Much like Austin, they use every inch of their offensive zone, and that allows their beaters to get opportunity after opportunity to get bludger control. And right now those beaters are Jason Rosenberg and Rachel Ayala Silver, who create a lane for JC Arancibia to drive through, miss, get his own rebound, and score, I think.
Yeah, point-blank miss there from Arancibia. Not used to seeing that, but he looks like he does get the putback. Really good play there from Joe Goldberg, by the way, to stop the break.
So he was called beat before. Yep. So Charlotte's able to hold, and now they have a chance to settle down. They did lose bludger control to Rosenberg and Ayala Silver. Just running through the New York starting lineup, or what's out there now, Mike Lee is subbed in alongside Peter Lawrence, JC Arancibia, and John Jackson.
And this is a Charlotte team we've seen that wants to run. They're not as comfortable in the half-court sets. They were able to take and make some of those mid-range shots in some of their previous games, but they're a team that wants to run on you and create goals in transition.
Smekrud has it on the wing, gets pressured by Peter Lawrence, still has the reset to work with if she wants it. She goes to Trey Presley. He's pushed out. No, he's able to walk the line.
There for Trey Presley.
And is able to use their reset effectively. The first time these teams met up, it was a Charlotte team who had only practiced together for a couple weeks, and they didn't really seem to know how to use their reset, to know how to use the totality of their possessions. So it's going to be a very different look this New York team is seeing than the first time around.
And this Charlotte team has weapons. Ryan Davis on the wing. They've got Lee Hodge, who's a bucket from anywhere. And Presley's been really good as well.
Yeah, and then we're going to see from that second line, Quincy Hildreth and
who I
Logan
think
Hartman.
has been their best player so far this year.
He is a force, to be sure. Jason Rosenberg, though, is winning all over the pitch.
Really bad turnover.
Mike Lee, end-to-end. Second straight game, me and you got to watch a beater just pump fake without a bludger.
I think that might be my favorite move in Quidditch. Just no bludger, throw it. Just wave them on by.
Yep. So goal for Mike Lee. Mike Lee is one of the leading scorers on this team. That is his, I believe, 8th of the season. Of course, when it comes to goals, many of them come out of the no-bludger drives of John Jackson, who is tending to the hoops here for New York, who have come out in a marked defense. David Fox is now subbed into the game, so everybody else is staying in.
And that's one thing you can't do if you're perceived to be the weaker team, is turn the ball over, especially at midfield like that. And John Jackson gets beat.
Yeah, pass across the Smekrud, but kind of left her out to dry. Frank Mintz is subbed in the game. John Jackson, like I said, no budget situations. That's where he makes his money. He puts that one through. 20-0 early here from New York, and we've got a chase down for budget control that Joe Goldberg is going to win out on over Rachel Ayala Silver. Cody LeBove has subbed into the game as well. No, Frank Minson, though, is able to come up with both the other bludgers. Frank Minson's been a revelation for this team. Played his whole career at NYU in the quaffle game, has played this entire summer in the bludger game. Arguably has been one of their very best beaters, but does lose bludger control there. Ryan Davis looking to drive.
New York is always a team that's been looking for beaters. Oh, a nice drive there by Ryan Davis.
Davis runs into Ayala Silver, and then his shot is blocked by John Jackson. We're going to wait for a call here from the ref crew. Raghu Achukola, our gameplay director.
And New York, a team that has struggled to find beaters at times. So far, absolutely dominant in the bludger game.
Yeah, it's been a real different look. We've talked to Jason Rosenberg throughout the season. We've talked to Michael Parada, and it has been a team that is just, that met the challenge. The beaters knew what they were up against this season, and they've worked so hard. And then, of course, the big revelation, though we haven't seen him on the pitch yet, is that Devin Lee has rejoined the roster, and we'll see.
There's no call on the play, but before blowing the whistle,
is a team whose beaters are no slouches. This Charlotte beating core has been really good all day, and they've been really good all season.
Yeah, one of the best in the league, to be sure. And they do have bludger control and kept possession. I'm not sure exactly what the call was. I didn't hear it come through the speakers. Davis is probably going to be looking for a shot here in the lane. No, he's going to find Presley instead, and Presley's going to take the shot and rips it through past the outstretched arms of, I believe it was Mike Lee on the far hoops.
And that's the wrinkle to this offense that we haven't expected, that we've seen so far this tournament, is Presley's mid-range game has come along really well, at least today.
Yeah.
And it's really been a source of inspiration for Charlotte.
Yeah, they didn't have that mid-range game earlier in the season, and a big play there by Joe Goldberg. Cody LeBeau tried to kick back his bludger, kicked it off the head ref, got discouraged by that, and meanwhile Joe Goldberg did all the work for Cody and came up with bludger control. Now Frank Minson's looking to try to get it back. They're trying to isolate Joe Goldberg. It's going to be a tap beat. Frank Minson's going to be beat out, though, so now it's a chance to press here if LeBeau gets into position. Pierre Lawrence is back behind the hoops, flings one all the way back to Mike Lee, and that's what we've talked about, though. No, he is going to have to use the reset, but just that quaffle control to make sure you're not turning the ball over in bad spots, really a mark of a top team in MLQ.
And a good decision there by Mike Lee to take his reset, let his team get back, and attack again now.
Yeah. A lot of this RPI program obviously plays with the Boston squad, but Mike Lee has been a long-term part of this Titans team and continues to be a difference and a contributor. Lee Hodge trying to swat Frank Minson's tap beat, but just going to be sent back to hoops. Now Cody LeBeau's going to be
We haven't seen a step yet from any of the Charlotte team, and it is going to be pretty costly here.
Yeah, John Jackson was literally allowed to walk all the way up to the hoops, and at that point you have to play physicality with Jackson. They mentioned knock it free briefly. Now it's going to be, though, end-to-end play. Trey Presley is looking to run, marked by Peter Lawrence, across to Ryan Davis. Ryan Davis has a ton of space. Oh, takes the mid-range shot, which was probably not the play as John Jackson shuts it down.
Yeah, two really bad plays there from Ryan Davis, tentatively, and far less physical than they should be. Really, they got glued to that hoop when John Jackson made that drive, allowed John Jackson to cut across the hoop, and then instead of sticking their hand through the hoop, allowed John Jackson to make the swat on the shot. We're going to need a lot more physicality there.
Yeah, I think if they just came all the way to the hoops, Jackson would have had minimal options for stopping them. Jackson does finally sub out of the game. Michael Yadaparada now in. He's going to swing it over to David Fox. Fox is met by, and there's an unforced error as Mike Lee just can't come up with the ball, and it may have gone out of bounds, but he got beat anyway, so it's ultimately not going to matter.
Yeah, that's an easy one. If Lee comes out with that cleanly, he'll have a chance to make a play there.
For sure.
In space.
Yep. We're seeing first subs here from the Titans in the beater game. CJ Jr. and Fiona Weishart coming in together. CJ Jr. had an incredible series in the series where they took down Boston, not only won the series, but also won the East Division title. We'll see if he can continue to perform. Lindsey Morella now back in the game as well for New York.
And this Titans team experience all over the field. They've all played in huge games.
Yeah, Perry Wang in the game for the first time alongside Zulin Richard. I think the best beating pair that Charlotte has access to, though they tend not to start games, but they've been a force throughout the season. Big beat there on CJ Jr. Leaves Ryan Davis wide open to launch a mid-range shot. They make that one count. It's 3-2.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really critical what this beater pair, as you said, what this beater pair can do for Charlotte. Perry Wang been really good all tournament. Richard been really good all tournament. This has really been the backbone of a very, as we've said before, a very good beating squad.
Yeah, and as the top two seeds, Austin, New York, get their weekend started here. I mean, Washington and Charlotte have played like just the right amount of games where they're warmed up, but they're not overtired. And it's New York and Austin who have to get through those first game jitters. Mo Hagag has the ball now. He's entered the game in the Quaffle game. Plays chaser, beater, and occasionally seeker for this team. Over to Yada. I think I've even seen him in the green headband.
Hagag, a really good utility player out.
Taylor Crawford, one of the stars that this team has run in 2019 where they almost made the finals, trying to work on Trey Presley. Presley strips him briefly. Richard can't get the beat off in time. Crawford launches one through the hoop, the second leading scorer on this team. And it's mainly from the behind-the-hoops work that he does back there.
Yeah, and Crawford got a little lost back there. Really good engagement there from Presley, but just unable to come up with it. And Crawford being able to shed and score from that range is pretty deadly.
Yeah, Presley held him up for a long time, but the beaters were just slightly caught up in the beater play a little too much. They lost bludgeon control in the exchange, and it was just enough to allow Crawford to get one off.
We've seen this from the early games, and we saw it a lot in the Minneapolis game, where teams have just been a little slow on defense to slide over and engage on point. But somebody who's not going to be slow to engage on point, Taylor Crawford, just gets beat out there.
Yeah, Logan Hartman now in the game for the first time. I imagine we'll see. Oh, yeah, we do see Quincy Hildreth in the game as well. Tony Bonadio is in alongside Celine Richard. A beautiful pass there. I believe that's Devin Classic finishing it on a pass cross from Logan Hartman. I think Hartman has been the core of this offense all season, and he's shown why there.
Yeah, great look from Hartman, who's had a quiet day so far.
Yeah.
But there's certainly nothing quiet at all about that.
Yeah. Classic from that App State program that also produced Trey Presley for this team. And that's one of the cool things about getting another franchise, seeing another set of schools and their products kind of coming into the league now. Parada with the ball on the wing, loves that little floater to the middle hoop, but he's here just going to swing it across to Hagag. Morella is across from him. Hagag though swings through Quincy, swings through Logan Hartman, but can't finish. Ball still loose, picked up by Crawford. Did that bludger hit him? No, it did not. Crawford scores.
Great heads-up play there from Crawford.
5-3 now the score.
Great heads-up play there from Crawford.
Yep.
The two spins by Hagag, absolutely amazing. Can't find the product at the end. But you love to see that hustle from all of your players. Having the presence of mind, having the awareness, always understanding where the ball is. That's what it really takes to be a great chaser.
Yep. Ryan Davis, I'm not sure Ryan Davis is subbed out of this game yet. There's going to be exchange in the bludger game.
Yeah, and CJ Jr. just made a really wide beat out there.
Davis, though, is so comfortable in the lane. And, you know, the New York-Boston series, one of the things we talked about is New York was giving Boston the mid-range shot, and Boston didn't hit one all weekend. Ryan Davis hits that mid-range shot again and again and again, and that's allowing Charlotte to stay close in this game.
Yeah. And the lane opened up. CJ Jr. went out to make that wide beat on Quincy Hildreth. Not a bad option. Hildreth has been amazing all day, but it did give Ryan Davis the lane in order to it did create space for him in order to make that shot.
Bonadio and Weishart exchange beats, and now it's a press here from Charlotte. They force Parada to use the first turnover. Bonadio and Celine Richard starting to get comfortable here in the beater game.
Yeah, a little high there from Classic. I'm glad he understands that and backs off now. High pressing is good. You never want to go it alone, though.
Of course. Bonadio
really
just
nice
takes a beat off of Weishart.
And then a really good tackle from Classic.
Yeah, Classic just completely strips. Oh, and Ryan Davis has space. Trying to work on Lindsey Morella. Needs a passing option. He finds Quincy Hildreth. Oh, and it pops up in the air, and Devin Classic puts his second one through. Just like that, Charlotte has tied things up with New York. I think. We're going to see what the refs think about it. A lot happened in that play. You could tell me anything happened.
Well, a really great play there from Classic. Once the beats were exchanged up top to make the tackle, just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Davis then hits the lane. Gets across to Hildreth. His shot, I believe, got blocked, but popped in the air, and Classic goes right there.
What they're talking about right now is whether Hildreth was beat before he engaged with the ball.
Right.
The call is the Charlotte keeper was beat before passing, but the pass was then tipped in by a different Charlotte player. The goal is good.
The goal is good. What they said is that Quincy Hildreth was beat in his throwing motion, which means he cannot score a goal, but he didn't score a goal. His shot was blocked up in the air. Classic put it through. Classic was an eligible scorer, and just like that, we're knotted up at 5.
Yeah, we knew this one was going to be a good game. It's already been exciting.
Yeah.
Lot cleaner game than we saw last time.
Yep. Vinny Iannucci coming into the game, one of the two seekers that has really revolutionized the seeker game this season for the Titans. Doesn't play as much in the Quaffle game, but we'll see what he offers here. Morella across to Crawford.
And a lot of defenders
and Quincy Hildreth is all over that. That's a terrible look there from Crawford, and Hildreth wants to break. He's got Ryan Davis leading the charge. Yeah, had to slow down because Iannucci got in front of him, and Fiona Weishart did as well.
Yeah, and Hagag able to Hagag back there to stop Davis's break as well.
But Richard and Bonadio have been having their way, and Bonadio beats Fiona Weishart there, but it's a errant pass. But, I mean, Bonadio just walked into the keeper zone and picked up one of the bludgers. That's how much field control the two of them have right now.
Yeah, they've been really good since they've been on the pitch.
I could talk for 10 minutes on Celine Richard and the contribution she makes. I know our producer, Nick Jablonski, could as well.
Very stagnant offensively here from New York the last few minutes.
Yeah, that horrible look from Taylor Crawford for sure.
Yeah, getting a little spaced out. We've seen a lot of defenders flying to the ball. look for New York to find some space on the edges and then try and reverse play.
Yeah, and I got to ask, when do we see Devin Lee? When is the beating just not doing enough? Bonadio gets another free press here, and it's another reset used.
And obviously, making sure those teams use those resets early is so big for the defense because it creates a hard boundary that they can press up against.
But Bonadio and Richard forced them to use that and basically put no energy into it.
No. Now Morella's going to be ball handler up top. Davis stepping out wide, trying to attack from a different vantage point.
Yeah, Iannucci, though, gets wrapped up and has to swing across to Morella. Now they're just trying to buy time, and finally somebody hits the lane. It is Victor Meltzer, but his shot goes high, and it can't quite be saved by Iannucci.
Yeah, a really good cut there by Meltzer, but the finishing product not even close to enough, well over the top hoop.
Yep. So what can this team do now? They have a chance to take a lead pretty late into this game against one of the top seeds in the tournament.
And here's the scary part if you're New York is that you have not even seen the best of Charlotte yet. They're at their best when they're able to break, and so far they've been able to get it done in the half court, and that's got to be a scary prospect if you're the Titans. Now Davis in the lane. Davis looking for space. Davis looking for a pass. Is going to go over the head of Diana Howard.
Yeah, she can't quite get there. High press here from Rosenberg. I'm glad to see Rosenberg back in the game because I think that's the best look they've gotten from their beater game so far, especially alongside Rachel Ayala-Silver.
And when Rosenberg was on the field, he really was dictating action and forcing turnovers.
Yep. We do see a beater change. Sulin Richard finally comes out of the game. I believe it's Chris Hamill who is subbed in to play
and now
alongside
it's Morella
Joe
unmarked
Goldberg.
on the wing.
Yep.
We'll see what she can do.
Just back to Iannucci. Hartman's really just kind of floating back there, loosely guarding Aaron Sibia.
Yeah, again, Morella unmarked. Step out by Diana Howard.
I'm just surprised how deep we're seeing New York go into its depth while playing in a 5-5 game.
In the middle of a tie game, right?
Yeah. You think you cut down your depth a bit, but they're happy to get Meltzer in there, get Iannucci in there. But can they get enough goals? Can Aaron Sibia get something going for them?
Now they find Aaron Sibia. I would have liked to see Aaron Sibia attack there and force the beater to him.
Had so much space, yeah.
Nothing but clear grass in front of him. Didn't choose to force the beater on.
And this is with bludger control too, right?
Right.
It's a little concerning to
it's
not
a
get
little
something going
it's a little lackadaisical here by New York, and it's what their offense has been doing for the last about 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
It's how they've looked.
Yep. Finally, we're going to get driving lane. Lindsay Morello recovers. Oh, she can't make it happen, but Aaron Sibia is going to drive. Oh, he gets beat, though, and Logan Hartman comes up with the stop. That is going to be off of Hartman, though, so Morello will keep control. But, yeah, a little bit of magic from Lindsay Morello almost gets them a look, but still not going to quite get it done.
Better there from Morella. A little bit of a slow step to the ball carrier from Charlotte. The thing with Charlotte is their defense really hasn't had to do much yet.
No. Yeah, nobody's forcing a lot of motion out of them, that's for sure. Iannucci has the ball on the near side, looking to drive. Ariel Silver creates a no-budget situation. It goes back behind to Meltzer. Meltzer is wrapped by Diana Howard, flips it back across to Aaron Sibia. Aaron Sibia tries the long two-arm shot. Logan Hartman recovers. He's looking to run on two bludgers. He might rethink that. He almost gets pushed out of bounds, and that's a huge mistake there by Hartman. He throws it back, and Lindsay Morello was just waiting for it. And Ryan Davis, you can see his teammates saying,
down.
yeah,
Calm down.
A little bit too hyped there from Logan Hartman. And just
Aaron
like
Sibia piecing through the defense.
Yeah, easy goal there from Aaron Sibia, 6-5 New York.
Yeah, that's what New York needed, and Charlotte's going to feel a little bit burned by that one.
Yeah, definitely a mistake there as we get later and later in this game. And the thing is, yes, the New York Seeking game is solid, but so is Ryan Davis. And one thing I'd be a little concerned about is, has Ryan Davis subbed out of this game? When is Ryan Davis going to get some rest before they seek?
Can Ryan Davis sub out of this game?
Yeah, that's a good question as well.
Lee Hodge not on the field yet. He would be the obvious alternative.
Yep. Kayla Bove back in the game here, playing alongside Chris Hamill, who's staying in. A lot of half-beater line subs here from Charlotte today as they just kind of mix and match. I believe it is Diana Howard who is on the far side. She can't come up with the pass or bobbles it, and it's going to be, I believe,
it's interesting.
Iannucci who comes up with it.
It's interesting. Davis playing off ball has been a lot better than Davis playing on ball, in my opinion. Yeah. And you have Quincy Hildreth, who's been great all tournament so far. That was a little bit of a wasted possession there by Charlotte in the half court.
Yeah, and then you combine that with the wasted possession that Logan Hartman gave them in that attempted fast break, and that's just not the kind. They played very clean for a good 15 minutes there, and now they need to keep that going.
Trey Presley not in the game either. His mid-range shot today has been really useful.
Yep.
And if the game is going to come down to a snitch catch, you would want Ryan Davis ready to go.
John Jackson bounces one to David Fox. Fox gets beat, pass across to Lee, and there's going to be a stoppage.
Really good defensively there from Hildreth to force Fox over the goal.
Yeah, I believe there's Fox is going to be called beat before he released. Turnover back to Charlotte. Charlotte only needs to survive another 3 minutes here in the pre-Snitch game, and then Ryan Davis can look to potentially get them a lead with a grab. 6-5 the score.
We are going to see some subs here.
Yeah, I mean, at some point Ryan Davis had to get out of this game, right? And that is going to come.
I don't hate that. Yeah. Like we said, this Charlotte team has a lot of weapons offensively.
Yeah, Lee Hodge, just like you were talking about, coming into the game. So it's going to be Presley and Hodge, Smekrud, and Hauerwas.
Perry Wang somebody in the game at beater as well.
Yeah, usually short shifts from Wang, but very effective ones. Hamill's still in the game. Hamill was a player who was not expected to get much time for the Charlotte team and has really stepped up. Smekrud has a chance here, but it's wrapped up hard by John Jackson. Mike Lee is able to come up with it. But yeah, he's basically just demanded more playing time by just consistently giving them solid minutes in the beating game.
Yeah, and John Jackson here with the ball. I'd like to see a little bit more movement, motion from New York. It's been very stagnant.
We've seen, though, John Jackson get paralyzed sometimes against two beater situations, defenses, because, like we said, he really likes to score in those no bludger situations. So Ken Rosenberg gets something going for them. Does get bludger control, but Perry Wang still does have a bludger in the defensive end. Pass goes all the way up top to John Jackson.
And this is when you attack, right?
Yeah.
Especially against two bludgers. Once they've had to go behind the hoops and then back forward or side to side, that's when those openings exist and when motion has to happen, the offense has to initiate.
Yeah, two players playing wide behind against this, I call it somewhat of a zone, with Trey Presley just kind of floating back behind the hoops.
And New York with bludger control now. And Jackson's going to go right in behind it, escorted by his beater.
Yeah, and that was a very good look by Jackson. He finds Mike Lee. Mike Lee puts it away, 7-5. A nice, patient, and a much more efficient offensive possession there from New York.
That looked much better. They got bludger control back, used it as an escort, found the dish after the drive. That's as textbook as it gets.
Yeah. So we're under a minute now from the 20-minute mark, and Charlotte needs to think a lot about this possession. Do they want to try to make it the last of the half? Can they get bludger control off of it? They are going to push it here. Smekrud a ton of space.
A lot of space and a lot of chaos in the beater game. We'll see if anybody can make use of it.
So Inner Charlotte is right back in the game, and I think this is going to be bludger control as long as Barry Wang can win the race, which he does. So bludger control and what's now, I believe, going to be the last possession of the period. Hauerwas fakes a screen. That's a long attempt there from Presley. I honestly would like to see him just dish it off to Hauerwas, who I thought rolled pretty nicely off that screen. Smekrud has the ball. We've reached the 20-minute mark. Smekrud tried to get the ball on the ground before 20 minutes, failed to do so, so now they're going to have to play this position out. Hauerwas now taking the option he didn't have before. Mike Lee, though, wins the 50-50 attempt with Trey Presley and ends the period with a 7-5 lead.
Yeah, we saw that was a really good half from both teams in some respects and poorer in others.
Yeah.
It was an interesting half of Quidditch, a well-played half of Quidditch. What does New York have to do to close this out? What does Charlotte have to do to pull the upset in Game 1?
Yeah, we need to see more clean possessions from New York like we saw in that last one, right? Like they were doing all the right things. Some movement to spread the beaters out. You win an engagement. And then just a simple drive and dish concept was really all they needed to score. I mean, Charlotte's defense has not been known to be that stout this entire season. It is pretty heavily beater reliant. So if you can kind of give your beaters a chance to create that. The problem is I've only really seen Jason Rosenberg and Rachel Ayala Silva really creating the beater game so far for New York. So we're going to need to see whether, some of their other pairs as we come down the stretch can do the same. On the Charlotte side, they need to, clean up a couple of those offensive possessions, take a couple more of the opportunities that the New York defense is giving them. But ultimately, a lot is going to come down to the Snitch, right? Because, a New York catch is basically going to be game over. They'll be up 5 goals, only needing 3 more. That's a tall, tall hill for the underdogs to climb. But if Charlotte can make this catch quickly, and we've seen Ryan Davis do it again and again, things get a lot more interesting in a hurry in this one. Lead is currently 2 for New York. It's 7-5 with a set score of 13.
Yeah, I'd like to see – we haven't seen Charlotte get out and run. They haven't had too many opportunities, but they have had bludger control quite a bit, and I'd really like to see them to pick their heads up and get going in a productive way. We saw Hartman try to do it in one of those wasted possessions. But this team is really good at it, and we haven't seen that gear from them just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what styles the teams choose in the quaffle game while the Snitch is on pitch. New York can put some really bruising quaffle lines out there between JC Arancibia and John Jackson. Mike Lee really hits large for his size as well. David Fox, who's subbing out, can do the same. So does Charlotte want to go toe-to-toe? Because Quincy Hildreth with a head of steam is also really hard to stop. Or will they slow it down and give Ryan Davis some time to work? We get subs right away. Cody LeBove and Joe Goldberg into the game. Kellen Cupid's going to get the first shot because of those subs. It's an early exchange here. Joe Goldberg does get the beat on Frank Minson. So dominant play early here from Charlotte as John Jackson looks to work on no bludgers. Some miscommunication between the beaters on the New York side, which is going to give Ryan Davis some time, but a long beat there from CJ Jr. Meanwhile, a wasted possession there from New York.
Yeah, I'm surprised. John Jackson kept looking at the Snitch play and kind of lost his head a little bit in the quaffle game while holding the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling John Jackson.
Oh, and that's a really quick grab from Ryan Davis.
Ryan Davis has been making a case for the best seeker in the sport. Yeah, Ryan Davis has been making a statement for being the best seeker in the sport all season and now all weekend. And that is another massive grab that just put Charlotte back in the lead.
So quick, so efficient. That was his first real opportunity, taken instantly.
Yep.
As good of a seeker as we have seen all weekend, as good as seekers we have seen all season.
So it's now 5 more goals for Charlotte, 6 more goals for New York needed. We've seen New York in these situations before. Rochester made a catch on them that put both teams to first to 4 wins, but New York did dominate the period from then. But
we haven't seen enough from Charlotte offensively to quite give them the edge yet.
5 goals is a lot of goals for a team that only scored, I believe, 5 goals in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. But we have seen dominant beater play.
Yeah, but they're going to get a free goal here, I think, because Trey Presley is driving. John Jackson looking to wrap him, slips right off of him. Oh, a beautiful look. Finds the trailing Logan Hartman. 5 goals just became 4 goals.
And that's the kind of play we've been waiting for from them. And it might be a card here on John Jackson. They say the contact might have come in a little high.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately,
maybe just a warning.
It's going to be ruled off by the goal either way, and with the 3 yellow cards to a red card in MLQ, the odds that it's going to affect John Jackson in a meaningful way aren't that high.
Being able to get out and run, like we've been talking about from Charlotte, that's where they're most effective. We saw Presley shake off a John Jackson tackle, not easy to do, and find the person on the opposite hoop.
Yeah,
pretty impressive play.
You know, and you got to kind of ask yourself, did New York sleep a bit on the Charlotte team with the way they ran their lines, with the way they haven't seemed to have specific answers for some of the things Charlotte wants to do? It seems like Charlotte was much more ready for this series than New York was.
You know, I've asked myself that question, actually, and the answer is yes. Yeah. There's no without a doubt.
So Mike Lee now working on Smickrud.
Yeah, the Titans just not forcing the issue offensively enough.
Lee is going to release a long shot, and that's a waste of possession. And there's no bludgers again. Cody LeBove is going to be able to keep Frank Minson out of this play. Lee Hodge is wide open. 4 goals just became 3 goals, Noah. Another goal here for Charlotte.
Yeah.
We have an upset brewing here in Troy Park. 3 more goals needed for Charlotte. 6 more goals needed for New York.
And it looks like not a timeout.
Yeah. Michael Parada does sub back in. The head coach looking to leave his mark on the game.
Haven't seen much from Parada so far this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a lot of John Jackson in the keeper game. We've only seen him in stints for sure. Pass goes across to Hagag.
Way wide.
Step out. A high press. Does he push him out of bounds? Yes, yeah. He pushed him out of bounds.
Presley able to force the turnover on Hagag there. Hagag not had a good game so far. Great defensive play there by Presley to force the turnover.
Yeah, and another thing, going back to that original series, Charlotte mentioned after that series that they hadn't practiced their physicality a ton. They play on kind of a really hard practice field, and they didn't want to hit each other into it a ton. They've slowly stepped up their physicality throughout the season. Playing a series against Washington and Boston's obviously going to do a ton for that. And they've also been much more physical with New York than they were earlier.
Yeah, I've liked the Charlotte team all day, and they're just really dangerous. If you let them get into the things that they like to do, if they control the tempo of the game, you're going to be in trouble.
A loose ball here. Hagag steps on it and goes out of bounds.
Yeah, it's going to be Charlotte ball right there on the end line. And we saw a much slower game in the first 20 minutes, but New York unable to capitalize.
And the problem is, ever since we got to the Snitch on pitch period, it's been 100% bludger control from Charlotte. And when they've had bludger control, they've been the better team by a lot.
Yeah.
And that's not, controversial. They're a good enough team that they should be. But it's the fact that New York can't seem to get it back from them. Yeah. And when are we going to see Jason Rosenberg back in the game? Because he's been the only consistent person who's been able to get bludger
he's been
control.
the lone bright spot in the beating game for New York, for sure.
Hildreth is going to have to take a reset. Selwyn Richard and Tony Bonadio in for Charlotte at beater. They beat away Hagag. Only 3 more goals now needed for Charlotte.
Yeah, I'd like to see Hildreth get the ball back here. He does.
Hildreth
by Lee Hodge on the left side.
And this is that ton of space we've been talking about New York giving. They're asking for the shots. Quincy is not the mid-range shooter that some of his teammates are, but they want to work it to Hartman, but Hartman is being manned by one of the best defensive players in the league in Taylor Crawford.
Yeah, and this is the space that they've operated really well in. Quincy's shot goes directly into the New York defense.
He never saw Bonadio. It's not going to matter because the keeper now recovers it. But now it might be a brief no-budger situation. Can Parada run on this? He has to work on Hodge, a little bit of a stutter step, pass across. And a
really misguided.
Pass,
yeah, a really misguided attempt there.
Yeah, Quincy Hildreth all over it.
Yeah, and it was Hodge's step to Parada that forced that pass.
Yeah. I hate to see this, but I kind of want to see a ball carrier with more of a mid-range shot. Ryan Davis subs in right as I say that, then Quincy Hildreth, because New York is asking this team to drive in on them. They have so many people in the defensive keeper zone, but they're giving some space for a shot. Hildreth's not going to take that shot. We know Ryan Davis will take that shot.
Yeah, we've seen Davis do some incredible things in things this tournament. I think Presley is the answer if you're looking to take a mid-range shot, but Davis is not a bad option either.
Yep.
He's already hit a couple
misbeat
this
there
game.
by Rosenberg is going to mean bludger control. Ryan Davis across to Smeckrud, but
finds Smeckrud, who is able to tap it in, but beat before.
Yeah, Smeckrud went for kind of the slap down rather than the quick catch and release, and that allowed the time for the beat to be made. Bludger control did go to Richard and Wang, though.
And we talked about this being the backbone of this Charlotte team in the beating game, and as they look to close this one out now, and start this series with an upset. And that's who I'd want to be out there.
The best beating games are really next player up, and that's what the Charlotte beating game's been all season and all weekend.
Absolutely. And Jackson, again, taking his time.
Yep, and now it's a no-bludger situation. Can he drive through Quincy
Oh,
Hildreth? No, he gets stripped.
Yeah, and Quincy Hildreth has not only had a great tournament offensively, but has had a great tournament defensively.
Oh, but Quincy Hildreth is down hard. Scary moment here for Charlotte. He's going to walk off under his own power, but he's definitely doing it with a bit of a hobble. Something on the leg. Hopefully he just came down on it hard.
Yeah, at least a stinger is able to jog off. And as you're saying, as these teams get better, we see the teams that are better at meeting the point of attack. Just an absolutely great play there from Hildreth.
Oh, Logan Hartman trying to run the fast break, blocks the bludger. Oh, Perry Wang is standing in the keeper zone, gives Logan Hartman everything he needs. We're going to have a call on the play, but if it's good, I believe it was just a warning of the benches for too much chatter.
Goal is good.
Goal.
This has been, since the Snitch came on pitch, it has been all Charlotte.
This isn't a narrow upset. Charlotte is running New York off the field right now. They're up 4 goals.
And we talked about this a little bit. In their first 20, we did not see Charlotte get into their sets at all. We didn't see the Titans do much of anything either. This is going to be a scary. Charlotte's going to has to feel very good about the way things have gone, and even the first 20 minutes where they were able to hang.
Yeah.
Jackson's staying patient.
Rosenberg does win bludger control. That's a big opportunity. Crawford's in the lane, misses another shot. Crawford's just not had a good day back there offensively.
Yeah, a little bit long. Those shots are getting a little bit extended.
Yep. So Richard tried to get bludger control off Rachel Silver. Instead, it's going to be no bludgers. Can the Quaffle defense stop John Jackson one more time? It might be one too many asks. A high pass to Aaron Sibia. Aaron Sibia misses the alley-oop. Morella has space, goes back to Jackson. So Richard's finally back in the play, but it's a little – no! Jackson misses again.
Oh.
I can't believe New York did not score on that possession.
Wow. Yeah, indicative of how this game has gone, at least since for the last 25 minutes or so.
Like, I'd love to compliment Charlotte on a great defensive effort there, but I don't think it was even that. They're just not finishing their opportunities.
There were too many looks there for New York to put one through.
Score is 115 to 70.
This is going to be a long pass. I don't think it's being very good. I think that's the kind of thing that And Jackson, instead of taking off, looks to slow things down again.
Yeah, I think he
very,
would have won the
very
race.
strange choice.
Yeah.
Way too hesitant there.
Yep. Importantly, though, New York does have bludger control to work with now. Big beat there on Goldberg's going to force the no bludgers. Aaron Sibia wants to go in the lane. This time, I don't think anybody's stopping him. He puts it through 115 to 80.
Yeah, after winning the beater battle up top, it's kind of like if not now, when. And finally, Aaron Sibia takes control of the game.
Right. And they're going to need more of that because they haven't had a lot of good offensive answers. Aaron Sibia was their offensive answer in the Boston series, scored so many goals throughout.
And that was New York's first goal since Snitch came on pitch.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible the way Charlotte's dominated this game so far in the second half.
Yeah. And we're going to see if Charlotte might just hope that Ryan Davis can maybe hit 2 of 4 mid-range shots in the next 4 possessions and win the game that way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I would be thinking, too.
Missed beat there by Goldberg. I think Davis might have to use his reset. They do.
Oh, not far enough, though. Trying to stay with it.
Oh, did they see Fiona Weiser? It's across to Howard. Oh, Howard just goes right through John Jackson. What a composed effort there from Diana Howard.
Wow, absolutely incredible play. Ryan Davis looked to take the reset, did take the reset, and then tried to get back into play. I thought it might be a little ambitious, but finds Diana Howard on that post.
They must have been watching Diana Howard the entire time. It is a good goal. What an effort from both of those players. A ripped pass and just the composure by Howard. Yep. She took a hard hit. I think she might be subbing off. I think she subbed off.
And Davis took the reset, and as soon as they saw Diana on the post, just initiated the action again. Really great play. Really heads-up play by the ball carrier.
Yep. So next goal is a win at this point for Charlotte. Rosenberg doesn't have bludger control, facing off with Hamill and Goldberg.
Yeah, and if Charlotte has bludger control on this next possession, it's going to be really hard for New York to defend.
Davis steps out to Aaron Sibia with Hamill closing as well. It's a long pass. Can Classic come down with it? Oh, and there's no bludgers.
There's no bludgers.
Classic gets off of John Jackson.
And they've got
He's looking to drive. This could be the game. Oh, that's going to be a tackle from behind. Yeah.
That's going to be a tackle from behind. I'm curious where they're going to reset the rest of the New York Titans.
Yeah, that's the kind of play where the ARs really need to be on top of where those players were when the whistle was being blown. It's not an advantage call, so there's not going to be an option to move from the spot of the foul, and the Titans did kind of collapse on the play. Classic is very close to the hoop, though. Honestly, with our 2D vision, all right, so close. There it is. Classic puts it home. The Charlotte Aviators have taken a game off the top-seeded New York Titans, and the Titans will now have their backs against the wall for the rest of the evening. Charlotte has 2 chances to take down the East Division champions. What a performance there from the Aviators.
They looked so dangerous doing it. We were talking about how good they looked. New York only scoring 1 goal in the second half. Charlotte not being able to get into its offense in the first half. I'm really excited about the rest of this series.
Yep.
I'm really excited about the rest of this series.
Yeah, and it's been the parity in the East Division all season. We talked about all the crazy things. Washington dropped at least 1 game to every single team in the division and finished 3rd. Boston lost 2 series and finished 2nd. New York was a team who managed to stay above that, but kind of in some ways by virtue of their scheduling. They got Charlotte 2 weeks into their practices. They got Washington fresh for starting their season when New York had already played 6 games. Now they're getting a team who has figured out their identity in a much more effective way.
We saw an incredible game from Charlotte, able to hang with it when the tempo was slow. I thought that came from New York not doing enough. What do we need to see from New York, particularly in the first 20 minutes? Because we see the Charlotte team closes like a freight train, so you better put them away early. What does New York have to do in order to do that?
So, offensively, I mean, it's tough to change your offense, right, in a tournament. This is the offense you've decided to come in with. I mean, they need to press a little bit more against one bludger situations, find a few more opportunities. Defensively, though, they need to close down on these shooters because how many of those goals were either transition goals or mid-range shots? Transition goals, outside of getting more bludger control, hard to shut down in a big way, but you need to find a way to stop those mid-range shots that Ryan Davis and Trey Presley are hitting left and right.
That was the one thing I think New York can take away from this first game is that they were able to control the tempo when they weren't desperate. And if they can do that, they're going to give themselves a chance to win. But with Ryan Davis in your back pocket for Charlotte, that's going to be hard for New York to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, New York has to be scared about the fact that Charlotte is starting to get an automatic 35 points at the 20-minute mark of every game. That makes the team so much harder to beat.
The 21-minute mark.
Sorry, the 21-minute mark. Yeah. I do want to say I would love to get someone in from Charlotte, so I do think we should take a little break and we can get somebody in for an interview. Thank you for watching. Me and Noah are actually going to be sticking out on this field for Game 2 of the Boston Forge versus Minneapolis Monarchs series. Boston won the first game in convincing fashion, looking to close out the series. But we're going to jump out, get an Aviators player up in the booth, and give them a little interview. So thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you back soon. We're back with Ryan Davis of the Charlotte Aviators, fresh off of a stunning, dominant Game 1 win against the New York Titans. Ryan, you guys were swept by the New York Titans way back on the opening weekend.
Yeah, like 6 weeks ago or whatever.
Exactly. What, if anything, were you guys able to, from that film take away and be confident that you could come out here in this series?
So the biggest thing about that New York Titans series initially is we didn't have enough people involved in the offense. We played a very stagnant offense. I mean, that was our first time playing at the highest level ever, and I'd like to think that we watched a ton of film, an absolute ridiculous amount of film. And I think just watching all that film and kind of figuring out exactly how kind of New York was going to attack us allowed us. I think the key to that game was our defense, as our defense kind of helped us when our offense struggled, but just our offensively, I think we just took that game away. Everyone was contributing. We had so many open cuts, and it was phenomenal. I'm proud of all of them.
I got to ask you about one of those cuts. I'm going to ask you about a couple plays you were involved in.
Sure.
The goal to Diana Howard, the long pass off of the reset. What were you seeing in that play when you decided I'm just going to cut right back in and start running the offense off the high press? I believe it was Fiona Weishart up in your face.
Yeah.
Were you seeing Howard the whole way, or were you just hoping that options would start to form as you?
So that's a play we practiced a lot, and I knew I didn't see Diana initially, but I knew that she was in the general area and was going to start collapsing. And kind of in that situation, Jason was there, but kind of out of the play because there were, I think, 2 New York Titans chasers, and their point chaser was kind of bent off to the wrong side. And what New York has been doing recently has been playing just so far off the hoop. So kind of once you get there, it's just a one-on-one with the keeper. And then I just knew I had to make Fiona draw that beat, found Diana, and it worked out. And then she finished beautifully.
The other thing I have to ask you about is obviously snitch grab. You're the league leader in snitch grabs. Smutny has been a dominant force all season. What is working for you so well in this year game? I mean, I think in some ways it's unfair to say it's something new. You've obviously come up in a route that doesn't always get you in the most highlighted games. Obviously, you're in the most highlighted games possible right now. But what's kind of working for you in the secret game right now?
So that was number 9. And I think the first thing is I have to shout out Joe, Cody, Perry, Tony. All of them have given me more time than I could ever know what to do with. And kind of it doesn't matter how good you are over seeker if the speeders don't kind of give you the time you need. And then kind of more importantly, what's worked a lot is I think the hardest part of seeking is just understanding how the ball moves. And when you have a seeker and a snitch that's so mobile, like John Smutny, that you get a lot of tail swing. And just kind of knowing exactly where that tail is going to swing to allows you to make a lot easier catches. And that's kind of what I've been using against John Smutny a lot this season.
Awesome. You kind of mentioned your beaters. Coming into the season, I mean, they're beaters, and we've been singing the praise of your beaters all season. People like Perry Wang and Cody and Su Lin and Joe, people you've been playing with for a long time, quite a few of them. I'm very glad you stopped beating. I think that was good for the team. But you're not only relying on them, right? Tony Bonadio played a ton of minutes in that game.
Yep.
Chris Hamill continues to play a ton of minutes. Can you talk about the development of some of your beaters who maybe weren't as known coming into the season?
Yeah, so the biggest improvement I think of our season has been Chris. Chris, I think, really struggled in that first New York series, like as everyone did. And then kind of came on and just came alive really versus Washington and kind of and Boston. And that has been the biggest kind of improvement to our team because, yes, we are very deep, but having just more depth beaters allowed us to kind of switch up our sets a little bit because Chris is really just a phenomenal free beater. And Tony has just kind of taken his game to an entire another level. He has such a strong kind of range of throws that he can use against everybody, and he has an absolutely amazing pump fake. So
yeah. I do have to ask you, Quincy obviously went off late in that game. Do we have any idea how it's looking, whether it's going to be likely that he's going to be able to play in game 2?
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to keep Quincy from playing game 2. I think it was just a light cramp. He got some water in him. He's feeling great.
I think that's fair. All right, well, Ryan, thank you so much for coming up. Best of luck in game 2 and a hypothetical game through and the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Back to pitch one of the 2021 MLQ Championship. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Noah Schwartz. We've got Game 2 quarterfinal action as the Boston Forge, your defending champions, look to close out a sweep of quarterfinals against the Minneapolis Monarchs and punch their tickets to a semifinal tomorrow morning with, based on Game 1 results from that quarterfinal, most likely the Austin Outlaws. Noah, it was a bit of a one-sided affair in Game 1. What are you hoping to see in Game 2?
A bit is a bit of an exaggeration. It was an absolute whooping from Boston in Game 1. What do I look to see in Game 2? I look to see more of Boston on the break. I look to see more of forced turnovers in the beater game. They look better in every aspect of the game, and I expect that to continue here. It's always tougher to beat a team twice. We know that. So will Minneapolis rebound? I do expect a little bit of a rebound, but I think the talent disparity at every position at every level is too great.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Minneapolis spent part of the last hour at least kind of getting ready for where the hard boundary is, because we saw them step over it about 5 or 6 times in that game.
And beyond that, more unforced errors. And here we go. We're off to a start here.
Yep, off to a start, and it's O'Banner first to the quaffle, looking to go all the way. This would be a great start for Minneapolis, and O'Banner makes it count. A very, very different opening. Blood sugar control as well for the Monarchs. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and you don't see Costa get beat to the ball all that often, but O'Banner able there to capitalize on a fast break opportunity, and you love to see that as a start, especially after the whooping the last game was.
Yeah, first possession lineup for Boston. Max Havlin and Serena Montero are going to be your beaters. Grace Dastu, Jake Archibald, Ryan Fenning, and Tyra Beckman, your quaffle players. We'll get to Minneapolis in a second. Ryan Fenning has the ball in the wing. It's a race for blood sugar control, and Sean Paguada, oh, he caught that beat from Serena Montero point blank. No, he didn't, but it is going to be a maintaining of blood sugar control. He is playing alongside April Grabner in the beater game. Quaffle players, O'Banner, who scored that goal, Max Meyer, Henry Bear Benson, and Emma Persons.
And a really good win there up top by Paguada to force the ball quickly, and a turnover there from Boston.
Yeah, a very, very hopeful pass by Tyra Beckman to throw the horizontal pass across all 3 hoops to Grace Dastu with the entire defense condensed. Boston scored on their first 4 possessions of the last game, and Minneapolis scored on 0, and that was almost the ball game right there. Very, very different start here in Game 2.
Yeah, and the difference so far has been Paguada having a much better shift against Havlin to start this game.
Yep. Henry Bear Benson, ball on the right, trickling with that out-of-bounds line. Trying to get by Dastu, does. Max Havlin presses high. It's a back to O'Banner. Way to have that passing option. This time O'Banner's looking to drive the lane. A miss by Havlin, no, a hit by Havlin, and now Archibald's running in space. April Grabner does not see him coming, but it's a really, really hopeful mid-range shot there from Archibald.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit more time. Got rushed by the attempted beat, and couldn't find the hoop. I liked what I saw more there from Minneapolis. We got a pick from O'Banner, their 2-man game with Bear Benson. Found himself a look as Paguada blindsided the tap beat onto the on the chaser. And it was a good-looking opportunity for O'Banner, who just held onto the ball for a little bit too long. But the offense is starting to move a little bit better for the Monarchs here.
Sure. O'Banner's not a player who loves the mid-range shot, does try to get to the hoop, so sometimes does hold it a little too long. Havlin is pressing O'Banner here. Emma Persons has plenty of space, recovers, no pressure too quickly. Fakes Tyra Beckman into the ground there. And now it's Max Meyer looking to drive. Has to drive right into Max Beckman. Oh, he uncorks and hits the 15-yarder.
It's a really tough shot to hit from that's a really tough shot to hit from that decent distance, and well taken.
Yeah. When you're looking to spring the upset, you need a couple of those to go.
They got to fall. Yeah.
And the Monarchs have an early 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, and I think they're going to move away from Beckman here, looking a little bit lost offensively and defensively.
Yeah, I mean, Teddy Costa played with this line for most of the season. It's been really he was not at the New York series and then hasn't played with them so far this weekend. As we do see the first beater sub, by the way, for Minneapolis.
Archibald just walks into the beat right there.
Grace Dastu makes the effort play but doesn't have a passing option.
Person's able to come up with it for the Monarchs here.
And as crisp as Boston looked in the first game is how iffy they've looked here early. And Max Havlin's a little behind the play. Max Meyer's looking to run. Can Beckman make the stop? He strips it a big way.
Beckman able to make the strip. It's going to go out. The ball's going to get put into play immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another great tackle there. Wow.
Those were statement hits there from Beckman. And this game is just chaos at this point, right? In the middle, Joe Blanchard's trying to tackle Max Havlin. Archibald's looking for a mid-range shot. Does hit it this time. But Nobody wants to play a half-court offense here, that's for sure.
Yeah, don't give Jake Archibald 1, but definitely don't give him 3.
Yeah. So 2-1 the score as the dust finally settles. And bludger control is with Montero and Havlin. And it was against that bludger control that things really started to fall apart for the Monarchs in game 1. They quickly go to a second line here. Cole Lackmiller into the game. Had a few mid-range shots in that first one. Has the ball on the wing, working on Zach Doyle.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they went to their second line so quickly. The Monarchs got the best looks they probably had the entire series in these first few possessions here.
Lackmiller uncorking from 12 yards, and the mid-range shots from Minneapolis are getting longer and longer.
Yeah. That possession, not great. Boston's defense and Boston's bludger control really was the difference.
Yeah, and but that's when you can't feel like you can ever beat a point defender off the dribble. You start uncorking those longer and longer shots. You mentioned that one pick play that we did see of Minneapolis. I'd like to see more of those.
Yeah, you really want to move the ball to the edges and behind the hoops, and being able to move them from behind the hoops to the front of the hoops really creates the motion you're looking for.
Adi Arjona now in it alongside Max Havlin.
Nice
Ryan
catch
Fenning
there from Fenning.
finally gets the ball and looks so comfortable putting it away. And when the offense is really rolling, a lot of times it's rolling through Ryan Fenning.
Yeah, the pass was behind him. It wasn't a great pass from Archibald. He was able to extend that hand behind him and corral it and then still make the move to the nearest hoop.
Yeah. Ryan Fenning, the newest member of the Tufts family, he'll be starting Tufts Medicine in the fall.
I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. We were always pro Tufts here.
two Tufts alums, to be clear, and a producer that's the Tufts coach. So, Cole Lackmiller, ball on the left wing. Zeke Majeski is now subbed into the game. I believe that was the last sub for this line with O'Banner finally leaving. Beth Mueller with the ball on the right wing. Max Havlin's not stepping too high. Has the only bludger in the possession. It was bludger control to Nicole Nelson, who is playing alongside Joe Blanchard now. Faked handoff there, but like we said, the point defense has been so strong from Boston.
Minneapolis looking a little bit lost, moving the ball now.
Yep. Oh,
and Boston willing to come up and make hits. Ryan Fenning, they're coming off broom, but keeping Minneapolis uncomfortable.
Yep. Because Havlin is sitting very deep. Adi Arjona goes for a tackle on Nicole Nelson to no avail. A nice slow possession.
And now Dastu getting in on the action.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a big beat there by Blanchard. Arjona's going to have to steps very high. Does make the beat on Blanchard. So now it's no bludgers. Can Lackmiller get by Doyle? No, he cannot. Oh, but from his knees, he slips in the sidearm shot. A little submarine pitching there from Cole Lackmiller.
Yeah, and if you're Minneapolis here, you've got to love that you've got the lead. You don't love how you got it. Hasn't been a lot of motion, been a lot of long shots.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've been playing much better than they did last game. But there's got to be more offensively for them if they're going to continue to score at this pace.
So, but they do force Boston in another half court, which just seems to be the Ryan Fenning show.
Yeah, and Ryan Fenning just, just steps around the defender casually and finds Grace Dastu on the far hoop. Yeah. That's too easy.
If nobody can tackle Ryan Fenning, how does your defense shift to it? Like, eventually everyone has to go to him, and then he just dishes if he has to. He has been a force in this series, a force in this season for Boston.
Yeah, and all three bludgers sitting in front of Max Havlin.
Yeah, this is the second time this weekend we've seen Max Havlin possessing three bludgers at the same time. He specifically was having Adi Arjona not pick one up so that he could continue to possess them all. And he's going to force a turnover there and a goal. This is going to be a goal assisted by Max Havlin. Yeah. Can we just put it in his his
give
column?
Max Havlin that goal. That's
yeah, and that is the effect that Max Havlin can have on a game that probably only Jackson Johnson in the entire sport can also have on the game.
Yeah, we talk about cornerback sacks in football, coverage sacks, and that was about as much of a coverage sack as you've ever seen.
Yep, so that suddenly Boston jumps right out to the lead. The Fenning goal followed by the Zach Doyle goal. It's 4-3. It's getting a little scary here for Minneapolis. They go to the look. Oh, and Max Havlin gets the best of Cody Narvis in there, but it is going to create some space. Adi Arjona is the only beater back. But it's a mid-range shot, again, knocked down by this Boston core.
Yeah, and the question from here on out is how is Minneapolis going to score with Havlin playing this well? They're going to have to keep launching prayers and those prayers being answered, and I'm not sure it's going to maintain.
Oh, but Archibald's not the most confident wing chaser and does get shut down there near the hoops.
Yeah, just a little bit too eager to get it out of his hands with the player on him right behind.
Yeah, Max Havlin still, though, is the only beater in the play, and Ryan Fenning continues to be literally unstoppable in this series.
Minneapolis has no answer for Ryan Fenning downhill.
Yeah.
And he's going to take a sub. We're going to see a lot of subs here from Boston.
Yeah. If
they have the foothold in this game, and I think it's only going to get worse from here.
If Boston makes a deep run in this tournament, it is going to be a star-making performance from Ryan Fenning that's going to do it.
Minneapolis with the ball up top.
Yeah, and they just need a long, comfortable possession to just kind of bide some time. But Eddie Arjona's trying not to give it there with a beat.
Yeah, I'd like to see what they are looking to accomplish in terms of motion, in terms of screens, handoffs. Give the defense something to look at, so they don't just get so their point defenders just don't get teed off on like they have been.
And Cody Arvidsson just got completely dominated by Tom DeMuth, who came out to him to take the exchange, knowing he has Leanne Dillman behind him. He's throwing. Oh, that was a bit of a miscommunication because Leanne Dillman and Tom DeMuth just both tried to pick up the same quaffle. Meanwhile, it's chaos in the quaffle game. Minneapolis did use their reset. Henry Bear Benson in control. Gracie Johnson is now marking Leanne Dillman. Ball
wide
goes,
open here.
Yeah. Liz Hunter, what can she do with it?
Not taking the space.
No, Morgan Bertram is able to knock down the shot. Tom DeMuth closes quickly. Kick goes to nobody but Archibald. Now Archibald's in his favorite situation, trying to run the fast break. He's got some new chasers out there with him, Bertram, Costa, and Greenhouse.
Yeah, and a wasted possession there from Minneapolis. You get a chaser open in space, doesn't take the space, looks for the pass instead, and the beater just slides over and makes an easy beat for the turnover.
Yep. Ian Skura subs in, so now it's the full line transition here from Boston.
And Ian Skura looked great and looked good in game 1 too. Had some low moments, had a lot of high moments though.
Yep. Gets the ball over to Greenhouse. Greenhouse is happy to take the mid-range shot.
And Greenhouse insisting the shot was good. The referees have said otherwise so far.
We're going to have to see what they have to say about it. I mean, Harry Greenhouse is the kind of person that's going to celebrate the shot.
Will insist no matter what.
Yeah, because, I mean, what's the downside, right? If the refs are confident, the refs are confident. If the refs aren't sure, hey, maybe celebrating the shot does something for you. Andrew Canto, though, is a very confident head ref, who is also looking great in his bucket hat, by the way.
So it's going to be Minneapolis ball. Bear Benson going to take it.
Yeah.
There just has to be something more urgent from Minneapolis. We saw a couple of incredible shots go through, but other than that, there's only been so it's been the 2 incredible shots and the brooms up start.
Yeah, but they haven't had bludger control in 5 or 6 minutes.
They haven't been able to initiate an offense outside of that.
Right.
And it's worrisome if you're them.
Yeah, Narveson really needs to win an exchange at some point with DeMuth here if they're going to get something going. Luke Zach just had to use the reset. Working up top with Chris Preston.
Yeah, these ball carriers for Minneapolis are just kind of getting teed off.
That is a long pass to Liz Hunter. And
Skura's there immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter's never going to be able to do anything with that pass. It's just going to be another turnover here. Can they run in transition? Ian Skura surely wants to. Luke Zach steps up high. The beaters get back. It's Narveson in the middle of the zone, and that's going to slow it down. We're going to see a half-court offense here.
We see how dangerous this team is in the break. I'd like to see them run on one more.
I agree. Why aren't you? Oh, a big tackle there from Chris Preston. I think he stripped the ball as well. No, he didn't. Skura's able to keep possession.
Another nice tackle there. Does strip. Boston's still on top of it.
Yeah,
the ball's going to slide out to Costa here.
Yeah, and
he's going to try and make a move.
It's all Minneapolis bludgers, though, so Costa's going to have to – oh, he just used 2 resets in the span of about 5 seconds. And that bludger is going to be behind the offense. This is the kind of opportunity Minneapolis has to take. They need a goal here in transition.
And Luke Zach going to take off. We'll see if he can get
past
Costa.
He's on the out-of-bounds line, and he steps out.
Just a lack of awareness here from Minneapolis.
Yeah, because that's right off of a reset, so you know where that line is.
There should be some communication. There should be some awareness there. It's a bad turn. Always a bad turnover. Worse when it's after a stoppage in play.
Yeah, and we talked about it a few times. The multi-sport lines and whatnot. But Minneapolis is the only team we've seen consistently stepping out of bounds.
One game, understandable. One time. Yeah, it's just too much.
Greenhouse considers the mid-range shot, doesn't take it. Cody Narveson wins an exchange with Leanne Dillman. Oh, and Ian Skura gets denied by the hoops, and now Cole Lackmower is looking to run. We know he loves that mid-range shot, but right now he's just going to hit a huge tackle from Teddy Costa.
Yeah, and these Minneapolis ball carriers have no answer for the point defense of Boston.
And so they need to work some pick and rolls or something into their offense because they're not just getting the free takes. And that's been the story across the league. There's not a lot of free takes against good point defenders using 2 arms. It's been a rugby scrum there for a long time. Harry Greenhouse comes out of it and then dodges a beat from Cody Narveson, who knew he had a bludger to work with because there was an extra one behind him.
Yeah, and a smart backup there from Greenhouse. He had nobody with him, and he was going to have to run at 5 players. Better there just to hold on and wait for your team.
Montero back in the game now.
Little pick play with the beater there by Costa. He's going to fire.
And that's the second time this weekend now we've seen Costa just uncork one that never really had a hope.
It's just not your best option. There's no shot clock in Quidditch. But you should be running through an offense.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the major concern here for Boston is that Minneapolis has successfully forced them into more half-court sets, and outside of the Ryan Fenning plan, they still don't have a half-court offense.
Yes. Yeah, that's going to be a concern, I think, going forward for sure. And we still got a game here. It's 3-5.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. It's still a game. If Minneapolis can show us something, especially with Meyer with the ball driving, we'll see if things can change quickly.
Oh, Meyer throws the alley-oop to Luke Zach. I do not know how Teddy Costa ever out-jumps Luke Zach.
Luke Zach has 6 inches on Teddy Costa, and Costa coming up with the ball.
That might be generous to Teddy. I'm not going to lie.
Just absolutely a big win there for Costa.
And I'm so interested by the way they've kind of mixed up their lines. They have Costa playing with Skura and with Greenhouse now. Can that work out for them? Another mid-range shot to nowhere in particular. These aren't real half-court offensive looks for Boston.
And with how talented these Boston Chasers are, you'd like to see them be able to move off ball more.
Yeah.
It's been a little my turn, your turn. And that's never going to work against the better teams.
Yeah, and that's been the story of the season. I know you haven't gotten to watch Boston all season, but it has been what we've been seeing from them. Bludgeon control is with Minneapolis. We've got the Aaron McCready, Serena Montero line that worked very well in Game 1.
A nice tackle there from Costa.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that's definitely working for Boston is their tackling up top. A long pass, though, does hit its mark.
Meyer makes a good pass from his knees. That was
Costa, though, is just going to run into some beaters. Did he dodge that beat? Oh, Sean Paguada, though, returns the favor. And they do keep bludgeon control. Now Montero's out of position. It's going to be O'Banner who flips it over to Meyer. Meyer trying to get past Costa. He does. Now can they finally get something going? Through Harry Greenhouse as well, but the shot goes wide. And you're not – oh, and a cheeky kick for me and Skura.
Yeah, really heads-up play there for me and Skura.
Because Sean Paguada was closing quickly. Score is 5-3. We're a little over 15 minutes into this one now. Still very much a game, though, as Minneapolis is playing for their lives in Game 2 of this quarterfinal. Finn McGargan in the game for the first time with Greenhouse.
Yeah, and Greenhouse mishandles the ball up top. Going to give Meyer an attempt at it. And that mishandling leads to the turnover there. If he doesn't mishandle that ball up top.
Yeah, and they have a chance to run. There are no bludgers back.
Yeah,
Henry Bear Benson trying to go by Greenhouse.
Bear Benson putting his head down. Going to take a long shot. Not going to be good. He probably had a couple more steps there.
What I hate about that is he had a step on Greenhouse. And Greenhouse looks like he was considering initiating, but I'm pretty sure any initiation would have been from behind.
Yeah, you'd like to see Bear Benson just put his head down there and blow by it.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of inexperience they're showing, perhaps.
I think the Monarchs are also just gun shy at this point. How many times have they been hit by the Forge at this point?
Yeah.
So Skura has the ball. It's been 5-3 for, I got to imagine, 4 or 5 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
Ryan Fenning is, as we've mentioned, the Boston offense and is back on the field.
Oh, and he's wide open behind the hoops.
Yep.
Skura looking for him. Skura sees him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a nice little float
Fenning's
pass.
going to be excited to work here on Bear Benson. Goes right past him.
Sheds Bear Benson.
Oh, but falls prey to the mid-range shot that gets knocked down by the defense.
Yeah, the ball hung up. It wasn't a great pass. The ball hung up a little bit longer than it should have. With a little bit more zip on the ball, it's going to give Fenning a little bit more time to do
April
some actual
Grabner
work.
closed enough that it forced Fenning into a decision. If he had maybe a second or two more, he could have forced Grabner into the decision instead. Grabner and Joe Blanchard do have bludgeon control, and they do bait out Max Havlin, who's freshly into the game. O'Banner's looking to drive.
Ooh, good goal.
And O'Banner finally makes things happen. 5-4. We have a game on our hands here.
Yeah, with bludgeon control, able to get around the first point defender, O'Banner's really dangerous once he gets his head down.
Yeah. And you got to credit Minneapolis for playing a completely different game in this first one after being run off the pitch by Boston Game 1. They have done what they needed to get rid of those Boston fast breaks. And as long as you're forcing Boston in the half court, you have a chance to beat them. Land Duman gets beat there. Ryan Fenning drives.
Yeah, no answer for Fenning.
No,
You've said it a million times.
Yeah. I mean, New York didn't have an answer for Fenning. Very few teams have had an answer for Fenning. Archibald, though, is subbing in now for Skura. So I think it's going to be a slow transition to the first quaffle line here out of Boston. Score now 6-4.
Yeah, and obviously we've talked about how good Fenning has been. Jake Archibald has been able to set him up pretty effectively.
Yeah.
So look for Archibald to find Fenning in a lot of unique ways.
Yeah, and I mean, talking to this Minneapolis team before this tournament, they've kind of achieved beyond their goals. I mean, they wanted to win the North Division. It was a big deal. And the thing is, Boston feels all the pressure in the world, right? They're the defending champions. Minneapolis is out here just playing. They have accomplished their goals, and every win from here is gravy. And Max Meyer's looking to get a goal from here. Missed 2 high percentage opportunities, though.
Yeah, it was a nice drive there, but Archibald got big at the hoops. Meyer unable to stick his hand through the hoops, and Fenning with a good tackle there. Yeah, these two, and Max Havlin makes a long beat from the other side of the field.
I'm not sure it got registered by NEAR, though.
Yeah.
Now Jake Archibald's looking to run. There's nobody in front of him this time. He knows it. He's going to deposit this one through a hoop. And, you know, there is no love lost between the Cal and Michigan Quidditch programs. Going back to a contentious matchup a couple U.S. Quidditch championships ago when Cal was making that run. Cole Lackmiller coming from that Michigan program. Fenning, of course, from that Cal program. So I think Ryan enjoyed making that hit a little extra.
Yeah, and this Boston team has been far more stagnant than they were in the first game. Minneapolis now with the ball. Ball goes back up to the top of the key. Boston point defense again, really good, has been really good. Havlin coming with it. Havlin makes a great beat. The ball might have been out late. It was. Yeah. It's going to be a turnover. Well forced there by Havlin.
Yeah, I mean, Havlin's the best player on this pitch in this series. It's not close, and he's been the difference maker every time he's been on the field. Looking to get another Max Havlin goal unassisted. He's going to be ushering Ryan Fenning in. Fenning floats one for Finn McGargan. Can't come up with it.
McGargan just leaves a lot in the dust.
Yeah, and finishes with authority. And
a good cut there by McGargan after a questionable pass by Fenning.
Yeah, wheels starting to come off a bit here for Minneapolis. And, you know, you got to imagine they're kind of been relying on the same core for a lot of this. And all those hits and everything starting to take their toll. 8-4 is the score. Yellow card is being given.
Yeah, we have seen it is going to be the Dillman-Havlin pair. I'm assuming going into Snitch on pitch.
Yeah, we're about 18 minutes in now.
So they'll take a run trying to extend this lead. Timeout Boston. They're going to talk about what they want to do for the next 2 minutes.
So yellow card was handed out, but I am not sure who it was handed out to. So we'll wait on that call. But we'll also see a timeout here.
Yeah, I think the story continues to be how lackluster the Minneapolis offense has been.
Yeah. They just haven't had the opportunities because they haven't been able to get by point defenders is really what it is. And that's created a lot of long shots. And sure, they've hit a couple of them, but they haven't nearly hit enough of them.
Yeah, and you can I mean, it really has been one possession where they've looked good, and the other three were on more interesting plays.
Yeah. But, I mean, Boston, you know, they still do need to work on their half-court offense as well.
Oh, yeah, we've seen it. Boston has provided nothing in the half court outside of a few drives that Havlin driving lanes that Havlin's created for them.
Yeah.
Fenning, obviously, the beneficiary of most of them.
Yeah, but, I mean, things are going to ratchet up quickly if Boston wins this game because they are just matching up with Austin first thing tomorrow morning, assuming that Austin does complete the sweep against Washington. They look dominant in the first game. Of course, Washington could turn things around.
And so on the restart here, it is going to be Boston with bludger control and Minneapolis with the quaffle.
Yep. And if you are looking for the next game in the next time slot, if you're following New York here on pitch 1, that series is going to pitch 2, the New York-Charlotte series. We'll be going with it, but you're going to have to switch over to the other YouTube stream to see if Charlotte can finish off the upset of New York.
And just a phenomenal first game in that series.
Yep. So the card was on Joe Blanchard. Yellow card. He was subbing off anyway, and he's not going to serve any penalty time because of the goal. Cole Lackmiller now has the ball.
And we've talked a little bit about how some of the beater pairs are it's the first time we're seeing them for Boston. They're about to have and Grace Dastu just steps through the ball, takes on Cole Lackmiller. Cole Lackmiller finds the tackle. Ball pokes out. It's Finn McGargan on the pickup. It's going to be a yellow card here, I assume, on Cole Lackmiller. He throws the headband.
Yeah, I think the call might be for excessive force. Yeah.
And McGargan is going to have an opportunity here
Yeah, but that was all created by Dastu.
Yeah, the Dastu stepping through and coming up with that ball there into the fast break was an incredible play. There is a bludger back for Minneapolis. Pretty well defended. Fenning does get hit just by – if his shorts were just a little bit tighter, it might not have hit him.
Yeah, that's not the MLQ style, though. So Fenning does head back to hoops, and it remains an 8-4 game. Minneapolis now needs to try to kill the power play for Lackmiller. Preston is on the ball and wearing the green headband that he inherited from Lackmiller. Meyer has it as well. Meyer could probably just run around the zone
And
for
Fenning
a minute
looking
if
to
he
make
really
a hit.
wanted to.
He doesn't want anybody to have a second piece.
And
and
it's a
takes
big
down
hit.
Meyer.
Yeah,
Well,
Fenning just makes statement after statement on the pitch right now.
yeah, I'm surprised Meyer didn't try and turn on the jets on him. Meyer, a very quick player. Fenning, powerful, but a little slower.
But
a
then
bad pass.
Yeah, ill-advised there to try to throw a jump ball near the hoops with multiple defenders back. It's not going to work out, and Boston fails to score on the power play, assumedly. It is still serving, but it's only going to be a few more seconds. I believe that possession was actually the last one before the 20-minute mark. Waiting on the call from the refs. Could have been right on the boundary line.
So we'll see what the refs decide. So a much closer game here than the first game.
Yeah. Definitely a better effort from Minneapolis. I mean, if they can get a snitch grab, they're definitely back in it. It's going to be a tall task just because they've struggled to get a lot of goals on the board, but it's definitely not over. We saw Charlotte in the last game struggle with a ton of goals on the board for 20 minutes, and then once they caught the snitch, they suddenly turned on the afterburners.
Yep. And so I think we did get the 20-minute call here. It's going to be halftime. Snitch is going to come on pitch. Very different scenario for Boston now. You're looking to close this team out. What's the game plan here for Boston? I think you start with Havlin. And Dillman beating.
Yeah, and what I want to tell Ryan Fenning to try to get as many goals as quick as possible.
It's been a long shift for him from about the 15-minute mark on, but he's got this break here. But that's the player you want in with beaters being more focused on the snitch. But is he going to be able to go? I guess it would be the last game of the day for them.
Right, yeah. That's your reward. You get to head back to the hotel. You get to relax. Maybe you get to watch Austin finish up their series and do a little bit more game planning. But, yeah, I don't think minutes – obviously, if you're tired within a shift, you're tired within a shift. You need to get out. I don't think minutes played is something that's going to be huge on the Forge's mind here.
For Minneapolis, the game opens up a little bit. The beaters are going to have their focus be split. The ball has to be in whose hands here?
The ball needs to be in the hands of someone who is being helped by a pick and roll from someone else. I don't care who has the ball. I just care that someone's setting a pick and roll next to them, because we've seen time and time again they're not scoring. They're not getting through these one-on-ones in front of the point defenders.
So it looks like we're going to get a restart here. It is going to be Havlin and Dillman with bludger control.
Yep. Greenhouse getting the start, had the very quick catch of Adil Abdallah in Game 1. Going to be facing off with Smutny in Game 2, who he really struggled to get particularly close to. We were talking to Ryan Davis before this game. He was talking about snitching at Smutny is really about watching the sock go and then making a lunge at the right timing. But Harry Greenhouse is more of a setting up kind of style seeker, and it's a lot harder to do that. Meanwhile, a switch in the seeking position with Luke Zach actually getting the start this time for Minneapolis instead of Henry Bear Benson.
And like you said, Luke Zach's caught a lot of really important assists, especially in that Indianapolis series.
Yep. But he's not going to be able to get close with Havlin and Dillman here right now. Havlin just turns away from the seeker game and forces the turnover on Meyer. Archibald's looking to run. Yeah. Archibald's always going to be looking for a screen from Grace Dastu in these transition opportunities. Yeah. As Havlin is just getting the best of the beaters.
And I've always loved how Archibald runs with his head up in transition. You don't so many times you see people get tunnel vision. He never does. He's always got his head held high, always looking for a nice layoff. And Fenning finally going to find somebody who can tackle him one time.
Yeah, Lackmiller returned the favor for the earlier big tackle, but he is able to reset it. And Fenning wants that pass across the zone.
And another pick here from Dastu. A ball just goes across.
It was a shot or a pass, and either one would have probably worked if it hadn't hit exactly off of the hoop edge.
And sometimes for a ball carry, they'll lie to you, and they'll say it was a pass if they miss and it was a shot if they don't. But sometimes they just kind of put it around the hoop, and sometimes it goes in, sometimes it doesn't. And if it doesn't go around the hoop, somebody's there to catch it, and that time just off the rim.
We've all been there. Beth Mueller does set a pick there for Max Meyer, who does eventually slip by Fenning, but his shot goes a little wide. And once again, Max Havlin is just playing every part of the game. Makes a couple beats. Teddy Costa's going to go the other way. And Tyler Beckman, meanwhile, delivers the catch that is most likely going to punch Boston's ticket to the semifinals. Some window dressing still to be done. They do need a couple more goals, but it's going to be a long road back now for Minneapolis.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one for them.
Yep. It's just going to take 3 more goals now from Boston, and it's going to take 10 more goals from Minneapolis. Season on the line here for the Monarchs. And you can tell just kind of looking at some of the expressions, Max Meyer, for example, who's headed back to hoops right now, they kind of know it.
Yeah, Boston's been dominant in every phase of the game from beginning to end. Minneapolis had a better game this time, but you could just see the scoring everything was so hard for Minneapolis this game.
Yep.
And credit Boston, they made life really, really rough.
Yeah. So 3 goals left. Archibald looking to put his stamp on this game, swings it to Dastu on the wing. Carson Olazaba now in the game. We might see Boston start to sub into the depth like we did in game 1. Archibald's in the lane. Oh, it goes high. And that's something we've seen all season from Archibald. Things that you would have 2 years ago always expect him to finish just going a little bit offline.
Yeah, it looked like as the arm came, the point of the delivery was just off, and the release point was just in the wrong place.
Yeah, so if this is the end of Minneapolis' run, obviously a historic and meaningful one for the program. They get the North Division title, 8-1 season, all of their goals in line. And, you know, this is a program that's been a long time coming. It's a combination of this University of Minnesota core that became the TC Frost core. Alex O'Banner joins TC Frost, recruits a ton of more people into the program. And, you know, they're working and working. Last club season, TC Frost showed up to so many tournaments with the best of the best and were putting up, 1-4-0-5 performances, but they were playing the best of the best. And then they get this infusion of, college talent from a few other programs around the country, and they explode onto the scene this year. Obviously, this isn't the way you want to go out. You don't want the 0-2 in the quarterfinals, your only games at championships. But, the way they kind of made adjustments, I think, in that game 2 is something to be proud of.
Yeah, they did some good. They've done some good things here today, and you always love to see a program grow. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the North Division next season. And what you do now is you go back, you look at the things that didn't work, and you improve on them. And we've had the last couple of years have been weird for all the obvious reasons, and they're going to have time now between now and 2022 to get the things in line that weren't working back on track.
Yeah. Quidditch is a lot about focus, right? I mean, this is nobody's full-time job. It's the teams that are kind of putting in the time and working with together. I think as we kind of transition into, this new post-COVID college season, we see how these programs either develop or kind of fold down. We see the club programs, who's dropping out. If a team is laser-focused like this TC Frost Minneapolis Monarchs core has been, it's definitely something that they can build on further and further going into future seasons.
Yeah, and we were saying that on pitch 2 in this obviously there's still some things to be finished up here. But on pitch 2 in this next game, there was a great New York-Charlotte series that's going to continue Charlotte up 1-0. We've got on this field, we've got the second game in the Washington and Austin series. Austin obviously ran over Washington in that first game. Do you expect Washington can find a bounce-back game?
It's tough. I mean, obviously, I can't speak much to the game. Me and you didn't get to watch it, but the gulf in those two teams has been in the beater game, and it didn't help that Washington did lose Katrina Hicks halfway through the weekend. She just had to leave, no injuries in play. I imagine it was a very one-sided beater game, and that's not the easiest thing to turn around. Minneapolis turned around a lot of things in this series, shutting down those. It was kind of what we were talking about, right? There are things they could change and there are things they couldn't change. They couldn't change the fact that Max Havlin is on the pitch. They can change limiting more of those fast break opportunities. So I think Washington might be limited in the changes that they can make. That said, if both games play to form, if Boston finishes one off, if Austin does as well, we do get the 2019 rematch in the finals rematch in the semifinals. It's going to be a very exciting semis.
And the stoppage in play was an injury for Beth Mueller. She did walk off under her power. Seems to be okay. Grateful for that.
So blood sugar control does stay with Boston, despite Cody Narvison's best efforts. He's playing alongside Gracie Johnson here. Henry Bear Benson now back in the game. I don't believe ever got a chance to seek in this one after the relatively fast Tyler Beckman grab.
And Boston, three more goals to put this one away. Set score is 140. And more dogged point defending from Boston here.
Yeah.
They're going to put this. They're going to finish this one off from beginning to end.
Yeah, and that's all the way down their depth, right? They're just hitting in a big way. Olazaba, though, completely lost track of a bludger. Archibald was quickly there to clean it up. They're basically going to have to decide whether Olazaba did too much after the goal or whether he dropped it in a reasonable way.
Getting a goal signal from the head referee, Andrew Canto.
And that puts Boston just 2 goals away from punching a ticket to the semifinals. They will be, I believe, the first team because I think we're a little bit ahead of the game on pitch 2, which looks a little bit more closely contested at the moment. San Antonio and Indianapolis.
Oh, and Max Havlin still continuing to wreak havoc on the field.
Yeah. But
you like to see teams close this strong.
Yeah. But the challenge is going to be different tomorrow. Max Havlin is going to face some of the best beaters in the game. I mean, obviously, he and Leanne are also some of the best beaters in the game, but the Austin beater core is stout. Archibald all over that lengthy pass. Good to see kind of those keeper eyes coming back a bit. And now Teddy Costa wants to run. He has Olazaba as an option behind the hoops. He goes through a tackle. O'Banner meets him. He finds Archibald, and Archibald just a little pop shot through the near hoop. We're waiting on a call.
No, it's called no good. I think they're called beat before.
Olazaba, though, is cleaning up the loose change. Does get tackled by Henry Bear Benson, though.
Yeah, can't attack carrying the ball like that. You're just not going to be able to get it up for a shot quickly enough.
Yeah, Havlin did everything he could, but now O'Banner's looking to run. Oh, and he misses that beat. O'Banner goes end to end. A little bit of an overcommit from Boston.
Can I be honest here? I never expected Jake Archibald to make that tackle. In this game right now, I thought, he might as well not be there. He's going to wave. I half expected him to do the fake beat.
Yeah.
I don't know, Banner on the way through.
Alrighty, so Boston 2 goals away from a victory here. Minneapolis a long way to climb if they want to keep their season alive. Sean Paguada has now subbed back into the game at beater alongside April Grabner.
So we've seen Boston go to some of their depth here.
Yeah, a mixed bag, right? I mean, DeMuth and Serena Montero have been their second-line beaters. Grace Dastu and Jake Archibald are starters, but Carson Olazaba is getting a little bit of run, which is good to see. Paguada slowly pressing here, but it's not getting much support in that press. It's very hard to press purely alone.
Yeah,
as a
you
beater.
can't press alone.
And that's going to get him out of position where Tom DeMuth is able to get off a beat. Good communication by Grabner and Paguada there.
Nice pass there to the wing chaser,
Teddy Costa. Teddy Costa just fakes Slackmiller out of his shoes and delivers the mid-range shot that puts Boston on match point.
And Costa's some good news, bad news there for Boston. We've seen Costa take some of those longer mid-range shots. This one goes down. Good to see that. You might not want him taking that shot, though, all the time.
Yeah. I mean, that was definitely a little bit more in range and with a little bit more opening ahead of him. It's just been a few of the out-of-control ones that just seem a little early in the possession that I don't like as much. Bludgeon control is still with Minneapolis. The ball goes back to Emma Persons. Persons over to O'Banner.
Yeah, and O'Banner needs to take that space.
Yeah, there's so much space here.
He had a lot of space there right when he got the ball, and I'm surprised he didn't attack
But the problem is he doesn't like the mid-range shot, and he wouldn't have gotten a full-on drive and dunk.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't attack immediately. We look to dish even.
Oh, Persons a great find there of Lackmiller. Back to Persons.
Wow.
Oh, I think maybe one pass too many there from Lackmiller.
I think that was probably the best offensive look we've seen the Monarchs have in this series and at this tournament.
I mean, a lot of good offense from Monarchs has worked its way through Emma Persons. She's been a very compelling offensive player for the Monarchs throughout the season. But now Boston is on match point, and they do bring into the game Timothy Karuble as well as Ian Skura to play alongside Teddy Costa and Grace Dastu. Karuble has the ball behind. I believe he had the game winner in the first one. Looking to repeat that feat.
He's going to get a look at it. He's going to be good.
And he does. Back-to-back game winners for the young keeper out of Emerson. Boston does the job, takes care of business, but now the road gets a lot harder because likely waiting for them early tomorrow morning in the semifinal is their longtime rival from Texas, the Austin Outlaws. But that is going to wrap it up for us here in this series. Boston, dominant fashion, beats Minneapolis 2-0, punches the first ticket to the semifinals. We're going to be headed over to pitch 2 for game 2 of a very exciting matchup between the New York Titans and the Charlotte Aviators. But you can also keep it right here with Nick Jablonski if you want to check in on game 2 of the Austin Outlaws Washington Admirals series. For myself, Ethan Sturm, and Noah Schwartz, as well as producer Nick Jablonski, we thank you for watching, and we hope you stay tuned.
All right, welcome to Game 2 of Austin versus Washington. We just came off of our first semifinal, I guess, participant at this point with San Antonio beating Indianapolis. And now Austin looking to do the same thing, to go 2-0 on Washington and into the semifinals as well.
Yeah, and I saw Boston also joined San Antonio in the semifinals with a second win over the Minneapolis Monarchs. So the Austin Outlaws are going to be looking to keep up with their division rivals, the Soldados, and their cross-country title rivals, the Boston Forge, and get past the Washington Admirals here.
Yep. In that first game, Austin really starting to hit its stride. Later into that game, Washington showing flashes here and there of that Washington that we saw in the regular season, and they're just trying to look to put together that complete game that they know they're capable of. And as we see Tyler Trudeau getting loose, we'll say, keeping the team spirits high. I mean, it's no question that with this core of players that, I mean, it's always a fun time. Right?
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of turning that into the success that they have off the field and bringing it on.
Yeah, that's a hallmark of how Tyler Trudeau has led the Washington Admirals franchise in his first season as head coach. Just always the person to crack a joke on the sidelines, lighten the mood, especially when they are facing elimination here on home turf.
And some of the keys to the game, I would say, for Washington, if you're looking to even this series up, go 1-1 and force that game 3, it's got to be playing with the beaters in transitional play, not running without your beaters, ensuring that you buy enough time offensively if, let's say, the possession goes poorly, that you can give your beaters enough time to get back on defense. Because towards the end of that game, there was a little bit of sloppy play, and Austin maybe didn't capitalize on everything, but the fast breaking is there. And if they can clean that up as well as some of the errant passes across the middle of the field, instead with a little more intentionality, keeping it outside, I think that could be Washington's way into this game.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little after the game. Washington was bringing their beaters around to the side to try to break down the Austin zone defense. That's a good idea, but you're right that they have to get back quickly on defense if they're going to pull a riskier move like that zone breaking concept.
And it's there's never a strategy without a possible fallback. Sam Heimowitz, though, same thing as first game, picks up that ball, spins around the defense, but this time he's got a lot more contest in the game. TJ is actually going to make a great block. It's just the possession's going to stay in Austin. Augie does get the pass off, but it's going straight to another beater. Burgess able to just clean up this Austin squad. And unlike the first game, Austin does not score on brooms up. And TJ's got an opportunity. He's going to step outside, looking around Augie. Shot is going to be too low for the middle hoop, but Rachel Heald able to pick up that quaffle. She could wait a little bit for TJ, but she might not have to. She runs in and throws it in. Scored. That's a lead for Washington. Off to a exponentially better start.
Yeah, such a great start from the Washington Admirals, inspired by Rachel Heald there, moving around the back of the hoops and hitting the shot on the run. But that play started with the defensive stop that Tyler Trudeau and TJ Jenneret teamed up to take down Sam Heimowitz and prevent what would have been a pretty crushing brooms up goal, considering they allowed the same brooms up goal to the same player in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. It picks up the quaffle, immediate spin move. I'm like, I've
seen this before.
Yeah, but different ending for sure. Maybe a Ghost Rider comes in, steps in, finishes that story. And luckily for Washington, a good ending for them. But unlike that metaphor, it's only the beginning of this game.
Right.
One goal does not win you a game, at least for Quidditch, in Major League Quidditch. But if Austin now at a deficit can't get things going, it might get in their heads a little bit. All right, Augie with the pass outside to Andrew Axtell, who is going to be working that right side. He's got Josh Andrews on the backside. He might look for the opportunity. Back to Augie, though. Oh, who's going to kind of get surprised by TJ's aggression. Gets wrapped up, and that ball is not moving.
Force the reset?
Yeah, that ball is not going to move from Augie's hip. You're going to need a beater to get back into the play. TJ's going to bring down Augie, who, I mean, at that point, just going down is going to save him energy, but now we get a beater response.
Yeah, and I love the aggression from TJ Jennerette, the young University of Maryland player, takes down the GOAT, Augustine Monroe, and forces the reset.
Casey Beaver's able to help clean up the play, but yeah, I mean, that it's night and day. I feel like the energy now with Washington, who is up one. Now, defense is a little easier. You got a little more pep in your step,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've seen that during the regular season for Washington, where their offense and their defense really feed off of each other. And when they're playing well on one end of the pitch, they can put it together on the other end of the pitch too.
It feeds into each other for sure. Tiding, it tides.
Yeah.
One way and another, and you just kind of build on each other.
Yeah, this is an emotional team in all the best ways. They really they take cues from each other. That they want to play for their teammates. They're inspired, and they've played that way all season long.
Yeah, and with their backs against the wall, I mean, they honestly. It appears like no pressure on them. They're just ready to play.
As we get a horn in the background, not sure what that is for.
But Andrew Axtell now driving from left side towards the middle of the field, looking for an opportunity, dumps it off to Augustine Monroe, who is behind. Too tall for Josh Anderson. He's not going to be able to get back to the ball before it goes out of bounds. That's a turnover. Austin yet to get on the board.
Rare to see a pass that's too tall for Josh Andrews.
True. That is so true. All right, Cody Nardone. Heartthrob of local digital media crew Nick Jablonski.
Nardone and Smith with blood control right now, notably, going up against the fearsome Austin pair of Cole Travis and I think that's Casey Beavers.
Yeah. And they've been working a lot together. I mean, the Casey Beavers coming from Texas, a really young talent in the realm of MLQ at the very least, has had a lot of success. I mean, won a championship with Texas. And brings every MLQ team, I think, talks about the energy that the young players bring to the team. Casey Beavers obviously having a big impact and playing some really crucial minutes here with Cole Travis, who, is a mainstay on the squad and not only holding her own, but like making her presence known.
Yeah, and Beavers is playing out of position, of course. Usually a chaser has stepped into some beater minutes and performed really well.
Yeah, kind of a practice option coming in when they needed help and just performing extremely well, playing into the position.
As the refs take a moment to figure out what is going on. The horn that we heard a couple minutes ago, we're hearing now, might have been a thunder horn. We're getting some clarification now about whether it was and whether we have to stop in that case.
At least pause play for the moment, just to confirm. Obviously, player safety being the primary concern here. And it appears we're going to get a stoppage. And once we find out anything, we will absolutely let you guys know. Okay, what is?
Yeah, we have mostly clear skies here in Elk Ridge, Maryland, but we can't see behind us. And the horn we are hearing now was a thunder horn.
Yep.
So we're going to have to wait 30 minutes at minimum until play restarts. So I assume we will go to break at some point, but for now, Reed, what do you think the Austin Outlaws are going to be talking about after Washington came out with a much better start in Game 2?
I mean, honestly, that stoppage could be super good for them just to kind of like settle down. It might reset the momentum. I mean, Washington had a lot of energy there.
Yeah.
And one of the best starts you could ask for.
Yeah.
If you're this Washington team, and so you would probably be looking to keep that pressure on if you're Washington. And Austin, I mean, just a chance to mentally reset. I don't think physically they're too affected by what's going on. It's just a matter of getting that I don't know, like mentality back. Like resuming what you were doing ahead of time or beforehand.
Yeah, and we're still very early in this game.
Okay. Yeah, so we have just announced. Yeah. It will be, like we said, at least 30 minutes. We are still playing the games today. Fortunately, it was Minneapolis and Boston. You already mentioned Boston 2-0'd Minneapolis. Indianapolis losing to San Antonio. So we have 2 of the spots. And right now, with New York and Charlotte at 1 game apiece, and Austin currently trying to find its second game, or Washington trying to force that third game, I mean, we could get a little night Quidditch in.
Yeah, under the lights here. And we have the player introductions. We have this beautiful field in Elkridge, Maryland, where we have lights on both fields. So, yeah, it'd be fun to get some night Quidditch in.
Yep.
Yeah,
so instead of rambling for 30 minutes, we are going to toss it to a break. We're going to make sure everybody's safe, clear out some of the stands to make sure that we uphold that safety. And I'm Reed. Once again, this is Jack. We're going to meet you right back here in about 30 minutes, so don't leave. We are back. Weather all aside, we're ready to go. We've got Austin and Washington. Washington up 1 right now. And Austin scoreless after how long? What's game time do you have? 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Felt like an eternity, to be honest.
Yeah, we're lucky to be back from that quick lightning delay in the area. The storms have passed, and we are ready to go and resume this pivotal matchup in Game 2.
I mean, but if anybody can navigate the rough seas of a bad weather situation, it's got to be the Admirals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You hear a big cheer from the Admirals sideline. Just another testament to the team spirit that they have.
Yeah, and looking to keep that momentum. I mean, a pause after going down like Austin did. I mean, apparently, one would think would only halt some of that momentum. But depending on, if Austin just took while they were waiting for the game to start, spent that whole time kind of ruminating on this sluggish start, and Washington instead, getting hyped about, how quickly they were able to start, that could be the play. And now they're up 2-0. I mean, I could be right there. I mean, we've got a call coming in. But if Washington's, on the sideline getting stoked, kind of building that energy that they started this game with, it could be a good thing.
Yeah, that was Farnan to Generette.
One talking from behind.
A yellow card is issued to beater Cody Nardone, who will serve 1 minute in the penalty box here. The goal is no good.
Yeah. Austin able to keep at least within 1 now with that card. And maybe a reset. I didn't see the ref signal that it was, but it looked to be Augie crossing the back line. Josh Andrews with the quaffle, passing it over to Casey Irwin. Back to the front side with Andrew Axtell ready to catch. Looking to find an option, just shimmy, shaking, got the feet hustling. Oh, bad pass, though. That's second reset, if they call it. I mentioned that they didn't signal it, but if this is a quaffle turnover, it's the right call. Only problem, I don't know if even the call or the play was communicated.
Yeah, another yellow card is being shown now to Melissa Smith, and Washington is going to have no beaters in the game for at least another few seconds.
A whole new meaning to a no-bludger situation.
Yeah.
There's literally nobody to hold them now.
There's no beaters.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, you're right. I mean, a loose bludger on the ground, essentially just free ammunition for an Austin Outlaws side that all, flavor text aside, they are more than willing to use.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if Washington will even let them score here to get one of their beaters back in the game.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, not from the look on Tyler Trudeau's face.
Yeah. And that's it. Tyler Trudeau up on the point defense and is able to essentially de-broom Augie Monroe on the tackle.
And the Washington sideline is hyped because it looks like the referees are going to disallow the goal.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, it was a dismounted player making a shot. This is a Washington offensive possession with no beaters. Now we get Cody Nardone back in the game. And they're just buying time while Austin can freely press. I think Casey Beavers is going to be looking to get up into the Washington side of the field now.
Yeah, look at Dale Farnan, who provided an outlet way back behind the hoops as TJ Generette is going to run up the pitch, but he's beat from behind by Casey Beavers.
Yeah, just, I mean, the aggression of the Austin Beaters almost kind of like tricking TJ into thinking, no beaters could be behind me. I ran from 5 yards behind my own hoop.
Yeah, definitely didn't see Casey Beavers there.
All right, Andrew Axtell going from left to right. Stutter step, back left. Looking for the swing. He's just trying to find a shot option, and he gets it right on the top hoop. Tyler Trudeau is staying in front of him. I mean, the defense is there, not looking to engage necessarily because of how slippery Axtell's proven. But, I mean, if the shot's open, he's going to take it.
Yeah, Andrew Axtell, the former University of Michigan player, a real leader of the program there for many years, and now has joined the Austin Corps for the past couple seasons. and been a huge player. Been on Team USA as Washington now works on offense.
Yeah, and Jackson Johnson working, or I would say maybe getting worked by the Washington beaters who are looking for a little pincer maneuver. Rachel Heald, though, driving in with Julia Bear to her right. Oh, the shot. No, Trudeau's going to catch it and put it in, though.
What a play from the Admirals. If you give Julia Bear that much time behind the hoop, she's going to look, she's going to survey, and she's going to find an open receiver. It was Tyler Trudeau in that case with the goal.
I thought it was a shot, but no, it's Trudeau coming in, skying to catch that quaffle and put it in on the right side hoop.
No, this Admirals team is so unselfish. They're always looking to make the pass.
Yeah, I mean, mentioning that they come in as with more assists than any other team in the league.
Yeah.
And that's not to mention the percentage of assists, which is even higher. And Augie's going to score on this one. Oh, Tyler Trudeau it's a shoulder. On the contact, he's really frustrated. Yeah, the contact leading with that shoulder while Augie is coming from the other direction, that contact could be a collarbone injury. But he's propping up.
Yeah, it's good to see him sitting up, but definitely fell hard on the attempted tackle of Monroe.
I thought it was a shoulder. It might be a leg. Yeah.
Well, we hope that that he is all right. As we look forward in this game, what does Washington need to do? Washington need to do as we prepare ourselves to come back to booth here at the direction of our producer, Nick Jablonski? What does Washington need to do to overcome an injury to Tyler Trudeau for a couple minutes even?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they pride themselves on having threats from every line and every chaser on this team, or quaffle player, rather, is a threat to score.
Yeah.
Arguably, Tyler Trudeau not a prolific scorer, at least this year on the team. More of the facilitator in the passing game, is walking off on his own power, so we will be returning to pitch here soon. But to be honest, I'm not worried. Yes, he's a great player and he has a big impact. Nobody questions that. But if you want to talk about players who can step up, it is anybody with any chasing experience or keeping experience for Washington. Like, they're that deep.
Yeah, and he's taught his team well. I mean, he is the head coach here. He's installed the offense and directed the defense. So the players are going to be performing in his image while he tries to recover on the sidelines.
And we're looking to see it again. Now it's Rachel Heald on the receiving end of the pass and a score without skipping a beat.
Yep, Julia Bear to Rachel Heald, a Team USA combination, and Heald finds the top hoop for the goal. Washington has all the momentum right now.
Yeah, it was Julia Bear passing the ball to Trudeau a few moments ago. Now it's Rachel Heald, the one receiving the pass, and it looked exactly the same. All right, Austin now bringing up the quaffle. And just looking to get a little more momentum themselves. Josh Andrews over chasing a ball. He's going to get the pass off to Casey Irwin before the beat comes through. Augie's now got an open front side of the hoops, and that's textbook. Get the ball to the backside of the hoops, overcommit the defense to that backside, swing it back to the front. You've got shot opportunities.
Yeah, you're watching two of the prettiest offenses in all of Major League Quidditch. They know how to cycle the quaffle around. They know how to force rotations and create the open space. This is textbook from both Austin and Washington right now.
And Juan Martinez in our meeting earlier in the week mentioned that one of the biggest misconceptions is how slow Austin plays offensively. And he was laughing at the fact that people call Austin offense slow, but they're the leading scorers in the league. And it's just a matter of them only – they're methodical. They're only taking opportunities that are favorable for them.
Yes.
And if that takes time to present itself, then they're going to take that time. They're not going to throw away a possession for no reason.
Right. They have a system, and they have confidence in it. As Jackson Johnson, I believe, forced a turnover.
Yeah.
And now the Outlaws are going to reset.
Yeah, and Augie's got to be a little bit careful. The further he backs up, the closer he gets to the out of bounds. Just over 15 yards out. And Jackson Johnson pushing up really far. The Quaffle 20 yards behind him as the exchange is made. Colin Bourne beating for Washington with the bludger. First time I think we called his name today.
Yeah, and he's a first-time competitive beater this season in MLQ. He plays for or came out of the West Virginia program, a rising program in U.S. Quidditch.
Yeah.
And has shown lots of positive moments for the Admirals this summer.
And a great tackle. I mean, Brian Mulcahy with a good wrap-up on Andrew Axtell. I mentioned how slippery he can be, but, I mean, Mulcahy had no problem. All right, we got a call. Quaffle turnover.
As the crowd gets back into it, and this is exactly what we've wanted to see. A 30-30 game as we pass the 10-minute mark. This is anyone's contest.
Yeah, Tate K with a great exchange. Gets the beat. Oh, does have to draw bludger. But they keep possession. All right, and you've got Claire Costanza getting her first minutes in this game with Tate K. This duo working a lot together this season.
Yeah, and Costanza made a good play to shut down Brian Mulcahy on the wing. Mulcahy took a dribble and rifled a shot, but had to act quickly because she was closing down on him.
Yeah, definitely not the shot he would have preferred. Something he's not uncomfortable taking, but definitely a bit rushed because of the pressure. Luis Sanchez with the Quaffle. He's got JJ at the top of the key. Aaron McBride on the right side, and Sam Hamowitz on the alley-oop.
A jump dunk from Sam Heimowitz, who was so dangerous on Brooms Up earlier, showing just how much he can do off ball for the Austin Outlaws. He's a real difference maker there, one of the best in the game.
Yeah, and I would say one of his better aspects is on the defensive end, actually. His ability to read passes and close down on the passing lanes. He lulls offenses into that false sense of security and then picks off passes that they think are totally safe.
Yeah. And they're going to pack 3 chasers into the keeper zone here. Interesting look from the Outlaws.
Yeah, and I think with Littleton, Hutton as your only chasing options at this point after the beating of Austin is going to clear out most of the offense. I mean, you can play it a little more conservatively and make sure that they don't have a shot.
Yeah,
You're closing
absolutely.
down those shooting lanes, and if they don't have a hoop to shoot on, then they're not going to score. All right, Luis Sanchez, one beater in front of him with a bludger. Rachel Heald with the defense up top and now retreating back to hoops. Tate K looks for the trade. Sam Hamowitz able to get it back to JJ, who is going to return the favor, at least to the front side to Luis Sanchez.
This has been a great shift by Kay and Costanza.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't lost possession, I think, the entire time. Oh, a good tackle.
That's Julia Bear.
Yeah. and taking down Team USA member Sam Heimowitz. Luis Sanchez now getting pretty close to the hoops. I mean, that's absolutely a shot range, and JJ caught sleeping. Takes a bludger to the chin and just has to run. Take a jog of shame, maybe?
Yeah.
For more than the length of the pitch.
Yeah, and Colin Bourne, the beater, is pumped after that play, as he should be, as Johnson, who the Outlaws are putting in dangerous positions behind the hoops, just isn't able to respond quickly enough.
Ooh, TK losing the exchange, but is able to recover the loose bludger. I may have spoke too soon. I don't know. And that's going to be a call, a dangerous play for a dive. TK catching a bludger, throwing it again. We've got Quaffle play on the other end is actually mayhem with these loose bludgers. Claire is able to maintain position at that bludger, but now it's the fast break other end. Luis Sanchez cutting towards the middle of the field is going to get the shot.
Oh, look at the beautiful.
So much to cover there. We're going to get the call. I was making the call on the beater play. Take K going for a loose bludger and Bourne diving in front, making a dangerous play. That's going to be the call. But with the goal, he's going to remain in the game.
Yeah, just a deadly counterattack from the Austin Outlaws there. Also worth noting that Tyler Trudeau is back in the game. So the injury that we saw him take a couple minutes ago, he's been able to shake it off and come back into the game.
And honestly, not too surprised given the fact that he's done this throughout his entire career. You know, he'll get a couple bumps and bruises, return to the game, and honestly never miss a beat.
Yeah, he plays with his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah. All right, Mulcahy on the backside. He's got Rachel Heald to his left, Julie Baird to his right. And Heald, once again, I mean, these ball carriers are within 10 yards. No, 5 yards, excuse me, of the hoops at some points.
Trudeau looking for the shot and gets it.
Just backing down this Austin defense. I mean, they're sinking into the hoops, but if you're just sinking into the hoops, Washington's going to score if you're not covering them.
Yeah, Trudeau is looking very carefully there, and he knows that even if you're guarding all three hoops, there are some windows available. If you can distract a chaser with a step one direction or another, you can open some space for a shot.
Yeah, and Washington just feels great right now. This is exactly how they want to play. Oh, and Luis Sanchez just sails a pass.
The quaffle will be turned back to Brian Mulcahy with the Admirals looking to tie the score at 50. They're down 40-50 right now.
And if you're a Washington fan,
Number 42,
Tyler missing
Rob from behind, 1 minute.
Minor injury there, and the stoppage of play that we were scared would lose the momentum. I mean, they've kept it.
Yeah.
And it feels as close as it is.
Right. Remember, the first game was a blowout. The Outlaws really ran away with the score. The Admirals performed well, but they weren't able to keep the score tight as we passed the 14-minute mark. This game is a completely different story, as we expected.
Yep. I mean, you had a great call on it. I mean, if Washington could put it together, they're going to be fine. Aaron McBride on the receiving end of a pass from JJ, who's going to get it to Sam Heimowitz, who's going to score. I mean, the selflessness of these chasers, the quick decisions of these chasers on the Austin team is really paying dividends. And if they can keep that up, they're going to feel comfortable with their game.
Yeah, Heimowitz just beats Trudeau to the ball there and is already cutting towards the hoops when he receives the pass. So he was in a good position to score. Yeah,
and Hallie Pace now beating is going to clear out one of the chasers, and Jackson Johnson's going to be clearing out the other. It was a pass towards the middle of the hoops, and nobody surprised Aaron McBride on the recovery. Mulcahy trying to be a nuisance, but a great interception.
Yeah, well said.
She's so comfortable around the hoops, and this is something Aaron's been doing for years, is playing that center hoop defense. Luis Sanchez on the drive. Pump fakes one. Oh, does not get it. Loses control of the ball on what was the attempted shot. And that dislodging of the quaffle, just too tough to handle.
Yeah, Heimowitz is pressuring Mulcahy here because the Washington beater, Bernie Burgess, was out of the play, but he was able to retrieve the bludger in time before Jackson Johnson made his way up the pitch for the Austin Outlaws.
Yeah, and that was Luis Sanchez on the play, but
right.
Yeah. Now with the substitution, Augie coming in. And look at this defense. Augie with the keeper headband playing on the keeper line, making sure that the immunity that a keeper has within that keeper zone is used to its fullest, because as a point defender, he's able to essentially play one-on-one with that ball carrier. Oh, and the catch, no good, but Mulcahy's going to pass backwards. Oh, and the shot's no good again. I mean, one of the craziest passes I've seen. JJ on the fast break. Stop, pump. Yeah, we get the pass across the field. Augie's going to score. And Jackson Johnson and Hallie Pace at the middle of the field might be the center of a call with, I believe, Bernie Burgess is going to pick up a card.
Yeah, Coach Tyler Trudeau is going to walk Burgess over to the penalty box.
But the score should negate the penalty time.
Yes.
Which I think Burgess is now returning for.
Right. Also notable to see that Tyler Trudeau is wearing a yellow headband right now. Potentially looking to come into the game at Seeker. We've seen him do this in the biggest moments. Tyler Trudeau catching the snitch against Australia in the World Cup.
From behind. Goal is good. Negate.
And at the club level, too, he has caught some of the biggest snitches in the game.
Yeah. In seeking, honestly, one of the more punishing parts of the game for a player. I mean, you're really selling out over and over and over again. And for somebody who's not shy to put their body on the line, I think Trudeau at Seeker is honestly not even a surprise.
Right.
Okay. Bludger turnover, possible that a play after beat was made or an illegal throw back. One going to get a little more
Jackson Johnson was wreaking havoc up the pitch, but
and
the refs determined that something was not legal there.
That's classic Jackson Johnson, just chaos ball. You know, loves to get to extend beyond the hoops and really create some crazy plays, and you're going to see the highest highs out of somebody like Jackson.
Yeah, it was a throw after beat. Our producer Nick Jablonski is telling me.
All right. Washington looking to keep the offense going. I mean, this is the best, in my opinion, they've looked all day. They're hitting their stride at the right time. And that's the pump fake. Looking to work around to the backside. Has Julia, who's got healed. And the score! We've seen it again and again. The same spot. She's practically got ownership of that spot behind the hoops and healed the benefactor at that time.
It's such a great play. Julia Bear working behind the hoops, surveying the field in front of her as the Austin Chasers scramble to get to the other side of the hoops, and then they leave the backdoor cut open to Rachel Heald for the jump dunk.
One of the best backside options
yes.
in the nation. Like, just so incredibly talented.
For sure.
Ooh, not going to be able to save the reset. Axtell looking to toe the line, but a bit off on the pass from Augustine Monroe. But now we've got a little opportunity. The Bludger's on the right side. He doesn't see it. The pass is going to be made just in time. The reflexes were quick. Augie looking for a pass to Marty. Oh, playing the ball and boxing out Marty Bermudez. I mean, Dale Farnan, confident play.
Yeah. And there was a big beat in there from Zach Gregorian, who hasn't played many minutes as Washington scores.
I mean, this is exactly what Washington wants. If you're a Washington fan, I mean, you're smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, no, as the score is 70-60 now in favor of Austin.
And that's a timeout, and that's something I'm not surprised with. I mean, Washington in this game with a big statement. Just night and day from game one.
Yeah, and we are approaching the 20-minute mark. We're at 19 minutes. So really exciting to see where this game is heading.
Yeah.
It really is anyone's match right now.
And if you're, I mean, just compared to that first game, being in it at this point just feels incredible.
Yes.
And now it's just finish the job.
Right.
You came here for a reason. You're not going home today. You're catching a snitch.
Yeah.
You're scoring 3 more goals. You're winning the game.
Yeah.
That's what Washington's got running through their mind.
Right. This is more what we expected from the Admirals.
Yeah.
Even to just push the Outlaws to a third game would be an extraordinary feat. I believe only New York and Boston have done that in past MLQ championships. So would be another historic achievement for the Admirals franchise if they can do that.
Yeah, I mean, after that first game, I was a little nervous because as optimistic as I like to be, it felt like, after seeing this now, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah.
This game too is flipped on its head, and if they can ride that momentum, I mean, obviously the players can hang, and it's just about consistency. We wanted that high-level Washington play throughout an entire game, and this is the first time we're seeing it. Look how aggressive Hallie Pace is with the bludgers. They've got 3 at their disposal, now less. Jackson Johnson at their hoops going in. That's a good shot.
Beautiful floater.
No way that's intentional, right?
I don't know.
Man. I'll have to ask, but was that JJ on the
Yeah,
on
that
the
was
shot?
Johnson.
I didn't even have time to see who shot it. That's how long the ball was in the air before it was scored.
Yeah. And that's what you get from a young player like Johnson.
Yeah.
Just a boldness on the ball,
yeah.
a willingness to try something. And as he's figuring out what works for him, he's finding some things today, including that teardrop floater.
Okay, if we see that again, I will defer. Until then, though, I mean, if I'm coach of the team, you say, hey, thanks for the goal. Please, JJ, never do it again.
Yeah.
All right, well, new lineup here. Austin now bringing in Sammy on the left side wing on defense. I do believe that's Cole Travis and Augie Monroe, a classic snitch on pitch pairing. We're used to seeing it every time.
Yeah, and they have bludger control. Who's surprised?
No. Yeah, Casey Irwin and Aaron McBride, the hoop defenders there. All right. And now we start clearing out chasers. If you're an Austin fan, you're happy to see it. The close down, I mean, Julia Rankin on the receiving end of the pass as a whistle is blown.
And that's the 20-minute mark. Nope, it's not the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, no turnover there. Not quite. Conferring a little bit.
Not quite sure what we have here, but it's a stoppage.
When we find out, we'll let you know. We will see. But as far, I mean, this is a game. This is what I've been looking for. This is the kind of Washington team I saw. Oh, it was 20 minutes. Oh, I guess there was a turnover. Okay, 20-minute mark. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, moving in. Okay, snitch on pitch. That's whenever we really saw Austin tear away. But if you asked me how they did it, it didn't feel any different than in game one, at least. It didn't feel any different to the pre-20-minute Austin that we saw before. A relatively quick catch. Or no, sorry. A more methodical, like, offense, still the same pace, nothing too crazy. They were able to efficiently put up goals, but not any of the biggest changes I think we've seen. If Washington is close, we might see Austin pull out a couple new strategies here.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And my eyes are on the Seeker matchup with it looks like Josh Andrews will confer with Freddie Salinas.
Yeah.
I think Salinas is heading in.
He's got the broom. Yeah, could be a good call.
Opposite Tyler Trudeau.
Yeah.
Who, as we mentioned earlier, has a pretty distinguished resume in the Seeker game.
Yep, absolutely. And now we start running down the pitch. No bludger situation. I say that as a bludger is resumed onto the Washington side. But there was, flashes of opportunity. Ooh, the pass is just a little bit behind. Sammy not able to get it. The beat doesn't come through. Okay, they are calling the beat. Yeah, they're calling Sammy beat. Yet that pass just a little too close to the defense. Aaron McBride not catching it where, or not putting it where she necessarily wanted it. And creating the turnover because of the play after beat. Oh, sorry. That's
number 6, ignoring a beat. 1 minute. Ready?
Who is going to be going to the box.
Yeah, and the yellow card will turn possession over to the Admirals. They are down 60-80. Our set score is 140.
Yep, and Augie going to be able to keep possession of that bludger. Cole Travis is going to get beat. Bludger's on the ground now, and Washington's got an opportunity. The pass is a bit too high. Julia Bear not able to get up there. And, I mean, as close as it gets. Just fingertips.
Yeah, oh so close from the Washington Admirals. Freddie Salinas, speaking of getting close, has lunged a couple times towards the Snitch, and the Austin sideline has oohed and ahhed. Yeah, Washington's beaters have to kind of break down this bubble soon if they want to protect against
Number 51, swat off pitch, 1 minute, blue card.
And for Seekers, I mean, having done quite a bit of it myself, I think that, like, you definitely feed off of that energy that the sideline gives you.
Yes.
Like, they tell you essentially how close you were. And the closer you are, like, once you get there 1 or 2 times, you're like, okay, I can get this.
Yeah.
I know I can get this.
Yeah, that's
and it's
really
just a
interesting.
matter of time. So
yeah.
really trying to pop up Freddie as he gets close to this Snitch. And Austin's going to give them all the time in the world. They're just waiting and they don't have to rush. They can hold. The Washington's respecting Austin's quaffle game enough to keep the bludgers on the defensive end. And Freddie pulls it. This is what they're wanting to do. They don't need to lose the quaffle, or they don't need to use the quaffle aggressively here. They can let Freddie do his work.
Yeah, there it is. A potential snitch catch from Freddie Salinas as our refs confer. And head
good.
ref Andrew Canto signals that the catch is good, and Austin is going to go up 115 to 60.
I'm telling you, those oohs and ahs, just huge.
Yeah. Well, you gave a great explanation of how the Seekers sometimes can't really tell how close they're getting, and the sideline is really communicating that information with their enthusiasm.
Yep. And now you're going to see Austin really push that pace. All right, Travis now bringing up the bludger. You've got Monroe and Travis kind of pincering again, and that's going to be a no bludger situation for JJ with an escort from Monroe. Davis Rowe now passing the ball. He's going to get swung around to the Casey on the front side, or the back side, excuse me, Irwin. JJ driving. Pass, Irwin on the back side. Back to JJ on the front side. Just really making this Washington defense work.
Yeah, we have a shooting gallery here. The Austin Outlaws are just firing shots left and right.
Ooh, and Irwin trying to sneak in there. Finds McBride, and it's going to glance off the top of the hoop, but JJ's got a secondary opportunity, and he's going to capitalize.
Outstanding follow-up from Josh Johnson there, showing why he has so much potential, just diving on the loose ball, following his shot, and getting the goal.
Yep. Mulcahy healed on the close side here. Burgess bringing up the bludger. With Nardone, they're going to be looking to get bludger control back, but that's a tall order right now.
Yeah, it is.
Pass to the backside. Heald's got the quaffle, comfortably standing. McBride's going to create a little bit of pressure, but a lot more pressure now. A bit of net contact, that might be the call. The goal's good. A great score. You just got to take the shot.
Yeah, there's the long-range shot again from Rachel Heald. She is feeling it, especially on the shot on the near hoops today.
Yeah. And, yeah, that is going to be net contact on Erin McBride. But no time served. Foul happened before the goal. Heald able to put it through from about 6 yards out. And bludger control for Austin. Washington has to get control back. Yes, they just scored, but you're not going to do that consistently without control.
Yeah, they're down 125 to 70, which means that they need 7 goals while Austin only needs 2.
And McBride looking to redeem herself. Gets the pump fake. I mean, beautiful. Everybody got beaten on that. The pump fake comes through. Everybody gets up in the air, and she just walks it in. McBride just comfortable.
What an outstanding display of individual skill and creativity from Erin McBride. I love to see it here on pitch 1.
And now we've got Eddie Molina in the game, who I just found out is going to my alma mater, Baylor, for graduate school. Pretty sweet. Great guy. Got to play with him on the Austin Outlaws a while back, and he's looking to kind of redeem himself. He doesn't feel too good about his performance and wants to really show.
And creates a huge opportunity there.
Yep. On the drive. JJ dishing. Oh, yeah. No, that's a score. Good goal. Is that game?
That is game.
Wow. I mean, Snitch on pitch. After that, just breakneck speed from Austin. That's a 2-0 victory. Moving into the semifinals to meet Boston now. Let me sit back as we.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to get a rematch of the last MLQ Championship finals in the semifinals here in 2021. Austin versus Boston. These are the only 2 teams who have ever won an MLQ Championship, a Benepi Cup, and we're in for a treat tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. It's a meeting that a lot of people looked at on the schedule and said that's like circling it. That's the one that we're going to see. And lucky for us, we kind of get to see that come to fruition. Obviously, Washington really putting in a performance that I think they can be proud of. They showed, I would say, 22 minutes of just incredible gameplay and didn't quite have the legs to make it to the end. But falling short there, Washington, their season is over. Austin is moving on. Looking forward to that Boston game. For a clash of Titans, what are you looking at as far as the matchups are concerned?
Yeah, I mean it's a matchup where there are interesting elements in the beater game.
Yeah.
With Max Havlin going up against players like Jackson Johnson and Hallie Pace.
Yeah.
Just outstanding beaters on both sides. And then in the Quaffle game, the Austin offense has looked so good. The Boston offense during the regular season really struggled to get going at times, but today maybe they found some magic and maybe they're poised to give Austin a challenge tomorrow. I'm excited to see as we're hearing from our producer Nick Jablonski that we should wrap up here on pitch 1.
Well, we've got New York versus Charlotte, Game 3. That is for the final semifinal spot. We're going to be right back. Don't leave.